Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The next morning, Mu Zhi'an finished his meditation and opened his eyes. A soft knock echoed from behind the door. Bairuashi's here already? Come in, he called out. The door opened, and a young woman, dressed in the attire of a Mu family servant, entered the room. She had an elegant air about her, but he didn't recognize her. He studied her, his brow furrowing. If the Mu family had such a beautiful servant, he would have remembered her. When did you arrive at the manor? He asked, confused. I don't recall meeting you before, but you seem familiar. That sounds like a pickup line, a familiar voice said from behind him. He turned to see Wei Mingru standing at the door, her lips twitching slightly. She's the young mistress you rescued from the Chen manor. Don't you remember? Mu Zhi'an blinked, taking another look at the servant. She was quite beautiful, with a pleasant figure. He vaguely recalled rescuing a young mistress from the Chun Manor a few days ago. Miss Wei has been very kind to me. I wanted to thank you sooner, young Master Mu, but she said you were busy, the servant said, bowing respectfully. Her voice was soft and gentle. Thank you for saving me. Are you settling in all right? Mu Zhi'an asked with a smile. She nodded. It was a little difficult at first, but I'm getting used to it. She had been a pampered young mistress, accustomed to a life of luxury. Adjusting to life as a servant was a challenge. Life was unpredictable. One moment you could be a wealthy heir, and the next you could lose everything. As the black-robed man had said, the empire was rotting from within. The emperor was a weak and incompetent ruler, obsessed with women and pleasure. The officials were corrupt, lining their pockets while the people suffered. The Gongsun family weren't officials, but as a cultivation family, they had connections within the court. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to raid homes so frequently. However, Mu Zhi'an knew little about the intricacies of court politics. He didn't know why the Qin Manor had been raided. Perhaps the Chun family patriarch had been embezzling funds, or perhaps they had offended someone powerful. The latter seemed more likely. Simply embezzling funds wouldn't usually lead to a raid. They must have crossed someone influential, becoming the target of a political scheme. That was why the young mistress had almost met a tragic end. If you have any problems, speak to the steward, Mu Zhi'an said. Normally, the women of a raided household would be sent to pleasure houses, but for the Mu family, it was a simple matter to intervene. Even if the authorities knew, they would turn a blind eye. The young mistress thanked him again, and he smiled in response. Court politics were unpredictable. One moment, the Chen family was in disgrace, and the next, perhaps a powerful ally would emerge, restoring their fortunes. Although it was rare for a raided family to recover. But he was simply doing what he felt was right, satisfying a small part of his conscience. That was enough, wasn't it? He never claimed to be a good person, but he didn't want to be a bad one either. He watched as the young mistress left, then turned to Wei Mingru. What brings you here so early, Mingru? Are you here to help me get dressed? She rolled her eyes. The Bai family's young mistress is here. She's waiting for you in the back garden. Oh, I asked someone to invite her this morning. I didn't expect her to arrive so early. He yawned, stretching. Go ahead. I'll join you after I change. After Wei Mingru left, he got dressed and combed his hair, checking his reflection in the mirror. He was meeting a beautiful woman, after all. He had to maintain his appearance. He left his room and made his way to the back garden. The morning sun was warm, the leaves rustling softly in the gentle breeze. Bairuashi sat beneath a pavilion, dressed in a simple white dress, her long black hair cascading down her back, a book in her hand. He didn't see Wei Mingru. She was either hiding in the shadows or hadn't arrived yet. He suppressed his aura, approaching silently. Bairuashi seemed oblivious to his presence, her gaze fixed on her book. But as he neared, her voice, soft yet clear, echoed through the garden. Why are you concealing your aura, young Master Mu? Are you planning to do something untoward? He froze, staring at her in disbelief. Her senses were that sharp? They were both at foundation establishment. She turned to face him, a playful smile on her lips. If this were yesterday, I wouldn't have noticed you. But when I woke up this morning, I discovered I had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. That aura, it's quite effective, he said, his voice tinged with envy. She nodded, unable to hide her delight. The aura is indeed powerful, but I believe my breakthrough was influenced by your visit yesterday. My visit, he echoed, confused. He had gone to the Bai Manor to investigate her mother and to spend some time with her. He hadn't done anything else. She blushed, her voice soft, a hint of shyness in her tone. You're an inborn celestial vessel. It took him a moment to understand her meaning. So, even a kiss could trigger the effects of his unique physique? He looked at her, his gaze lingering on her alluring curves. But he didn't see any ears or tails. Was she truly the child of a three-tailed fox and a human? He felt a pang of disappointment. She noticed his gaze, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of pink. Why are you staring at my mind? She couldn't bring herself to say the word. He was acting strange today, staring at her head and her rear. Had their intimacy yesterday sparked a desire for something more? It's nothing. Don't worry, he said, recovering, forcing a smile. I was just wondering if you had fox ears and a tail. Fox ears and a tail? She blinked, recalling her mother's demonstration of her demonic form yesterday. Her eyes widened. You know, it's not surprising, is it? You were going to tell me yesterday, he replied with a chuckle. She fell silent. Honestly, I'm glad you told me, he said suddenly. Her willingness to confide in him meant she trusted him, and that trust was a precious gift. What are you going to do? She asked, looking up at him, her eyes searching his face. Will you tell Senior Sister-Lawn? He shook his head. She's busy with the entrance exams. Let's not burden her with this. She sighed inwardly, relieved. She had been anxious all morning, sensing that he might already know the truth. His words were a balm to her worried heart. He gently took her hand, his gaze fixed on her face. Ruashi, can I ask you something? She blushed, her eyes downcast, her long lashes fluttering nervously. What is it? Do you have fox ears and a tail? He asked seriously. She stared at him, her brow furrowed in confusion. Is that important? Very important, he insisted. Whether she was a fox girl, it was a matter of utmost importance. She shook her head. I don't know. She hesitated, then added softly, but sometimes my head feels itchy. I wonder if that's related to what you said. Interesting. He sat down beside her, leaning in close, his eyes studying her face. Her robe did little to conceal her ample bosom, a hint of creamy white flesh peeking out. He couldn't help but steal a glance, making her blush even deeper, her gaze fixed on the floor. She didn't even notice when her book slipped from her grasp. Compared to her initial coldness, her guarded demeanor, she was now more vulnerable, more receptive to his touch. She didn't resist his closeness, her heart pounding with a mixture of shyness and anticipation. I don't see any fox ears, he murmured, their faces inches apart. Never having experienced such intimacy before, she blushed furiously, turning her head away, her lips pressed together. A strand of hair fell across her cheek, accentuating her delicate features. He leaned in closer, kissing her neck, making her shiver. Are you done inspecting me? You won't find any fox ears, no matter how hard you look. Not yet. Just a little longer, he insisted, refusing to give up. I told you I don't, she gasped as his lips captured hers, her back pressing against a stone pillar, her body melting against his. After a while, Mu Zhi'an sat back, sighing contentedly. They say a beautiful woman is a feast for the eyes. He had always thought it was a figure of speech, but now, the ancients were wise indeed. Bai Ruashi glared at him, wiping her lipstick from his lips with a handkerchief. He had seemed so proper and respectful when they first met, but after their kiss yesterday, he had become bolder, more forward. They were in the back garden. What if a servant saw them? He pretended not to notice her annoyance, clearing his throat. Let's go to the sparring arena. The city's young cultivators should be gathering there for practice matches. The entrance exams are approaching. We might even see some familiar faces. She looked at him, then nodded silently. He was right. With the exams approaching, the young talents of Tianjin City would be eager to test their skills. It would be a good opportunity to observe the competition, to clear her head. Rising Phoenix Inn. This luxurious inn was located near the heart of Tianjin City, a short distance from a tea house said to be over 100 years old, its tables always filled with patrons. Lan Mulian, dressed in a moon-white robe, sat in a quiet and elegant tea room, her fingers tracing the rim of her cup. She glanced out the window, her gaze drawn to the sparring arena across the street. A handsome young man was engaged in a fierce practice match with another cultivator. She couldn't hear their conversation, but judging by their aggressive attacks, they must have had a grudge. Fei Ying, the chief auctioneer of the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, sat across from her, her long legs crossed, her red cheongsam accentuating her alluring curves. She stared at Lan Mulian, her eyes filled with a playful warmth. This tea house has the best location in Tianjin City, and it's close to the arena. You can observe the young talents, sister. It might be helpful for the entrance exams, Fei Ying said softly. Lan Mulian nodded. They were in a private room, away from prying eyes, so she had removed her veil. She was strikingly beautiful, but her most captivating feature was her eyes, cold and sharp as shards of ice. The sisters, one an ice queen, the other a seductive temptress. If one looked closely, one would notice their resemblance, despite their contrasting auras. But their most intriguing aspect was their relationship. It was a connection that held a deeper meaning, a hidden significance. That's Yi Yu, the Yi family's genius. He suffered a setback a few years ago, his cultivation plummeting, but he's recovered remarkably quickly. He's reached the peak of qi condensation in less than 6 months, Fei Ying explained. Peak qi condensation in a few months, and almost at foundation establishment, Lan Mulian murmured, her eyes thoughtful. Such talent was indeed rare. However, a few days ago, he was soundly defeated in a duel at the Dragon Head Forest, Fei Ying added, hoping to pique her sister's curiosity. But Lan Mulian seemed uninterested. She watched as Yi Yu emerged victorious from his practice match, her gaze distant, lost in thought. Fei Ying leaned forward, her ample bosom pressing against the table. She glanced at the arena. Then her gaze fell upon Mu Zhi'an, who had just arrived. What's he doing here? She wondered aloud. Lan Mulian followed her gaze, her eyes lingering on him for a moment. A flicker of interest appeared in her usually cold eyes. She turned to her sister. Do you know him? She asked, her voice cool and clear. Of course I know him. That young master of the Mu family is the biggest scoundrel in Tianjin City. Everyone knows him, Fei Ying replied, her eyes narrowing slightly. She twirled a strand of hair around her finger, her red nails gleaming in the sunlight. She glanced at Mu Zhi'an, who was standing near the sparring arena. But I'm surprised you know him, sister. She turned back to Lan Mulian, her gaze intent. How did you meet him? I saw him on my way back to the inn last night. He even went to your room. He accidentally sent me a letter through a paper crane, meant for a friend of mine. We chatted a bit, Lan Mulian replied calmly. Fei Ying scoffed, clearly not believing her. Do you even have any friends, sister? Her words were a bit harsh, but no one at the Two Polarities sect would dare speak to Lan Mulian like that, and they would all agree that she had no friends. It was the nature of an ice queen. She was intimidating, unapproachable. Even those who genuinely desired her friendship would be met with suspicion, their motives questioned. It wasn't that Lan Mulian wanted to be an ice queen. It was the image people had of her. That was why her playful and flirtatious side, revealed only in her letters, was so different from her usual demeanor. He has decent talent, but his cultivation is lacking, Lan Mulian said, changing the subject. Fei Ying chuckled. If you spent your nights in pleasure houses, sister, you wouldn't be at core formation either. Do you like him? Lan Mulian asked. Fei Ying pondered for a moment, then smiled. I suppose you could say that. He's like a little brother to me. A little brother who enjoyed teasing and flirting with his older sister. She quickly changed the subject again. Have you decided who you'll choose for the entrance exams? The two polarities sex entrance exams had two paths. One was to be selected by an examiner who would personally escort the chosen disciples to the testing grounds. The other was to travel to the sect and participate in the general exams. Both paths led to the same destination, but there was a significant difference. The disciples chosen by Lan Mulian had the opportunity to skip the outer disciple stage and become inner disciples directly. Each examiner had one such spot to offer. Did you bring the list of talented cultivators from Tianxian City? Lan Mulian asked. Fei Ying nodded, handing her a scroll. Huang Manting, the temptress from the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. Yi Yu from the Yi family. Mu Zhi'an from the Mu family. Gong Sun Chung, the fourth son of the Gong Sun family. And Bai Ruoxi, the Bai family's young mistress. There are about a dozen other names on the list. I've included their backgrounds for your reference. They're mostly from influential families. They have access to resources and guidance, so their children naturally possess decent talent. Lan Mulian scanned the list. Aside from the names Fei Ying had mentioned, there were about a dozen others. Her gaze lingered on Mu Zhi'an's name for a moment. Then she shook her head. His talent is decent, but his attitude is lacking. If he had cultivated diligently, he should be at the 7th level of foundation establishment by now. His past behavior was questionable, but he's done some remarkable things recently, Fei Ying said, hoping to pique her sister's interest. Lan Mulian's eyes flickered, but her expression remained neutral. She looked at her sister expectantly. Fei Ying, seeing that her sister wasn't taking the bait, continued, he defended a stranger, a woman who was being harassed, and killed the Gong Sun family's third son. It was a huge scandal. Everyone thought the Gong Sun family would retaliate, but then they settled the matter discreetly. And soon after, rumors spread that the third son had been killed by a mysterious black-robed man. Lan Mulian's eyes remained calm, so he shifted the blame onto the black-robed man. You're telling me all this to convince me that he's not as bad as I think he is? She asked, seeing through her sister's intentions. Fei Ying smiled sweetly. I'm simply stating the facts. It doesn't matter what you say. Lan Mulian took a sip of tea. He doesn't need my help. The Mu family had a guaranteed spot. He didn't need to compete with the others. However, she still had to decide who to offer the inner disciple position to. Something's happening, Fei Ying said suddenly. Lan Mulian turned her head to see Yi Yu, who had just emerged victorious from a practice match, pointing his sword at Mu Zhi'an. Mu Zhi'an, do you dare face me? He stood on the sparring platform, dressed in black robes, his expression cold, his gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an, who stood in the crowd below. All eyes turned towards Mu Zhi'an. He sighed. Young Master Yi, I'm simply here to observe. I'm not in a mood for a duel today. He just defeated Yi Yu. Why was he challenging him again? And he hadn't mentioned the heavenly Tao aura. Was he trying to keep it a secret, or had he given up on it? As he studied Yi Yu, Bai Ruoxi's voice echoed in his mind. He's almost at foundation establishment. Mu Zhi'an narrowed his eyes, taking another look at Yi Yu. His aura, it was different. He seemed more composed, less arrogant. But his gaze, when it landed on Mu Zhi'an, was still filled with animosity. His cultivation speed is insane. The chosen one, his destiny was truly remarkable. Even without the heavenly Tao aura, he still had other advantages. Young Master Mu, young Master Yi has issued a challenge. Are you going to refuse? A voice called out from the crowd. It was Gong Sun Chung, the fourth son of the Gong Sun family, sitting on a nearby bench, his legs crossed, a smirk on his lips. Mu Zhi'an chuckled. What's more important, young Master Gong Sun, a duel or a beautiful woman? Gong Sun Chung raised an eyebrow. A beautiful woman, of course. But I heard the Yi family and the Bai family had an arranged marriage. You stole his fiancée, young Master Mu. No wonder he's angry. I suggest you accept his challenge. Let him vent his frustration. Mu Zhi'an smiled. Why do you care? Just offering some friendly advice, Gong Sun Chung replied, shrugging casually. Who the hell are you? Mu Zhi'an retorted, his smile widening. Gong Sun Cheng's composure crumbled. He narrowed his eyes, staring at Mu Zhi'an. I'm not as patient as Yi Yu, young Master Mu. Even outside the arena, I can't guarantee I'll restrain myself. It was a blatant threat, and it was understandable. Gong Sun Chung was at the 8th level of foundation establishment. Based on their current cultivation levels, Mu Zhi'an was clearly weaker. He'd been looking for an opportunity to teach Mu Zhi'an a lesson. According to his elders, his father's injuries were somehow connected to Mu Zhi'an, as well as the Bai family head. He didn't know the details, but this was a chance to get revenge. As Gong Sun Chung rose to his feet, Bai Ruoshi stepped forward, shielding Mu Zhi'an with her body. Protecting your lover, Miss Bai? You just broke off your engagement, and you're already with the Mu family's young master? Judging by young master Ye's performance, your taste in men seems questionable, Gong Sun Chung said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Shut up, Bai Ruoshi replied coldly, her bronze sword materializing behind her. Planning to fight? Gong Sun Chung looked at Mu Zhi'an, who was standing behind Bai Ruoshi. Hiding behind a woman, young Master Mo? That's the plan, Mu Zhi'an replied with a smile. I have a beautiful and powerful Dao companion to protect me. What about you? Gong Sun Chung narrowed his eyes. You seem proud of that. Who wouldn't want a powerful and beautiful Dao companion? Mu Zhi'an asked, his voice carrying through the arena. Is there anyone here who wouldn't want a Dao companion like that? The male cultivators in the arena chuckled. The answer was obvious. A powerful and beautiful Dao companion. Who wouldn't want that? Especially if that Dao companion was Bai Ruoshi. Countless young men had pursued her. Their laughter grated on Gong Sun Cheng's nerves. He glared at Mu Zhi'an. Mu Zhi'an, you're agitated, Mu Zhi'an said, sighing. He wasn't as composed as his father. Gong Sun Chung drew his sword, his gaze sharp as he lunged at Mu Zhi'an. Bai Ruoshi made a gesture with her hand, her bronze sword shooting towards Gong Sun Chung. He snorted, several layers of faint golden light appearing around him. It was the Gong Sun family's signature technique, the golden bell shield, impenetrable to anyone below core formation. He reached for Mu Zhi'an, a cruel smile on his lips. But then, a cracking sound echoed through the arena like glass shattering. The bronze sword struck the golden bell shield, shattering it instantly, as if it were made of paper. Boom! A wave of sword energy slammed into Gong Sun Chung, sending him flying backwards, crashing to the ground. A stunned silence fell over the arena. The young cultivators stared at Bai Ruoshi, their jaws agape. She defeated Gong Sun Chung, an 8th-level foundation establishment cultivator, with a single strike. She was invincible among her peers. As the crowd buzzed with astonishment, Mu Zhi'an's expression remained calm. However, it was all an act. He was just as surprised as the others. He couldn't help but stare at Bai Ruoshi. He knew she was strong, but he hadn't expected her to be this strong. A 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator defeating an 8th-level cultivator with a single strike. He was starting to believe she was the true protagonist. A single strike had shattered Gong Sun Cheng's golden bell shield. Even though Mu Zhi'an knew Bai Ruoshi was powerful, he was still taken aback. He knew the bronze sword amplified her strength, but he hadn't expected it to be this potent. Young master, are you all right? Two servants rushed to Gong Sun Cheng's side, helping him to his feet. He clutched his chest, his spiritual energy in turmoil. He felt humiliated, countless eyes fixed on him, judging him. He glared at Bai Ruoshi, his voice trembling with anger. Miss Bai, the Bai family just recovered. Are you trying to provoke another conflict with the Gong Sun family? Bai Ruoshi frowned, staring at him silently. If you back down now, I'll pretend this never happened, he said coldly. With Bai Heng's return, the Bai family seemed to be regaining their strength. His words were a thinly veiled attempt to save face, to intimidate them and quell their rising influence. Seeing her silence, he smirked, about to speak again, when Mu Zhi'an interrupted him, his voice laced with amusement. Resorting to your family name after being defeated? How pathetic. Do you even represent the Gong Sun family? The Mu family had only recently granted him authority, and there were still several core formation elders in seclusion. If anything happened, they would intervene. But Gong Sun Xiong had 6 children. Gong Sun Chung was the 4th son. Competition within the family was fierce. He couldn't possibly speak for the entire Gong Sun family. He was simply bluffing, trying to intimidate them. If your father finds out about your behavior, will he break your legs? Mu Zhi'an asked casually. Gongsun Xiong was currently focused on recovering from his injuries. If he knew his son had provoked the Mu family's young master, he would be furious. Gongsun Xiong understood, but he glared at Mu Zhi'an. Do you dare face me in a duel, young Master Mu? I don't, Mu Zhi'an replied, spreading his hands. Besides, what's the point? Your 8th level of foundation establishment is clearly inflated. Being defeated by someone at the same level, it's hardly motivating. He paused, then added, his tone concerned. Oh, I have some healing medicine at the manor. I'll have someone deliver it to you. Gongsun Xiong felt a surge of anger, his blood boiling. Young master, calm down. He's provoking you. Don't let him get to you, a servant whispered. Gongsun Xiong suppressed his rage, his voice cold. I acknowledge Miss Bai's strength. She's probably invincible among her peers. But what does that have to do with you? A 3rd-level foundation establishment wastrel. You dare lecture me? Mu Zhi'an chuckled, his smile infuriatingly pleasant. I might not be able to defeat Ruoshi, but you, an 8th-level cultivator, were also defeated with a single strike. What's the difference between us? We were both humiliated. I could have done just as well or worse. Gongsun Cheng's anger erupted. He glared at Mu Zhi'an, his killing intent barely contained. Besides, Mu Zhi'an, seemingly oblivious to his fury, turned to Bai Ruoshi and, to everyone's astonishment, gently took her hand. Ruoshi and I, we don't have any grudges, do we? He asked, smiling at her. All eyes turned to Bai Ruoshi, who blushed slightly, her gaze downcast. But she didn't pull away, nor did she strike him with her sword, as many had hoped. She simply allowed him to hold her hand, her voice a soft murmur. No. The male cultivators in the arena felt a surge of envy, wishing they were in Mu Zhi'an's place. They had suspected a connection between them, but seeing him hold her hand so openly was unbearable. They understood Gongsun Cheng's rage. They wanted to teach that Mu boy a lesson. But then they looked at Bai Ruoshi, remembering her power, and they calmed down, sighing inwardly. To break through Gongsun Cheng's golden bell shield with a single strike, Miss Bai truly is invincible among her peers. Her technique is strange. I doubt she can use it repeatedly, but if she can unleash that sword several times in a battle, who could stand against her? The Bai family might be struggling now, but with her, they have a bright future. I wonder who will win her hand, someone murmured. Isn't it obvious? Look who's holding her hand. The male cultivators fell silent, their envy palpable. Why do I suddenly want to punch Mu Zhi'an in the face? Someone whispered, expressing the sentiment shared by many. Not just punch him. I want to obliterate that smug look on his face. Go ahead. Try it. Why don't you try it? The other retorted. Bai Ruoshi's power was undeniable. Even though they suspected she couldn't use her sword repeatedly, they didn't know how many times she could unleash it in a single battle. And besides, attacking the Mu family's young master in Tianxian City, it was suicide. Gongsun Xiong had been reckless, arrogant, believing that the Mu family wouldn't retaliate against the Gongsun family. But his arrogance had come at a steep price. Gongsun Xiong, the Gongsun family's top genius, defeated by Bai Ruoshi with a single strike, if that story spread, he would be humiliated. Even if he joined the Two Polarities sect, it would be a stain on his reputation. The two Gongsun family servants, realizing they had gained nothing from this encounter, helped Gongsun Xiong to his feet, preparing to leave. Oh, young Master Gongsun, Mu Zhi'an called out, as if remembering something important. Instead of meddling in other people's affairs, perhaps you should focus on your own family. Gongsun Xiong paused, turning to face him. What do you mean? I mean, our individual strength is irrelevant. What matters is the foundation. Mu Zhi'an replied with a smile. Your family is crumbling, and you're worried about a duel with me? Gongsun Xiong stared at him, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. As he limped away, supported by his servants, Mu Zhi'an turned to the crowd, bowing slightly. I apologize for the interruption. Ruoshi and I were simply here to observe the practice matches. We won't take up any more of your time. They bowed back, their responses polite but distant. He was the Mu family's young master, after all. They wouldn't offend him unnecessarily. Not everyone had a grudge against him, like Gongsun Chung and Yiyu. Although seeing him with Bai Ruoxi, it was difficult not to feel envious. The practice matches continued, the crowd buzzing with gossip about the recent events. Yiyu, whose talent had been the subject of much admiration, was now overshadowed, forgotten. They no longer marveled at his ability to defeat Foundation establishment cultivators while still at the peak of qi condensation. Their attention was now focused on Bai Ruoxi and Mu Zhi'an. Compared to her, his talent seemed ordinary. And a 9th-level Foundation establishment cultivator with a 3rd-level wastrel, especially if that cultivator was Bai Ruoxi, it was a scandal waiting to happen. Mu Zhi'an led Bai Ruoxi to a nearby bench, their hands still clasped together. The usually aloof young mistress seemed shy and demure, but only around him. The sunlight streamed through the trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Carriages rumbled along the street, passing by ancient buildings. Mu Zhi'an leaned back, enjoying the warmth of the sun, his hand still holding hers. He looked at her, a playful smile on his lips. "Ruoxi, are you hiding your tail? Show it to me." She blushed, shaking her head. "I don't have a tail, young Master Mu. Stop teasing me. I don't believe you. Show me." She rolled her eyes. How could she show him? Her ears were visible, but her tail. "You should stay at the Mu Manor until the entrance exams," he said suddenly, changing the subject. He had to be careful with his teasing. He didn't want to upset her. She hesitated. "Why?" He leaned in close, his voice a low whisper. "The heavenly Tao aura purifies the spiritual energy around you, and it also exposes your mother's demonic aura." Her eyes widened, and she turned to face him. "Really? How do you think I discovered her secret?" So that's how he knew. She nodded silently. "I'll stay at the manor then." "Thank you." She felt his fingers playing with hers, and she blushed, glancing around to make sure no one was watching them. He was already this bold, and they weren't even living together yet. What would he do if she stayed at the manor? She felt a flicker of apprehension. Oblivious to her concerns, Mu Zhi'an continued to hold her hand, his gaze fixed on the sparring arena, a contented smile on his lips. "Yiyu wins," a clear voice announced. Mu Zhi'an looked up to see Yiyu, dressed in black robes, emerging victorious from another practice match. His opponent was a 2nd-level Foundation establishment cultivator. He's stronger than before. Mu Zhi'an thought, intrigued. Yiyu noticed him watching and smirked, giving him a thumbs down. Afraid to accept a challenge from a mere peak qi condensation cultivator. "That's how weak you are, Mu Zhi'an." He didn't need words to convey his disdain. Mu Zhi'an simply chuckled at the childish provocation. He turned to Bai Ruoxi, brushing a strand of hair from her face, and kissed her cheek. Then, he gave you a thumbs up. "That was how you played the game." "What was that for?" Bai Ruoxi whispered, her cheeks flushed, her voice a mixture of annoyance and amusement. "Nothing. You're just too cute," he replied, squeezing her hand gently. Yiyu froze, staring at them, speechless. He couldn't understand why she had chosen Mu Zhi'an over him. Even a blind man could see that his talent was far superior, that his future prospects were brighter. Yet she preferred Mu Zhi'an. He clenched his fists, a jealous rage burning within him. "Brother Yiyu, the elders summoned you. They have something to discuss with you," a sweet voice called out from the crowd. Mu Zhi'an looked over to see a lovely young woman, dressed in a light blue robe, a thin belt cinching her waist, her long black hair cascading down her back. She wore deerskin boots, her appearance as youthful and innocent as a college student. If he remembered correctly, she was Yi Qian, the daughter of the Yi family's first elder. Yiyu, his mood clearly soured, jumped down from the platform and looked at his cousin. "Do you know what they want?" She shook her head. "They didn't say." He nodded curtly, turning to leave. Yi Qian hesitated, then called out, "Brother Yiyu, you're an alchemist, right? I'm at the peak of qi condensation. Could you refine a Foundation establishment pill for me? I'll pay for the ingredients and your labor." He didn't answer, his voice flat. "We'll discuss it later." Their relationship had been strained during his years as a cripple. They had only recently started to interact again. And after being provoked by Mu Zhi'an, He was in no mood for idle chatter. She watched him go, her head bowed, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. If he refused, she would have to ask an alchemist from the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. It would be more expensive, but she needed a foundation establishment pill to ensure a smooth breakthrough. She sighed, walking towards the Yi Manor, preparing to return home. But then, a figure stepped in front of her. He had soft, dark hair, and he was dressed in luxurious robes, his demeanor as gentle and refined as a scholar, a warm smile on his handsome face. To a young woman like Yi Qian, experiencing her first stirrings of romance, Mu Zhi'an was the embodiment of every fantasy. She stared at him, captivated. She quickly recovered, shaking her head, her eyes wary. "Young Master Mu, is there something I can help you with?" She knew her cousin and Mu Zhi'an were rivals, and she was aware of his notorious reputation. Her elders had warned her repeatedly to avoid him. She had taken their words to heart, and this was her first direct interaction with him. He smiled. "Don't be nervous. My issues with Yi, you are personal. You don't need to be so guarded." He retrieved a delicate box from his storage ring and offered it to her. "What is this?" She frowned, glancing at him, then opened the box. Inside, a perfectly round pill gleamed in the sunlight. It was a foundation establishment pill. "I can't accept this, young Master Mu," she said, quickly closing the box and offering it back to him. He smiled gently. "If you refuse now, you'll have to acquire the ingredients and find an alchemist yourself. It will be costly and time-consuming. I'm not giving you this pill. I'm simply selling it to you at cost. You can have someone deliver the payment to the Mu Manor later. He doesn't seem as villainous as the rumors suggest." She looked at his warm smile, his sincere eyes, and hesitated for a moment. Finally, she accepted the pill. "I didn't bring any spirit stones with me today. I'll deliver the payment tomorrow." She bowed slightly, clutching the box, then hurried away. Her deerskin boots tapped against the ground, her skirt swaying gently in the breeze, revealing a glimpse of her slender legs. Mu Zhi'an watched her go, a smile spreading across his lips. Helping others, it was a surprisingly pleasant feeling. He returned to Bai Ruoshi, sitting down beside her, his gaze sweeping over the sparring arena, a contented sigh escaping his lips. He teased her occasionally, enjoying the warmth of the sun and the company of a beautiful woman. At the tea house, "What do you think of the Mu family's young master, sister?" Fei Ying asked with a smile, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Lan Mulian turned away from the window, her voice calm and measured. "He's adequate. He has decent talent and intelligence. As for his character, it remains to be seen. He's a promising candidate." Yi Yu and Gong Sun Chung, on the other hand, had been disappointing. Their talent was undeniable, but their temperament was lacking. A true cultivator shouldn't be so easily swayed by emotions. "What about Bai Ruoshi?" Fei Ying asked. Lan Mulian pondered for a moment. If Master saw her, she might consider taking her as a disciple. Bai Ruoshi's performance had been impressive. She was practically invincible among her peers. No one at Foundation Establishment could withstand the power of that bronze sword. Fei Ying glanced at the temptress from the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, who had just entered the arena. "We've had enough tea, sister. Shall we go down and take a closer look? I'm sure you're curious about the Bai family's young mistress." She looked at her sister, a knowing smile on her lips. Lan Mulian, oblivious to her sister's amusement, took another sip of tea. She glanced at the beautiful young woman in the arena below, then nodded. "Very well. Yi Yu's luck is truly remarkable. His fiancée breaks off the engagement, and a cousin appears. What's next? An older cousin? A childhood friend?" Mu Zhi'an murmured, leaning back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the two cultivators sparring in the arena. He had to admit, Yi Yu was surrounded by beautiful women, but unfortunately, he was too fixated on his former fiancée to notice his cousin's affection. "That Yi Qian, she was quite lovely." "What did you say to Yi Qian?" Bai Ruoshi asked softly, turning to look at him. She had witnessed their interaction from afar. While she didn't know what he'd said, judging by Yi Qian's flustered expression, it must have been something flirtatious. Mu Zhi'an chuckled. "Nothing much. just being helpful. So you gave her a foundation establishment pill? She asked, her tone slightly accusatory. She saw that too? I didn't give it to her. I simply sold it to her at cost. Bairuashi frowned, unconvinced. Selling it at cost. It's practically the same as giving it to her. Alchemists were a rare breed in this world. Typically, the cost of commissioning an alchemist to refine a pill was equal to the cost of the ingredients themselves. Even in a bustling city like Tianxian City, there were only a handful of alchemists. She was right. Selling the pill to Yi Qian at cost was essentially a gift. Why would you do that? You and Yi are rivals. Do you like her? She lowered her eyes, her long lashes casting shadows on her cheeks, her expression unreadable. Why do I feel like she's about to draw her sword? Ruashi, have you heard the saying, Mu Zhi'an began? She looked up at him, her eyes regaining their usual sparkle. He continued, the most expensive things are free. She frowned, still confused. He didn't elaborate, simply squeezing her hand gently. You'll be staying at the Mu Manor, won't you? You'll understand soon enough. If it was something worthless, he wouldn't mind giving it away. But a foundation establishment pill, it was a valuable commodity. Some things might seem free, but their price, it was always hidden. Seeing her continued uncertainty, he leaned in close, his voice a low whisper. Just know this for now, you're the only one I need. She blushed, her gaze downcast, a soft escaping her lips. She's surprisingly shy for someone so aloof. He smiled, admiring her beauty. Suddenly, they felt countless gazes upon them, filled with surprise and curiosity. They know about us. Why are they still surprised? It seemed the allure of Tianxian City's most beautiful woman was difficult to resist. Mu Zhi'an ignored their stares, smiling politely before turning back to the sparring arena. But then, he felt a chill run down his spine, a coldness that seemed to seep into his very bones. They're not looking at us. He followed their gazes and saw Lan Mulian, her face veiled, her expression as cold and aloof as ever, sitting behind them, observing the practice matches. Fei Ying, her figure alluring in her red Chong Sam, sat in a corner, her legs crossed, her gaze seemingly fixed on the arena, but her attention was clearly on Mu Zhi'an. She didn't want the people of Tianxian City to know about her relationship with her sister. Firstly, she didn't want to attract opportunists. And secondly, she didn't want to be compared to her sister. Of course, she wasn't actively hiding their connection. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accompanied Lan Mulian today. What's she doing here? Seeing your sister. When did you arrive? Mu Zhi'an asked, surprised. The entrance exams are approaching. I wanted to observe the candidates. I arrived early this morning, Lan Mulian replied calmly. As an examiner, it was understandable for her to assess the potential disciples. Mu Zhi'an nodded. Then his smile faltered as realization dawned on him. He stared at her, his voice a strained whisper. How long have you been here? She pondered for a moment, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Longer than you. So she saw everything. But where was she sitting? Why didn't I see you earlier? He asked, still clinging to a sliver of hope. If he had known she was nearby, he wouldn't have been so affectionate with Bairuashi, at least, not in public. There's a tea house nearby with a good view of the arena, she replied. He knew the tea house. He had frequented it in the past, enjoying the view from its private rooms. He hadn't expected Lan Mulian to be familiar with Tianxian City's attractions. He struggled to maintain his smile. However, she didn't seem to care about his earlier behavior. She looked at the woman in the arena, her voice cool. Is that the temptress from the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce? Huang Manting. Mu Zhi'an, gathering his thoughts, looked up to see a beautiful woman in a black dress sparring with another cultivator. The dress accentuated her pale skin, lending her an alluring charm. He nodded. That's Huang Manting. He had met her once, but they weren't acquainted. Lan Mulian studied her for a moment, then nodded. She has decent talent. She paused, then added, but in terms of talent, Miss Bai seems to be superior. Considering Bairuashi's recent performance, it was understandable for her to say that. Normally, he would have taken it as a genuine compliment, but for some reason, he felt a hint of something else in her words. Bai Ruoxi turned to Lan Mulian, a smile gracing her lips. I'm honored to receive your praise, senior sister. But I owe everything to young Master Mu. Lan Mulian looked at Mu Zhi'an, intrigued. It seems you're quite generous, young Master Mu. Despite your own low cultivation, you went to the Two Polarities sect that night to acquire a herb for someone, wasn't it? He smiled but didn't answer. He had never felt so much pressure before. Bai Ruoxi gently took his arm, looking up at Lan Mulian. If you're interested, senior sister, we can chat at the Mu Manor. I'll be staying there for a while. Lan Mulian raised an eyebrow, her lips curving into a faint smile. I'd like that. Mu Zhi'an, bathed in the warm sunlight, felt a chill run down his spine. He could outsmart demons. He could manipulate the Gongsun family. He could even predict their thoughts. But these two women, he couldn't decipher their intentions, their subtle games. Women were far more complex than demons or power-hungry cultivators. Senior sister, it's getting late. I have some errands to run. I'll contact you later through a paper crane, Mu Zhi'an said, deciding to leave before things got any more complicated. Being affectionate with Bai Ruoxi had been enjoyable, but now it was torture. Lan Mulian didn't even look at him, simply nodding curtly. He smiled politely and left the arena. A carriage was waiting for him. He climbed inside, and Bai Ruoxi followed, ducking her head slightly as she entered. They sat in silence. As the carriage began to move, Bai Ruoxi spoke softly, her voice tinged with an emotion he couldn't quite identify. That senior sister seems to care for you. It sounded as if she were asking, are you having a secret affair with her? He reached for her hand, but she pulled away. Inside the carriage, he had no need for pretense. He simply wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her close. She leaned against him, her expression a mixture of annoyance and resignation. What's your relationship with her? She asked, her eyes searching his face. He sighed. I told you before, didn't I? I needed the king beast vine to refine the medicine for your father. She gave it to me. She gave him the king beast vine. They must be very close. Bai Ruoxi closed her eyes, then forced a smile, her voice soft and sweet. She's so kind to you. I wish I could be of more help. He tightened his grip on her waist, his voice a low murmur near her ear. Simply being with me, it's enough. His warmth, his gentle words, she melted against him, her earlier annoyance fading. He enjoyed her softness, her intoxicating fragrance, but his mind was elsewhere. He looked out the window, watching the city pass by, a sigh escaping his lips. Both Lan Mulian and Bai Ruoxi were intelligent and perceptive women. He was starting to worry that his multitasking would backfire. Yi Manor. Yi Qian, clutching the delicate box, hurried back to her room, Mu Zhi'an's warm smile replaying in her mind. Her elders had always warned her about the Mu family's young master, claiming he was a villain, a scoundrel, but he hadn't seemed like a bad person at all. He had been kind, gentle. The contrast between Yi Yu's coldness earlier and Mu Zhi'an's warmth, it was striking. I'll deliver the payment tomorrow morning. She quickened her pace, but as she reached her room, she saw Yi Yu approaching. Cousin, she greeted him brightly. His expression had softened, as if he'd calmed down since leaving the arena. Chinner, bring the ingredients for the Foundation establishment pill to my room later. He wanted to apologize for his earlier coldness, but his pride wouldn't allow it. Refining a pill for her, it was an indirect apology. However, she hesitated, then politely declined. It's all right, cousin. Thank you for the offer. She walked past him, clutching the box. He frowned, watching her go. She was a beautiful young woman, her long hair flowing down her back, her figure slender and graceful. She was probably unaware of the true cost of a Foundation establishment pill. She would regret her decision tomorrow, once she visited the auction house. As he entered his room, Yi Qian arrived at hers, but she paused, seeing another young woman standing outside. She wore a light purple robe, a thin ribbon cinched around her waist, accentuating her graceful curves. She had a delicate face, a warm smile on her lips, her aura elegant and captivating. Lingxian, what a coincidence, Yi Qian said, smiling. Yi Lingxian was considered the Yi family's second most talented cultivator, But having grown up together, Yi Qian knew the truth. Her friend was the true genius. However, Yi Lingxian was humble and disliked competition. The other disciples only remembered her beauty, overlooking her extraordinary talent. Yi Lingxian nodded, then glanced at the box in Yi Qian's hand, her brow furrowing slightly. Did Brother Yi you refine a foundation establishment pill for you already? Yi Qian hesitated for a moment, then decided to be honest. He didn't. The young master of the Mu family sold it to me at cost. Yi Lingxian frowned. The Mu family's young master. Mu Zhi'an. That Mu Zhi'an, he wasn't a good person. Why would he be so generous? Did you pay him? She asked softly, her voice laced with concern. Yi Qian shook her head. I'm planning to deliver the payment tomorrow. He's not a good person, Qianer, Yi Lingxian said, her voice low. I'll go to the Mu Manor tomorrow instead. Yi Qian was too naive. She was worried that something might happen. Perhaps Mu Zhi'an would exploit his family's influence and try to take advantage of her. It was safer for her to go. Others might fear the Mu family, but she didn't. Huang Manting wins. Upon hearing the announcement, Lan Mulian rose to her feet and quietly departed. If not for Bai Ruoxi's earlier display of power, Huang Manting's performance would have been impressive. But after witnessing such overwhelming strength, even the most skilled techniques seemed ordinary in comparison. A prolonged battle versus a single, decisive strike. The visual impact was undeniable. Huang Manting stepped down from the platform, her gaze drawn to the bench where Lan Mulian had been sitting. The examiner was gone. It was understandable. After witnessing Bai Ruoxi's power, the other practice matches would seem lackluster. Miss Huang, with your current strength, you're among the top 3 in Tianxian City, a young man said, approaching her with a smile. Top 3? Aside from the Bai family's young mistress, you're undoubtedly the strongest among our generation, another chimed in. Previously, the consensus had been that Huang Manting was the strongest, followed by Gongsun Cheng, then by Ruoxi. However, Bai Ruoxi's performance had shattered their expectations. Only a core formation expert could withstand the power of that sword. Huang Manting glanced at her admirers, her voice languid. We haven't faced each other yet. It's too early to say. Bai Ruoxi's bronze sword was indeed formidable, but if she could avoid it, she believed she could win. Gongsun Cheng had been arrogant, blinded by rage. She wouldn't make the same mistake. She wouldn't face that sword head-on. However, she was surprised by Mu Zhi'an's relationship with Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi had always ignored him, treating him with disdain. Yet he had finally won her over, and, judging by her reaction, she had fallen deeply in love. Mu Zhi'an, Huang Manting's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. How had a third-level foundation establishment cultivator managed to capture Bai Ruoxi's heart? Was it simply his looks? There were plenty of handsome men pursuing her. It couldn't be that simple. She dismissed her admirers with a wave of her hand, then turned to a subordinate. Investigate Mu Zhi'an. Find out when and where he interacted with Bai Ruoxi. Knowledge was power. Whether it was Bai Ruoxi or Mu Zhi'an, she would claim that inner disciple spot. Mu Manor. After returning to the manor with Bai Ruoxi, Mu Zhi'an sent a letter to the Bai family, informing them that she would be staying with him for a few days until the entrance exams. He then instructed a servant to escort her to the side hall for tea. He excused himself and headed towards his study. His actions at the arena hadn't been a problem, unless Lan Mulian had been observing them from the tea house. He hadn't expected to be seen. Based on his initial assessment, she was the type who preferred solitude, who wouldn't venture out so soon after arriving. And that tea room with the excellent view, only Tianxian City's elite knew about it. How had she found it? Ever since her arrival, he'd felt a sense of unease. She had chosen the luxurious Rising Phoenix Inn. Then she had gone to the tea house, finding that specific room. Was she from Tianxian City? Or did she have friends here? Lost in thought, he arrived at his study. He pushed open the door and saw 2 paper cranes on his desk. He opened the first crane, finding a single sentence written on the paper. Young Master Mu, the 2 polarities sect is different from other places. If you remain at Foundation Establishment for too long, it will be difficult to become an inner disciple. Cultivate diligently. Strive, for a brighter future. It was a message of concern from a senior to a junior. It must have been sent yesterday. Judging by her attitude today, she wouldn't send him a letter now. He picked up his brush and wrote a reply. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I will cultivate diligently and strive to reach your level so I can always be by your side. By the way, the osmanthus cake from the Tide Sea Inn in Tianjin City is quite delicious. If you're free in the next few days, I'd like to bring you some. He released the crane, then opened the second letter. The snow lotus was lovely. I enjoyed its fragrance. Unfortunately, it wilted soon after arriving. He frowned, confused. The snow lotus had been perfectly healthy when he gave it to her. He had even seen it in a vase in her room. He shook his head, dismissing those thoughts, and began writing another heartfelt letter. He had realized that Lan Mulian wasn't as cold and aloof as he'd initially thought. In fact, she was quite responsive. Based on his previous understanding of her, she wouldn't have complimented the snow lotus so directly. But she had clearly expressed her appreciation. This meant he could be more forward in expressing his affection. He finished writing, then released the cranes, watching with satisfaction as they soared into the sky. He left his study and headed towards a side hall. However, he didn't notice that as the cranes flew away, one headed towards the Rising Phoenix Inn, while the other flew out of the city gates. By Manor, main hall. Master, Madam, a letter from the Moon Manor. A servant presented a letter to Bai Heng, then retreated. Bai Heng opened the letter, his brow furrowing as he read its contents. Preposterous, leaving her own home to stay at another man's manor, and until the entrance exams. As she lost her mind, Bai Yuanfeng set down her teacup, her voice calm. This must be Mu Zhi'an's doing. Ruoshi is a sensible girl. She wouldn't make such a decision on her own. Bai Heng's face turned red with anger. He felt like his precious daughter had been stolen. He slammed his fist on the table, splintering the wood, collapsing the legs. The servants outside gasped, staring at him in fear. Bai Yuanfeng, seemingly unfazed, waved them away. It's nothing. You're dismissed. After the servants left, she looked at her husband, sighing. Husband, don't you find it strange how that Mu boy discovered my secret? The simple warrior was clueless. Within the Bai Manor, the barrier conceals my demonic aura. And even outside, unless someone is a nascent soul, they wouldn't be able to detect it amidst the impure spiritual energy. She crossed her legs, her voice a soft murmur. But there are exceptions. That Yi boy, his heavenly Tao aura, it purifies the surrounding energy. And when the impure energy is gone, my aura becomes visible. Bai Heng calmed down, pondering her words. Are you saying that Mu Zhi'an has the heavenly Tao aura? He quickly shook his head. Impossible. Gongsun Xiong and the others checked him. If he had it, they would have sensed it. Refining the aura took time. At the Dragonhead Forest, there hadn't been enough time. What if it's not with him? Bai Yuanfeng asked. You mean the one who stole the aura is hiding at the Bai Manor, trying to expose you? Bai Heng frowned. But to infiltrate the manor undetected, is that even possible? She glanced at him, her voice laced with exasperation. Our daughter is staying at the manor. Why would she need to hide? Well, she wouldn't. He froze, finally understanding. Are you saying Mu Zhi'an gave the aura to Ruoshi? It's the only explanation. It's why my aura was exposed, she replied. His expression softened, a hint of approval in his eyes. What's that boy up to? Giving away such a treasure. He chuckled. If that's the case, I wouldn't mind entrusting Ruoshi to him. To give away the heavenly Tao aura, it was a testament to his affection for their daughter. It was a shame his cultivation was so low. If he was at the 9th level of foundation establishment, like Ruoshi, they would be a perfect match. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. By the way, the Bai family can't absorb all of the Gongsun family's assets, Bai Yuanfeng said suddenly. But you said you gave Gongsun Xiong the meridian connecting pill, Bai Heng replied, confused. He'll be injured, but the task of seizing his assets, it falls to the Mu family, and will assist them. Before he could speak, she continued, We can't confuse Mu Zhi'an's debt to the Bai family with his affection for Ruoshi. The Bai family was one thing. Bai Ruoshi was another. They could certainly try to leverage their daughter's relationship to gain an advantage, but it would taint their connection, turning it into a transaction. It was better to indirectly gift the Meridian connecting pill to the Mu family. Just as Mu Zhi'an had said to Bai Ruoshi, the Bai family would offer something of value to the Mu family, and the Mu family would save them. The profits from the Gongsun family, that was the gift. The Bai family had fulfilled their promise. However, they hadn't just given away a fortune. They had also given away their daughter's heart. After having the servants prepare a room for Bai Ruoshi, Mu Zhi'an personally escorted her to the guest quarters. She followed behind him, her white dress swaying gracefully with each step. I've stayed at the Mu Manor before. You don't need to escort me. Attend to your duties, she said softly, glancing up at him. He shook his head firmly. Absolutely not. You're a guest in our home. If I didn't treat you with proper hospitality, my parents would scold me. She frowned slightly, studying him. She sensed an ulterior motive, but she couldn't bring herself to dismiss him, afraid of hurting his feelings. She sighed inwardly and continued to follow him. He led her to a quiet and secluded room in the back garden. He opened the door, smiling. This will be your room. You can use the heavenly Tao aura here without worry. No one will disturb you. She nodded and entered the room. After pouring him a cup of tea, she said, her voice laced with concern, I wonder how my parents are doing. She's feeling insecure. He smiled gently. Don't worry. I sent a letter to your father. If they disapproved, they would have sent someone to retrieve you by now. She relaxed slightly, nodding. Then, recalling the events of the day, she asked, what about Gongsun Cheng? The Bai family was on the verge of a resurgence. She was worried that the conflict with Gongsun Cheng would jeopardize their progress. Sometimes, even the strongest individuals were held back by fear and uncertainty. If not for Mu Zhi'an, she wouldn't have injured him so severely. He swirled his tea, looking at her. If you were so worried about the Bai family, why did you attack him? She hesitated, her cheeks flushing slightly. Finally, she spoke, her voice barely a whisper. You were behind me. If she hadn't intervened, he would have been injured. She couldn't allow that to happen. She didn't regret injuring Gongsun Cheng. But he was the Gongsun family's top genius. He had been humiliated today. What if they retaliated? He set down his cup, smiling. Don't worry. He's not important enough to affect the bigger picture. To the Gongsun family, he's just a talented cultivator, nothing more. Yes, just a talented cultivator. No matter how skilled or intelligent he was, he couldn't influence the overall situation. The Gongsun family was in turmoil. They wouldn't risk provoking another conflict. Gongsun Xiong was probably hoping they would forget about him, allowing him to recover in peace. However, despite his reassurances, she still seemed worried. Of course, he wasn't concerned. Even if Gongsun Xiong was at his peak, he wouldn't dare openly retaliate against the Mu family, the most powerful force in Tianxian City. But the Bai family was different. With Lan Mulian in Tianxian City, Bai Yuanfeng wouldn't risk exposing her demonic identity. And the Bai family's core formation experts were limited. What if the Gongsun family seized this opportunity to strike? He looked at her, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Ruoshi, imagine this, someone confesses their love for you, then kisses you in public. What would happen? She blinked, pondering his question. Everyone would know. The news that Tianxian City's most beautiful woman had a lover. It would be a shock to many. It might not spread throughout the entire city, but the young cultivators would certainly gossip. Then, realization dawned on her, and she stared at him, her eyes wide. You did that to send a message to the Gongsun family? Partly, he replied. There's another reason. Guess. She thought for a moment, then shook her head. I can't. He retrieved a bronze mirror and placed it in front of her. The mirror reflected her beauty, her white dress with its delicate embroidery, her alluring figure, her long, dark hair framing her face, her aloof yet delicate aura. Do you understand now? He asked. She frowned, then blushed, realizing his meaning, her gaze downcast. No, he was implying that he couldn't resist her beauty. She couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. He took her hand, his voice soft. The heavenly Tao aura can only refine the spiritual energy around its owner. If I want to meditate, I need to be near you. Can I stay in your room tonight? She blinked, looking up at him, surprised. His eyes were sincere, his expression earnest. I'll just meditate. I won't do anything inappropriate. Besides, you're at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Could I even overpower you? He had a point. The difference between their cultivation levels was significant. Her bronze sword could be used at least 3 times, and each strike was devastating. She was at least 3 times stronger than him. She pondered for a moment, then sighed. If you misbehave, I can't guarantee I won't accidentally unleash my sword. Her words were a threat, but they lacked conviction. He nodded, accepting her terms. He sat down on the floor near the foot of the bed, while she removed her socks and sat on the bed, retrieving the heavenly Tao aura. Soon, the room was filled with refined spiritual energy. She felt a movement beside her and opened her eyes to see him sitting next to her. She hesitated but didn't object. The floor was cold. It was understandable. But then, she felt his breath on her cheek and opened her eyes again to see him staring at her. She blushed, her voice trembling slightly. What is it now? Simply absorbing spiritual energy seems inefficient. I'm an inborn celestial vessel. Perhaps we should try a different method, he murmured, his gaze fixed on her face. She seemed to understand his meaning, her eyes downcast, her expression unreadable. He placed his hands on her shoulders, his voice gentle. If you don't like it, just push me away. He leaned down, pressing her gently against the bed. Her lashes fluttered, and she peeked at him. After a moment, she wrapped her arms around his neck. He couldn't resist kissing her, then whispered near her ear, a mischievous glint in his eyes. What do you think people would say if they knew a 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator was dominated by a mere 3rd-level cultivator? Her heart skipped a beat. She clutched her skirt, her back pressing against the bed, her face turned away from him. She had fallen into his trap, because it seemed she truly couldn't resist him. Deep in the silent night, at the Gongsun Manor, Gongsun Xiong slowly opened his eyes, pain throbbing through his body. He clutched his chest, turning his head with difficulty to address his confidant. What's the situation outside? Confined to his bed, he relied on others for information. He wished he could make himself invisible, forgotten by everyone, until he recovered. The Mu and Bai families were circling like predators, the morning glory chamber of commerce lurking in the shadows, seeking to profit from his weakness, and his own family members eyeing his position as head of the clan. He was surrounded by enemies. Master, since the Bai family had returned, they've been regaining their lost ground. They're reclaiming their territory, his confidant reported. Gongsun Xiong nodded grimly. He was frustrated, but he couldn't do anything in his current state. He had to turn a blind eye for now. The entrance exams are in a few days. How are Cheng'er's preparations going? He asked. His confidant hesitated, then spoke cautiously. 4th young master. He was injured in a fight at the sparring arena today. Gongsun Xiong's eyes narrowed. Who in Tianjin City would dare attack my son? Which core formation expert had the audacity? Gongsun Xiong was one of the strongest among his generation. He naturally assumed it was a core formation cultivator who had injured his son. However, his confidant's next words stunned him. It was the Bai family's young mistress, he stammered. He didn't mention that Gongsun Xiong had been defeated with a single strike. Bai Ruoshi? Gongsun Xiong exhaled slowly, his voice laced with anger. The Bai family dares to be so arrogant? They've barely recovered. The Mu family's young master was with her. People said they were quite affectionate at the arena. Gongsun Xiong froze. Then, realization dawned on him, and he murmured, "This is bad." His confidant was about to ask what he meant when Gongsun Xiong slammed his fist against the bed, his rage erupting. That incompetent fool! If it had been any other time, a fight between Bai Ruoshi and Gongsun Xiong wouldn't have been a problem. But at this critical juncture, they weren't just attacking his family. They were also taking his money. Mu Zhi'an was sending a clear message. The Mu and Bai families were now allies. Think carefully before acting against them. And tomorrow, they would probably demand compensation for his son's injuries. And that compensation, it wouldn't be a few thousand spirit stones. The next morning, at the Mu Manor, Mu Zhi'an, refreshed after a night of meditation in by Ruashi's room, opened his eyes. His spiritual energy had increased significantly. While it wasn't as dramatic as by Ruashi's progress, he was satisfied. He glanced at her. She was sitting on the bed, her eyes closed, her breathing slow and even. She wore a loose white robe, her face serene in the morning light. From this angle, she seemed like a normal young woman, but he knew the truth, the treasures hidden beneath that robe. He had witnessed them several times, and last night he had experienced their warmth firsthand. He was still slightly unsatisfied. He didn't consider himself a pervert. He simply preferred to appreciate beauty up close. Her clothes were neatly folded on a nearby rack, a pair of white socks beside them, a white ribbon swaying gently in the breeze. Seeing that she was still meditating, he quietly left the room. He could sense her aura, stronger than before. She was almost at the peak of foundation establishment. But he was still at the third level. He was giving others buffs and experience points, but he wasn't gaining anything himself. It was a terrible deal. He was probably the most selfless person in the world. He sighed inwardly. He was putting in so much effort, all to help her reach core formation. But it was all right. He was a helpful person. He left the room and saw Wei Mingru standing in the courtyard, her back to him, her figure slender and graceful, seemingly lost in thought. He was used to it. He often woke up to find her like this, silent and contemplative, always completing her tasks efficiently. She turned to face him, and he waved, smiling. Mingru, let's spar. It'll be good exercise. She nodded silently. Then, as she drew her sword, she said, "Oh, and..." He looked at her, confused. "Next time, control your volume. I could hear you from next door." She blushed slightly, losing her usual composure. He blinked, then his eyes widened in realization. "Damn, I forgot. Wherever I am, she's always nearby." She was in the next room. He maintained his smile, feigning innocence. "Ruashi and I were just cultivating." "Did you misunderstand something, Mingru?" She scoffed, giving him a look that said, "You know exactly what you were doing." But for some reason, her disdain was oddly exciting. After sparring with her for a while, a servant approached. "Young master, a disciple from a Yi family is here to see you. Should I let her in?" Yi Qian must have been worried about the foundation establishment pill. She was here to pay him back. He wasn't surprised. Judging by her innocent demeanor, he knew she would take it seriously. He sheathed his sword, nodding. "Escort her to the main hall and offer her some tea. I'll be there shortly." Mu Zhi'an went back to his room, adjusted his robes, styled his hair, and then headed towards the main hall. It wasn't about impressing a girl. He was representing the Mu family, after all. He had to maintain a certain image. Besides, he preferred mature women to younger ones. They were more understanding, more forgiving, more accommodating. He entered the hall, but instead of the sweet and innocent Yi Qian, he saw another young woman. If he remembered correctly, she was also from the Yi family. Yi Lingxian, was it? She wore a light purple robe, her figure slender yet subtly alluring, her skirt adorned with violet patterns. Her hair was held in place by a simple jade hairpin, a single strand escaping to caress her cheek. Although she was still young, her beauty was undeniable. She would blossom into a captivating woman. The Yi family had another beauty like this? He was surprised. She was even more beautiful than Yi Qian. Once she matured, she might even rival by Ruashi. Yi Qian is unwell today, so I came in her stead. "I hope you don't mind, young Master Mu," Yi Lingxian said, turning to face him, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "She's wary of me." Despite her smile, he sensed her guardedness. She was still young, and she couldn't fully conceal her suspicion. Health is paramount. "Is Miss Yi Qian all right?" he asked, smiling warmly. He sat down across from her, gesturing for a servant to serve them tea. She nodded. "She needs some rest. She'll recover soon." She lifted her hand, and he noticed a simple yet elegant ring on her finger. A profound-grade storage ring? No, it was an earth-grade ring. The Yi family possessed such a treasure? She retrieved a beautifully crafted sandalwood box from the ring and placed it on the table. This is the payment for the foundation establishment pill, including the cost of the ingredients and your labor. He opened the box, then chuckled, shaking his head. The payment for the pill is enough. There's no need for additional compensation. You're aware that Elder Rin from my family is an alchemist, aren't you? Refining a foundation establishment pill is a trivial matter for him. He took half the spirit stones, then returned the box to her. She frowned slightly. She had offered double the payment to avoid putting Yi Qian in his debt. She was worried he might try to exploit the situation, taking advantage of her friend's naivety. However, seeing his warm smile and sincere eyes, she couldn't refuse. She accepted the box, storing it in her ring. After a moment of silence, she spoke, her voice soft yet firm. Young Master Mu, Qianer is a pure and innocent girl. Please don't bother her. He chuckled, amused by her protectiveness. I've never forced myself on anyone. You seem to have a misunderstanding about me. I'm not interested in your past behavior, she replied, her tone cool. However, you lured Brother Yiyu to the Dragonhead Forest and used him to eliminate one of the northern region's 7th-seed demon cultivators. That's a fact, isn't it? He tensed, taking a sip of tea to mask his surprise. He studied her, his eyes narrowed slightly. She knew about the 7th seat. She was more than just a simple young mistress. The Yi family was a second-rate force in Tianxin City. Only he and Bai Yuanfeng knew about the 7th seat. How had she obtained this information? I'm not interested in demons or the 7th seat, young Master Mu. Your motives are irrelevant to me, she continued, her voice calm and measured. I simply ask that you leave Qianer alone. And if possible, avoid any further conflict with Brother Yiyu. Your Brother Yiyu is obsessed with me. He's the one who keeps provoking me. He sees me, and it's always, let's duel. Loser calls the other daddy. He smiled pleasantly. I'm afraid that's not entirely up to me. If you've investigated me, you know I've never initiated a conflict with young Master Yi. She frowned, knowing he was telling the truth. She had investigated him, learning about his past encounters with Yiyu. Each time, it was Yiyu who had initiated the conflict. They were in the wrong. However, she didn't care about Yiyu. She just wanted to protect Yi Qian. They had grown up together. She was like a younger sister to her. And as an older sister, she had to look after her. As for Yiyu, she would help him if she could, but if not, there was nothing she could do. They had been estranged since he became a cripple. It wasn't that she or Yi Qian had refused to interact with him. He had become withdrawn, refusing to communicate with anyone. He had only recently emerged from his self-imposed isolation after regaining his talent. But he seemed to believe that they had abandoned him during his difficult times, that their renewed attention was simply flattery. He often treated them with indifference. He didn't understand that it was his own withdrawal that had caused the distance between them. No one had looked down on him. He had looked down on himself. She wanted him to be happy, but he had become fixated on his broken engagement, spiraling back into self-pity. His constant emotional turmoil was tiring. If Miss Bai hadn't broken off the engagement, Brother Yiyu wouldn't be like this, she said suddenly. Mu Zhi'an scoffed. If you were my fiancée and you despised me, would you marry me or break off the engagement? It was easy to judge others. But when faced with a similar situation, would they make the same correct choices? She fell silent, pondering his words. Finally, she spoke, her gaze fixed on her teacup. I apologize. I was being simplistic. Bairuashi's marriage had been arranged when she was a child. Now that she was older, she had chosen to break off the engagement. Was she wrong? Perhaps, but if she were in Bairuashi's shoes, she would have done the same. Every girl dreamed of a loving relationship. No one wanted to be forced into a marriage they didn't want, to spend their life with someone they didn't love. She understood now. One of the reasons she had disliked Mu Zhi'an was because of Bairuashi's broken engagement. But now, she realized that Bairuashi's actions were understandable. She looked up at him, her eyes sincere. I've learned a lot today, young Master Mu. I have some errands to run. I'll visit again another time. She had expected him to be a shallow and arrogant playboy, as the rumors suggested, but he was different. He had been kind, considerate, like a friendly older brother. He smiled. I'll escort you out. She was still wary of him, but her hostility had lessened. It was a good start. He watched her leave, then, after a moment of thought, retrieved a snow lotus from a nearby vase and followed her. He caught up to her at the manor's entrance, placing the flower in her hand. She looked up at him, surprised. He smiled. Don't worry about owing me a favor, Missy. The snow lotus symbolizes loyalty and purity. I simply thought it suited you. It wasn't a romantic gesture. It was a genuine compliment. No one disliked compliments. Her expression softened, and she nodded, accepting the flower. She descended the steps gracefully and entered her carriage. He watched as the carriage departed, then turned and headed back inside. She was intelligent and cautious. Flirtation or overt displays of affection would only make her more suspicious. But a subtle approach, like water seeping into stone, she wouldn't resist. Her hostility had lessened. And if she was this wary, what about Yi Qian? He had to be patient, taking things slowly. Besides, he wasn't interested in the younger girl. He simply wanted to uncover the forces behind Yi Lingxian. Her knowledge, her demeanor, her subtle warnings. She was more than just a Yi family disciple. Lost in thought, he walked past the lotus pond, then paused. He picked a snow lotus and headed towards Ruashi's room. The next morning, Mu Zhi'an finished his meditation and opened his eyes. A soft knock echoed from behind the door. Ruashi's here already? Come in, he called out. The door opened, and a young woman, dressed in the attire of a Mu family servant, entered the room. She had an elegant air about her, but he didn't recognize her. He studied her, his brow furrowing. If the Mu family had such a beautiful servant, he would have remembered her. When did you arrive at the manor? He asked, confused. I don't recall meeting you before, but you seem familiar. That sounds like a pickup line, a familiar voice said from behind him. He turned to see Wei Mingru standing at the door, her lips twitching slightly. She's the young mistress you rescued from the Qin manor. Don't you remember? Mu Zhi'an blinked, taking another look at the servant. She was quite beautiful, with a pleasant figure. He vaguely recalled rescuing a young mistress from the Chun Manor a few days ago. Miss Wei has been very kind to me. I wanted to thank you sooner, young Master Mu, but she said you were busy, the servant said, bowing respectfully. Her voice was soft and gentle. Thank you for saving me. Are you settling in all right? Mu Zhi'an asked with a smile. She nodded. It was a little difficult at first, but I'm getting used to it. She had been a pampered young mistress, accustomed to a life of luxury. Adjusting to life as a servant was a challenge. Life was unpredictable. One moment you could be a wealthy heir, and the next you could lose everything. As the black-robed man had said, the empire was rotting from within. The emperor was a weak and incompetent ruler, obsessed with women and pleasure. The officials were corrupt, lining their pockets while the people suffered. The Gongsun family weren't officials, but as a cultivation family, they had connections within the court. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to raid homes so frequently. However, Mu Zhi'an knew little about the intricacies of court politics. He didn't know why the Qin Manor had been raided. Perhaps the Chun family patriarch had been embezzling funds, or perhaps they had offended someone powerful. The latter seemed more likely. Simply embezzling funds wouldn't usually lead to a raid. They must have crossed someone influential, becoming the target of a political scheme. That was why the young mistress had almost met a tragic end. If you have any problems, speak to the steward, Mu Zhi'an said. Normally, the women of a raided household would be sent to pleasure houses, but for the Mu family, it was a simple matter to intervene. Even if the authorities knew, they would turn a blind eye. The young mistress thanked him again, and he smiled in response. Court politics were unpredictable. One moment, the Qin family was in disgrace, and the next, perhaps a powerful ally would emerge, restoring their fortunes. Although it was rare for a raided family to recover. But he was simply doing what he felt was right, satisfying a small part of his conscience. That was enough, wasn't it? He never claimed to be a good person, but he didn't want to be a bad one either. He watched as the young mistress left, then turned to Wei Mingru. What brings you here so early, Mingru? Are you here to help me get dressed? She rolled her eyes. The Bai family's young mistress is here. She's waiting for you in the back garden. Oh, I asked someone to invite her this morning. I didn't expect her to arrive so early. He yawned, stretching. Go ahead. I'll join you after I change. After Wei Mingru left, he got dressed and combed his hair, checking his reflection in the mirror. He was meeting a beautiful woman, after all. He had to maintain his appearance. He left his room and made his way to the back garden. The morning sun was warm, the leaves rustling softly in the gentle breeze. Ruashi sat beneath a pavilion, dressed in a simple white dress, her long black hair cascading down her back, a book in her hand. He didn't see Wei Mingru. She was either hiding in the shadows or hadn't arrived yet. He suppressed his aura, approaching silently. Ruashi seemed oblivious to his presence, her gaze fixed on her book. But as he neared, her voice, soft yet clear, echoed through the garden. Why are you concealing your aura, young Master Mu? Are you planning to do something untoward? He froze, staring at her in disbelief. Her senses were that sharp? They were both at Foundation establishment. She turned to face him, a playful smile on her lips. If this were yesterday, I wouldn't have noticed you. But when I woke up this morning, I discovered I had reached the 9th level of Foundation establishment. That aura, it's quite effective, he said, his voice tinged with envy. She nodded, unable to hide her delight. The aura is indeed powerful, but I believe my breakthrough was influenced by your visit yesterday. My visit, he echoed, confused. He had gone to the Bai Manor to investigate her mother and to spend some time with her. He hadn't done anything else. She blushed, her voice soft, a hint of shyness in her tone. You're an inborn celestial vessel. It took him a moment to understand her meaning. So, even a kiss could trigger the effects of his unique physique? He looked at her, his gaze lingering on her alluring curves. But he didn't see any ears or tails. Was she truly the child of a three-tailed fox and a human? He felt a pang of disappointment. She noticed his gaze, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of pink. Why are you staring at my Mai? She couldn't bring herself to say the word. He was acting strange today, staring at her head and her rear. Had their intimacy yesterday sparked a desire for something more? It's nothing. Don't worry, he said, recovering, forcing a smile. I was just wondering if you had fox ears and a tail. Fox ears and a tail? She blinked, recalling her mother's demonstration of her demonic form yesterday. Her eyes widened. You know, it's not surprising, is it? You were going to tell me yesterday, he replied with a chuckle. She fell silent. Honestly, I'm glad you told me, he said suddenly. Her willingness to confide in him meant she trusted him, and that trust was a precious gift. What are you going to do? She asked, looking up at him, her eyes searching his face. Will you tell Senior Sister-Lawn? He shook his head. She's busy with the entrance exams. Let's not burden her with this. She sighed inwardly, relieved. She had been anxious all morning, sensing that he might already know the truth. His words were a balm to her worried heart. He gently took her hand, his gaze fixed on her face. Ruashi, can I ask you something? She blushed, her eyes downcast, her long lashes fluttering nervously. What is it? Do you have fox ears and a tail? He asked seriously. She stared at him, her brow furrowed in confusion. Is that important? Very important, he insisted. Whether she was a fox girl, it was a matter of utmost importance. She shook her head. I don't know. She hesitated, then added softly, but sometimes my head feels itchy. I wonder if that's related to what you said. He had gone to the sparring arena yesterday, and she had seen him with Ruashi. That temptress was after the inner disciple spot. Knowledge was power. It wasn't surprising that she would investigate those close to Ruashi. The spy nodded, then asked tentatively, should we stop her? Mu Zhi'an chuckled, shaking his head. Let her investigate. I have nothing to hide. He paused, then added, I have a more important task for you. The spy looked at him expectantly. Go to the Gongsun Manor and demand compensation, Mu Zhi'an said. Tell them that the fight between Ruashi and Gongsun Chung caused me and Miss by emotional distress. We require compensation. I'll be recuperate at the Two Polarities sect for 3 months. That's all you need to say. The spy hesitated. What kind of compensation, young master? 3 market districts, Mu Zhi'an replied. The spy stared at him, stunned. Then he spoke cautiously. The Gongsun family, they won't agree to that. They only had 10 market districts, and the young master was demanding 3? They weren't fools. The emotional distress alone might not be worth 3 market districts, but 3 months of peace and quiet, that's a different story, Mu Zhi'an said, taking a sip of tea. And besides, the Gongsun family might refuse, but Gongsun Xiong won't. Gongsun Xiong was a capitalist, through and through. And what were capitalists? Selfish creatures. His family members were vying for his position. He didn't want to relinquish control, but he also didn't want to be disturbed during his recovery. He would have to pay a price. But I also need to visit the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, Mu Zhi'an continued. If it was just the Mu and Bai families, Gongsun Xiong might hesitate. He would probably try to form an alliance with the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. Even if they couldn't defeat the Mu family, they could at least protect themselves. But if the Mu family joined forces with the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, the situation would change drastically. Master Huang isn't meeting with anyone right now, the spy said. Huang Manting's father was a cautious man. He would avoid any unnecessary risks. Even if Mu Zhi'an visited him personally, he would probably refuse to see him. Mu Zhi'an swirled his tea, a thoughtful expression on his face. What about Miss Huang? She wants to investigate me, doesn't she? Let her. I'll let her ask me anything to my face. He was certain that news of his visit to the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce would reach Gongsun Xiong. And in his current state, Gongsun Xiong was like a frightened bird. He would overthink everything. Go to the Gongsun Manor in 2 hours and demand those market districts. Just tell him what I said. He'll agree. He's a reasonable man. What if he's not? The spy asked. Mu Zhi'an set down his cup, smiling. If he wants to be reasonable, let him. If he doesn't, help him be reasonable. After the spy left, Bairuashi returned to the room. He was sitting on the bed, lost in thought. She closed the door and sat down beside him. What's wrong? He inhaled her fragrance, returning to the present. Nothing much. Just thinking about how to approach the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. Why are you going there? She asked, confused. She added quickly, you don't have to tell me if it's a secret. She was simply concerned. If he didn't want to share, she wouldn't pry. He shook his head. It's not a secret. I'm going to meet with Miss Huang. He wrapped an arm around her waist, his movements so natural that she barely reacted. Are you going to see your father? She asked after a moment. He shook his head. Miss Huang. He felt her stiffen slightly, then relax. She glanced at him, her voice soft. Why are you meeting with her? No reason, he replied with a smile. But I have to go. He had to visit the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce to put on a show for the Gongsun family. I see. She lowered her eyes, her cheeks puffing out slightly. She gently removed his hand from her waist. If you have things to attend to, you should go. I'm going to meditate. He looked at her. She was frowning, her lips pursed, clearly displeased. He pulled her close, his voice gentle. Don't you trust my feelings for you, Ruashi? His words, his warmth, her eyes sparkled, and she looked up at him, speechless. He gazed at her, his heart pounding. She was so alluring when she was shy. He couldn't take his eyes off her. He leaned down, kissing her softly. Do you trust me now? He whispered. She blinked, her gaze darting around like a trapped deer. She turned her head away, her voice barely a whisper. I never said I didn't. She quickly lowered her head, hiding her blushing face. It seemed a 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator was indeed no match for a 3rd-level cultivator, at least not when it came to Mu Zhi'an. She fidgeted slightly, feeling awkward, then looked up at him, about to speak, but their eyes met. She was captivated by his gaze, her lips parting slightly, her heart filled with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. She closed her eyes, as if waiting for something. He understood her unspoken plea and kissed her again, deepening the kiss. Finally, she pushed him away, burying her face in his chest. All right, go. Attend to your business. I need to meditate. He looked at her, his voice serious. There's no need. A cultivator knows no laziness, even during the day. She rolled her eyes, then asked after a moment, Won't this waste your time? For some reason, His intense gaze made her feel flustered. She clutched her skirt nervously. He smiled, his expression solemn. To help you reach core formation, no effort is wasted. It's all worth it, Ruashi. Half an hour later, he was sitting in front of a mirror, combing his hair. He glanced at her. She was lying in bed, seemingly asleep, her face hidden beneath the blankets. "I'm leaving," he said. She didn't answer, remaining motionless. After a moment, a muffled came from beneath the blankets. He left the room, feeling refreshed and invigorated, and ordered a carriage to take him to the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. Huang Manting, the daughter of the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce's Master Huang, was an 8th-level foundation establishment cultivator. Born with a silver spoon in her mouth, she had never been scolded or reprimanded. She displayed extraordinary talent from a young age, reaching the peak of qi condensation at 13 and foundation establishment at 14. She was intelligent and gifted, and despite her parents' busy schedules, she hadn't developed the spoiled and arrogant personality common among wealthy young mistresses. However, her flaws were far more insidious. Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. A luxurious mansion stood proudly in the heart of Tianjin City's most prosperous district. The exquisitely decorated main hall exuded an aura of wealth and power. Huang Manting, known as the Temptress, sat gracefully, her legs crossed, her chin resting on her hand, her delicate feet swinging gently. Beside her, the spy who had been tasked with investigating Mu Zhi'an stood respectfully, reporting his findings. "Miss, this is what we've gathered on Mu Zhi'an." She narrowed her eyes, her voice soft. A few years ago, he was a wastrel, obsessed with women and pleasure. He had nothing to offer but his looks. Then, he became infatuated with the Bai family's young mistress and tried to change his ways, pursuing her relentlessly, only to be rejected repeatedly. Then, the Bai family faced misfortune, targeted by my father and the Gongsun family head. Bairuashi had no choice but to seek the Mu family's assistance. So far, so good. But now, the Bai family head has returned, and the entrance exams are approaching. There's no reason for Bairuashi to be so devoted to him. With her strength, joining the two polarities sect would be a simple matter. She might even secure an inner disciple spot. Why would she be so committed to Mu Zhi'an? Unless she was truly in love with him. But she had despised him for so long. He hadn't even been a backup option. Why had her attitude changed so drastically in just a few days? Could she be under duress? A servant asked. Huang Manting tapped her foot, her voice calm. Impossible. Unless the Bai family was facing annihilation, she wouldn't submit so easily. And besides, she didn't seem unwilling yesterday. Perhaps she simply fell in love with him, the servant suggested. Huang Manting's shoe slipped from her foot. She twirled a strand of hair around her finger, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. If that's the case, it's quite intriguing. How had Mu Zhi'an captured her heart in just a few days? And how would she react if she discovered that the man she loved was becoming someone else's pawn? She tapped her finger against the armrest, and the servant, understanding her meaning, knelt down and slipped her shoe back on. A servant hurried into the hall, his expression hesitant. "Miss, young Master Mu is here to see you." He remembered Master Huang's instructions before leaving for the auction house. If Mu Zhi'an came calling, tell him that he was out on business. He clearly wanted to avoid getting involved in the conflict between the Mu, Gongsun, and Bai families. He was a businessman. Profit was his only concern. Huang Manting raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you tell him my father isn't here?" "I did, but he said he was here to see you, Mrs. Sippy." "Oh." She was intrigued. As the largest trading house in Tianjin City, the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce had dealings with many families, including the Mu family. However, Mu Zhi'an had rarely spoken to her. While she was considered a beauty, her personality wasn't to his liking. His sudden visit piqued her curiosity. "Bring him in," she said. Mu Zhi'an rode the carriage to the Tide Sea Inn, purchased their famous osmanthus cake, and soon arrived at Lon Mullion's Inn. After stepping out of the carriage, he entered the inn and knocked on her door. "Come in," a clear and cool voice responded from within. It was a voice as crisp and refreshing as ice cubes falling into a glass of water, possessing a charm that could calm even the most restless heart. Mu Zhi'an pushed the door open and saw his senior sister, who, despite being in Tianqian City for several days, still preferred to stay inside. Lan Mulian seemed to have just finished meditating. She slowly opened her eyes, her moon-white robe contrasting beautifully with her snow-white skin, giving her an ethereal, translucent beauty in the dim light. Her clear and sharp eyes were enough to make anyone feel a sense of inferiority. However, this didn't affect Mu Zhi'an, nor did it inspire any respect in him. Even if Lan Mulian was a core formation cultivator with a noble status, it wouldn't change the fact that he was an LSP. Placing the box he was carrying on the table, he turned to her with a smile. I mentioned in my letter yesterday that I wanted to treat you to the osmanthus cake from the Tide Sea Inn, so I brought some over today. By the way, senior sister, did you read my letter? No, Lan Mulian replied nonchalantly. Mu Zhi'an glanced at the open paper crane on the table, pretending not to notice, then smiled. This osmanthus cake is really delicious. You should try some. Lan Mulian nodded slightly. Just leave it there. It seems I won't be able to see her face beneath the veil today. Mu Zhi'an felt a twinge of disappointment. When he came to the Rising Phoenix Inn, he had envisioned Lan Mulian lifting her veil to enjoy the cake, giving him a glimpse of her beauty. Unfortunately, she seemed unwilling to reveal her true appearance to others. Oh, and the snow lotus seems to have wilted. Let me replace it for you. Noticing the withered snow lotus in the vase, he pulled out a fresh one as if by magic, placing it in the vase. It's a shame we don't have any luminous soil. Otherwise, it could last for several months. Mu Zhi'an sighed regretfully. Lan Mulian looked at the snow lotus in the vase, a hint of confusion in her eyes. You sent the last one. Why did he make it sound like he had sent the previous snow lotus as well? If she remembered correctly, wasn't it just a decoration the innkeeper had placed there a few days ago? How did it become his gift? Mu Zhi'an turned to his senior sister, who sat with impeccable posture, and smiled. We only cultivate a small patch of snow lotuses at the Mu Manor. In Tianqian City, I'd say only the Mu family possesses them. The one I sent you via paper crane previously was indeed from my family. He paused as if recalling something, then continued. Oh, I did hear that the owner of the Rising Phoenix is trying to cultivate some snow lotuses, but they're not as good as those from the Mu Manor, at least in terms of fragrance. Lan Mulian's eyes flickered. She stood up and walked towards the table, looking at the pristine snow lotus in the vase. She bent down and inhaled its delicate scent. A refreshing fragrance with a hint of mint wafted into her nostrils, invigorating her senses. It was different from the one the inn had used. This snow lotus was of superior quality and fragrance. So the question was, Mu Zhi'an claimed to have sent a snow lotus via paper crane. Where was that snow lotus now? Lan Mulian's eyes narrowed as a thought struck her. She hadn't changed the destination of the paper crane last time. In other words, it had flown to the back mountains of the Two Polarities sect. Did the snow lotus end up in Master's hands? What would Master do if she received a snow lotus? For some reason, a faint smile appeared on the beautiful face hidden beneath the veil. Mu Zhi'an couldn't help but steal another glance at Lan Mulian. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her eyes were smiling, and her breathtaking beauty was faintly visible beneath the veil, giving her an aura of aloofness and mystery. At that moment, Mu Zhi'an felt an urge to lift the veil and see her face. However, considering that it would likely damage their relationship, he restrained himself. His gaze then fell upon a thin booklet on the table. It was open, displaying several names. The names were familiar: by Ruoshi, Gongsun Cheng, Huang Manting, Yi Yu, even Yi Lingxian. Beside each name was a brief description of their background and accomplishments. While not overly detailed, the information was accurate. 3 names were circled: by Ruoshi, Huang Manting, and Yi Lingxian. Were these the candidates senior sister was considering for the entrance exams? Mu Zhi'an wondered. By Ruoshi was a given. Her strength had skyrocketed after merging with the bronze fragment, and with the heavenly Tao aura's amplification, she was currently invincible among her peers. Huang Manting had always been considered the second strongest after Gong Sun Chung, a formidable talent in her own right. Yi Lingxian, her inclusion was surprising. Aside from her beauty, he hadn't noticed anything remarkable about her. She seemed like a spoiled young mistress. She was probably more than just a Yi family disciple. And Yi Yu's name wasn't circled. Did the chosen one status not work on Lan Mulian? After glancing at the other names, Mu Zhi'an noticed his own at the bottom of the page. It included a brief summary of his past, followed by a single sentence. Smooth talker, a lecherous young man, be cautious. Mu Zhi'an raised an eyebrow, displeased. He looked up at Lan Mulian, his voice calm. Senior sister, where did you get this booklet? Such detailed information, it's not something you could gather in just a few days. She glanced at him, her voice indifferent. I have my methods. She wasn't going to elaborate. He changed the subject, his curiosity piqued. Those circled names, are those the candidates you're considering? Yi Lingxian just reached foundation establishment. Is she truly that talented? Lan Mulian looked at him, a hint of displeasure in her usually calm eyes. Don't offend her. Do you know her? He asked. She shook her head. No, but the elder specifically instructed me to include her in the group of disciples joining the sect. He looked at the information about Yi Lingxian in the booklet. It seemed ordinary. She had grown up in the Yi family and reached foundation establishment before turning 15. There was nothing remarkable about her background. He frowned. Whoever wrote this, they're hiding something. Don't trust everything you read. Lan Mulian's expression turned colder. He continued, his voice defensive. I'm not as bad as they make me sound. Obsessed with women in his youth, learning to control his desires as he matured, but still a lecher at heart. What nonsense was this? It was slander. She glanced at him, her voice cold. If you have nothing else to say, you can leave. Why is she angry? He tried to salvage the situation. Senior sister, let me show you around Tianxian City in a few days. We agreed to explore the city together, but you've been cooped up in this inn. It's not healthy. She shook her head. I can't leave so easily. It would cause unnecessary commotion. The cultivators in Tianxian City knew she was here. It hadn't been a problem at the sparring arena, where the crowd was small, but if they went to a more populated area, people would stare, whisper. She disliked attracting attention. He sighed, seeing her displeasure. All right, I understand. Perhaps another time. He left the room and was about to enter his carriage when he noticed a tall and alluring woman in a red cheongsam. Her figure wasn't slender and delicate like a young girl's. It was voluptuous like a ripe peach, drawing his gaze irresistibly. Strange, why is Fei visiting the rising phoenix in so often these days? He watched as she entered the inn, a puzzled expression on his face. He shook his head, dismissing those thoughts, and climbed into the carriage, leaning back against the cushions, enjoying the warmth of the afternoon sun streaming through the curtains. Everything was in place. All he had to do now was wait for the entrance exams and use his connections to join the Two Polarities sect. Everything else, it was just pre-exam entertainment. As the carriage passed by the Tide Sea Inn, he opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon a young woman standing by the entrance. She was as beautiful and innocent as a first love, her figure slender and graceful, her waist cinched by a thin ribbon, her long hair swaying gently in the breeze. It was Yi Qian. Stop here, he instructed the coachman, then stepped out of the carriage. She seemed to be lost in thought. Then she felt a shadow fall over her and looked up, her eyes widening in surprise. Young Master Mu, what are you doing here? I was taking a stroll and happened to see you. Perhaps it's fate, he replied, smiling. He glanced at the bustling crowd inside the inn. What are you doing here on such a hot day, Miss Yi? Are you dining alone? She looked at him, then nodded hesitantly. I told Sister Lingxian that the osmanthus cake here is delicious, but she didn't believe me. I want to bring her some, but... She sighed, looking at the crowd inside. The Tide Sea Inn was always busy, and their osmanthus cake, it was usually sold out unless you pre-ordered. She hadn't known that. The Yi family servants had always handled such errands. This was her first time coming here herself. He smiled. Wait here for me. He entered the inn, leaving her standing there, confused. Moments later, he emerged, carrying a box of osmanthus cake. He offered it to her. She blinked, staring at him. How did you? She had just asked the innkeeper, and he had told her it was sold out. But Mu Zhi'an had acquired a box in less than 15 minutes? He smiled mysteriously. I have my ways. He had been able to buy the cake simply because he was Mu Zhi'an, the young master of the Mu family. Even if it was sold out, the inn would find a way to accommodate him. Others weren't so fortunate. She hesitated, then politely declined. I'm sorry, but I can't accept this. It's just a small gift, Missy. I simply wanted to treat you and Miss Lingxian. Don't worry about it, he said, smiling warmly. Seeing her continued hesitation, he asked, Did someone say something to you? The foundation establishment pill he'd given her yesterday should have eased her apprehension. Her reluctance today, something must have happened. She hesitated, then spoke softly. Sister Lingxian and brother Yi told me to stay away from you. Even Yi Lingxian. He sighed. Miss Yi, do I look like a bad person? She looked up at him, studying his handsome face, his kind and gentle smile. No, then that's all that matters. I might have some issues with your brother, but that has nothing to do with you, he said, smiling. Her frown softened, and she nodded, clutching the box of cake. She smiled shyly, her youthful beauty radiant in the sunlight. Mature and alluring women were great, but these delicate, easily flustered girls, they had their own charm, he thought to himself. Come visit me at the manor sometime. I'll treat you to our homemade osmanthus cake, he offered. She looked up at him, her eyes wide and innocent, a hint of shyness in their depths. She nodded, her guard lowering. It's a hot day. Let my coachman escort you back, he said. She gasped, staring at him. No, that wouldn't be right. You would have to walk back. I don't mind. It'll be a good stroll, he replied with a smile. She blushed, hiding her delight, her voice sweet and melodious. Thank you. She enjoyed being pampered. Yi Manor. Yi slowly opened his eyes, feeling the impure spiritual energy coursing through his body, his vessel taking shape. He had reached the bottleneck of peak qi condensation. Once he refined the foundation establishment pill today, he would break through within 2 days. He was satisfied with his progress. Losing the heavenly Tao aura, it seemed to have enhanced his talent. The path was arduous, but as long as he became stronger, it was worth it. He would defeat Mu Zhi'an at the entrance exams, settling the score once and for all, then embark on his own adventures. His mood brightened, and as he left his room, even the familiar scenery seemed more vibrant, more beautiful. Several disciples were sparring in the courtyard. He scanned the area, his gaze landing on a young woman sitting beneath a pavilion, her legs crossed, seemingly resting. Yi Lingxian. She was almost as beautiful as by Ruoshi. He hadn't spoken to her in a while since losing his talent. He was about to approach her when he noticed the snow lotus in her hand. He froze, his gaze fixed on the flower. In Tianxin City, only the Mu Manor cultivated snow lotuses. The Rising Phoenix had some, but they were inferior. He had heard that she went to the Mu Manor yesterday. That snow lotus, it must have come from there. His eyes narrowed, a cold anger rising within him. He turned and left the courtyard. As he reached the entrance, he saw a carriage parked outside. A Mu family carriage? He stared at the carriage, then at the young woman who stepped out, her beauty as pure and innocent as a spring blossom. Yi Qian looked up at him, holding a box of osmanthus cake, a hesitant smile on her lips. Brother Yi, would you like some cake? No, he replied coldly, his gaze fixed on the carriage. Did you go to the Mu Manor? His tone was accusatory, not concerned. She sensed his displeasure and shook her head quickly. I went to the Tide Sea Inn to buy some cake and happened to run into Brother Mu. He had his coachman escort me back. Stay away from him. He's not a good person, he said, his voice flat. Her heart sank, her earlier joy evaporating. Oh, she lowered her head and walked inside, clutching the box of cake. His coldness, it stung. She had been so happy, but his words, they had ruined her mood. She walked through the courtyard, her deerskin boots tapping softly against the stone path, until she saw Yi Lingxian sitting gracefully beneath the pavilion, her beauty as captivating as ever. She hurried towards her friend, calling out, "Sister Lingxian." She had to tell her everything. Chapter 61. Listen to your sister, you can't handle this. Afternoon, at the Gongsun Manor. Gongsun Chung stood in his father's room, his expression grim. Moments ago, his injured father had summoned him and reprimanded him for threatening Mu Zhi'an at the sparring arena. Initially, he had been indignant. He hadn't even attacked Mu Zhi'an. Why was he being scolded so harshly for a minor incident? But then, he received news that 3 of the Gongsun family's market districts were being transferred to the Mu family. And the reason? Mu Zhi'an had suffered emotional distress and required compensation. "Father, you can't possibly believe that nonsense about emotional distress," he exclaimed, his anger boiling over. "Are you truly that gullible?" Gongsun Xiong glared at his incompetent son. "Do you think I'm senile? Giving away 3 market districts because of a little emotional distress." He knew it had nothing to do with his son. Even without that incident, Mu Zhi'an would have found another excuse to attack them. Then why? Gongsun Chung began, but trailed off. Gongsun Xiong sighed heavily. Mu Zhi'an visited the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce this morning. That was the reason he had agreed to surrender the market districts. But our spies reported that Master Huang wasn't there. Mu Zhi'an was probably bluffing. Gongsun Chung protested. "It doesn't matter whether he's close to Master Huang. What matters is that Miss Huang met with him," Gongsun Xiong said coldly. "You know what she's like." Gongsun Chung fell silent. He knew Huang Manting's reputation. She wasn't called the Temptress simply because she was rebellious. She had a sadistic streak, and she despised men like Mu Zhi'an, who were obsessed with women and pleasure. Whether it was Master Huang or Miss Huang who met with him, it was a dangerous sign. Mu Zhi'an was close to Bai Ruoxi, and now he seemed to be involved with Miss Huang. Whether he was bluffing or not, the Gongsun family couldn't risk a confrontation in their current weakened state. 3 market districts, it was a small price to pay. Neither the fools in his family who coveted his position, nor that idiot Mu Zhi'an, they didn't understand the true value of the meridian connecting pill. Once he reached nascent soul, he could conquer neighboring cities with ease. The Mu family would be nothing to him. Nascent soul cultivators were called earthly immortals for a reason. But he had to be patient to wait until he recovered. Once he was healed, he would consume the pill, and the Gongsun family would rise again. That evening, at the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, Huang Manting leaned back in her chair, her delicate fingers tracing the rim of her teacup, a seductive smile on her lips. It seems Bai Ruoxi has terrible taste in men. Recalling Mu Zhi'an's awkwardness, his blushing like a virgin being teased, it filled her with a perverse delight. She imagined Bai Ruoxi walking into this very hall and seeing Mu Zhi'an kneeling at her feet, licking her toes. What would her reaction be? Invincible among her peers, yet her chosen lover was nothing but a dog, begging for scraps, a slave beneath her feet. "Miss," a servant called out from the entrance. She raised an eyebrow. "Speak." There's been some activity at the Gongsun family's territory. 3 of their market districts, they're being transferred to the Mu family. She paused, her perfect toes curling slightly as she retrieved her shoe, her smile unwavering. Gongsun Xiong is injured. He wouldn't relinquish control so easily. Even so, they wouldn't surrender 3 market districts to the Mu family. "Are you certain?" The servant hesitated, then nodded. "That's strange. Even if the Mu and Bai families joined forces, the Gongsun family could simply seek an alliance with my father. Why would they?" Her smile vanished. Countless thoughts raced through her mind, replays of her conversation with Mu Zhi'an, his blushing, his awkwardness, the admiration in his eyes. She exhaled slowly, her face pale, a horrifying realization dawning on her. I've been played. His claim that he was there to satisfy her curiosity, it was a lie. His true purpose was to create the illusion of a close relationship with the morning glory chamber of commerce. He wasn't interested in her. He was after those market districts. I'm worth less than 3 market districts? She felt humiliated, remembering his gentleness towards Bairuashi, his awkwardness around her. He must have been laughing at her all along. Mu Zhi'an. Her eyes narrowed, and a crack appeared in her teacup, tea dripping down her leg. The servant beside her leaned forward, and she glared at her. Just clean it up. The servant, hiding her disappointment, retrieved a handkerchief and wiped the tea from her mistress's foot. Huang Manting tapped her finger against the armrest, a sign that those who knew her well recognized as a sign of her simmering rage. Is there anything else, miss? The servant at the entrance asked cautiously. I'll write a letter. Deliver it to the Mu Manor and tell Mu Zhi'an that he must attend our auction in 2 days. I'll be waiting for him in my private room, she said, her voice cold, her eyes dark. She had underestimated him. She had dismissed him as a shallow playboy, but he was more cunning than she had anticipated. She might have lost this round, but next time? Mu Zhi'an strolled leisurely back to the Mu Manor. As he entered the courtyard, he saw Bairuashi dressed in a beautiful white dress that accentuated her alluring figure, chatting with Wei Mengru. She seemed to sense his presence and looked up, a smile gracing her lips. It was strange seeing Mengru chatting with someone. He smiled back at Bairuashi and approached them. What are you two discussing so happily? He asked. We were talking about the snow lotus you gave me, Bairuashi replied, her smile soft and sweet. She paused, then added, Young Master Mu, the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce is hosting an auction in 2 days. Would you like to go with me? He blinked, confused. Why would you want to go to an auction? I heard from Miss Mengru that they're auctioning a batch of luminous soil. I want to acquire some to preserve the snow lotus you gave me, but I already promised someone else. He tried to think of a way to refuse politely. Seeing his silence, she frowned slightly, her expression unreadable. Is there a problem, young Master Mu? She asked. Do you have other plans? He felt a strange intensity in her gaze. Why do I feel like I don't truly understand her? He stared at her, a flicker of unease in his heart. A servant entered the courtyard. What is it? Mu Zhi'an asked. Young Master, a servant from the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, delivered a letter from Miss Huang. He handed the letter to Mu Zhi'an, both women watching him intently. A letter from Miss Huang. Mu Zhi'an frowned, looking at the servant standing before him. This guy's got no tact. Does he not realize the situation? Handing me another woman's letter so openly? Oh, and Miss Huang's servant asked me to relay a message. The clueless servant continued. She said to tell you to be sure not to miss the auction in 2 days. She'll be waiting for you in her private room. Those were her exact words. A strange silence fell over the courtyard. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating ripples on the surface of the pond, the snow lotuses swaying gracefully, their beauty seeming to mock him. Are you sure you're not a Gongsun family assassin sent to ruin me? You're not helping. Mu Zhi'an sighed. I understand. You're dismissed. After the servant left, he turned to the 2 women. Bairuashi's eyes were downcast, her voice soft, a hint of sadness in her tone. It seems you enjoyed your conversation with Miss Huang. It was as if she were saying, you seem to have a good relationship with your mistress. He sighed. I went to the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce to secure those 3 market districts from the Gongsun family. The conversation with Huang Manting, it was just to pass the time. I couldn't just sit there in silence, could I? She stared at him, her expression unreadable. And the auction in 2 days, you're going with her? You chatted with her to acquire the market districts? What's the excuse for the auction? He reached for her hand, but she pulled away. She was clearly displeased. He looked at Wei Mengru, hoping for support. She didn't even bother speaking, simply giving him a look of utter disdain, as if he were a bug beneath her shoe, then vanished silently. Her disdain, it's strangely exciting, he thought to himself, watching her go. Thankfully, she wasn't the jealous type. She might be quiet and reserved, but she was understanding and mature. She was leaving to give him and Bairuashi some privacy. Dealing with Bairuashi alone would be easier. Despite her cold exterior, she was soft-hearted. He could tell from her ample bosom. All he needed was a reasonable explanation, and she would calm down. He retrieved the letter from Huang Manting and offered it to her. She tilted her head, confused. "What's this?" He sighed. "Ruashi, I know you've been feeling insecure lately, with everything that's happened to your family. I've been neglecting your feelings. If you don't trust me, let's open this letter together and see what she wrote." She looked up at him, surprised. "You're letting me read it?" He took her hand, his voice sincere. "Anything to ease your worries." This time, she didn't resist, her gaze downcast, a blush creeping up her cheeks. He opened the letter, and they both read its contents. "Young Master Mu, to be honest, before writing this letter, I wanted to visit you at the Mu Manor. However, I've calmed down somewhat. I have to admit, I underestimated you. Miss Bai's taste in men isn't as bad as I thought. You might only be at the third level of Foundation establishment, but you're quite clever. Visiting the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce to intimidate the Gongsun family. Acquiring 3 market districts. You've played your cards well. But rest assured, I'm not angry. In fact, I admire your resourcefulness. You're the first person to outsmart me. I'll be waiting for you in my private room at the Morning Glory auction house the day after tomorrow. I hope you'll honor me with your presence." Huang Manting, even a casual observer, could sense the simmering rage beneath her polite words. Imagine being a cunning and ambitious woman, used to getting her way, only to be outsmarted by a seemingly foolish playboy. It was enough to make your blood boil. If Mu Zhi'an wrote back, it would be a truly devastating blow. Bairuashi looked at him, her voice soft. "You trick her." Her eyes, which had been filled with a hint of darkness, now sparkled with amusement. He chuckled, shaking his head. "I simply chatted with her. I never lied to her." It was true. He had simply gone to the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, chatted with Miss Huang, and satisfied her curiosity. Nothing more. "That's true, but I feel a little sorry for her," Bairuashi said, sighing. "Huang Manting, she's so arrogant. To realize she's been played, she'll probably lose sleep over it." He looked at her, smiling. "If you feel sorry for her, why are you smiling?" She frowned. "I'm not smiling." She bit her lip, her expression serious, as if trying to maintain her aloof facade. But she couldn't help but smile, imagining Huang Manting's frustration. He was also in a good mood. He wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close. She blushed, but didn't resist. Her current behavior was a stark contrast to her past coldness towards him. The crisis had been averted. "Are you going to meet with her the day after tomorrow?" she asked suddenly. He nodded, smiling. "If I'm free, why not? I'm curious to see what tricks she has up her sleeve." She frowned. "I also want to go to the auction." Luminous oil wasn't particularly rare, but it was difficult to find near Tianjin City. To preserve the snow lotus, she needed to acquire some. Her unspoken message was clear. She wanted him to accompany her. He pondered for a moment, then smiled. "All right, I'll go with you." As for Huang Manting, it didn't matter. He would simply meet with her briefly, then leave. Choosing between her and Bairuashi wasn't a difficult decision. Bairuashi was far superior in certain areas, and he had no interest in Huang Manting. She leaned against him, her heart pounding, her gaze meeting his for a fleeting moment, a soft smile on her lips. Rising Phoenix Inn, Fei Ying sat on the bed, watching her sister write a letter. It was mid-autumn, and Lan Muyan wore a beautiful moon-white robe that accentuated her slender figure, her waist cinched by a thin ribbon. Despite her beauty, most people felt intimidated in her presence, their gazes downcast. "Are you writing to the Mu family's young master?" Fei Ying asked suddenly. Lan Muyan paused, then nodded. "He sent me a letter. It's only polite to reply." "Oh." Fei Ying's tone was laced with amusement. With her sister's status and reputation, she was certain she had received countless letters from admirers. She had never seen her reply to any of them, but she wouldn't point it out. She glanced at the box of osmanthus cake on the table, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Did he give you that as well?" "Yes. Try some if you like. He said it's a famous pastry from Tianjin City." Lan Muyan replied, her voice calm. "It is quite famous. I enjoy their osmanthus cake. I occasionally visit the Tide Sea Inn to indulge myself." She glanced at the snow lotus in the vase. "Did he give you that as well?" My, it seems he's truly smitten with you. But sister, you're 23 this year, several years older than him, aren't you? If I remember correctly, the Mu family's young master is only. She paused, her lips curving into a playful smile as she noticed her sister's gaze upon her. But age doesn't matter for cultivators, does it? As long as you love each other. Lan Mulian glared at her flirtatious sister. We're not like that. She ignored her sister and continued writing. Fei Ying chuckled, leaning back in her chair, pouring herself a cup of tea and taking a piece of osmanthus cake. She glanced at the snow lotus, then said, "By the way, we recently acquired a batch of luminous soil at the auction house. You're welcome to browse our selection if you're interested." Luminous soil wasn't particularly rare. She knew her sister could easily acquire some, but she was currently in Tianxian City. By the time she returned to the sect, the snow lotus would have wilted. Unfortunately, I'll be hosting the auction, so I won't be able to accompany you. If you need someone to guide you, perhaps you could invite him? She smiled, her eyes twinkling mischievously. I can arrange a private room for you, so you won't have to worry about being stared at. Lan Mulian's eyes flickered, a ripple of interest disturbing her usually calm demeanor. Her sister's suggestion was tempting. If she were at the sect, she could easily preserve the snow lotus. But here in Tianxian City, luminous soil was her only option, and she had come down the mountain early, only to spend her days cooped up in an inn. It was a waste. She looked at the letter she had been writing, then opened it again, adding an invitation for Mu Zhi'an. Yi Manor. Beneath the soft moonlight, Yi Qian, her youthful face pressed against Yi Lingshuan's shoulder, clung to her arm. "Sister, let's go to the Tide Sea next time. Their osmanthus cake is really delicious," she said suddenly. Yi Lingxian glanced at her, a knowing smile on her lips. "Is it the cake that's delicious? Or is it because the Mu family's young master gave it to you? What are you talking about, sister?" Yi Qian protested, nudging her playfully. Yi Lingxian chuckled, seeing the blush on her cheeks. She was so innocent, easily swayed by a foundation establishment pill and some pastries. If she wasn't here, Mu Zhi'an would probably steal her heart, and everything else in a few days. "By the way, sister, there's an auction in a few days. Should we go?" Yi Qian asked suddenly. "I heard they're auctioning luminous soil, which can preserve flowers for a long time. It would be a shame for that beautiful snow lotus to wilt." Yi Lingxian pondered for a moment, then nodded. She had been planning to invite her friend, but Yi Qian had beat her to it. "But sister, do you know how auctions work?" Yi Qian asked. She didn't recall Yi Lingxian ever attending an auction. Whenever she wanted something, a mysterious benefactor always provided it. She never lacked anything, so there was no need for auctions. Yi Lingxian shook her head. "No, I don't." She paused, then said, "Perhaps we could ask Brother Yi to take us?" Yi Qian frowned slightly. "Whatever you think is best, sister." She didn't seem happy with that suggestion. Yi Lingxian, noticing her reaction, quickly changed her approach. "The Mu family's young master has plenty of free time. Perhaps I should send him an invitation." Yi Qian's eyes lit up. Wouldn't that be troubling him? Yi Lingxian stared at her, speechless. She still believed Mu Zhi'an had ulterior motives, but seeing Yi Qian's reaction, she couldn't criticize him. "I'll have a servant deliver a letter to him," she said with a sigh. He was a clever man. After her warning earlier, he would know to behave himself. And the snow lotus, it was a rare treasure in Tianxian City. It was worth preserving. That night, Mu Zhi'an finished his meditation, having contributed to Bai Ruoshi's cultivation progress. He sat in the courtyard, bathed in the moonlight, his hands behind his head, a troubled expression on his face as he read a letter he had just received. He heard footsteps approaching and turned to see the servant who had delivered the letter earlier. "What is it now?" he asked, frowning. The servant hesitated, then presented another letter. "A servant from the Yi Manor delivered this, young master. It's from Miss Yi Lingxian." He accepted the letter, dismissed the servant, and opened it. He read its contents, then silently opened another letter he had received earlier. He spread out all three letters. The first was an invitation from Huang Manting. The second was a letter from Lan Mulian, inviting him to the auction at the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. The third was from Yi Lingxian, also inviting him to the auction. He stared at the invitations, recalling Bairuashi's request earlier, and a cold dread washed over him. Oh no, did I mess up? This is going to be tricky. Mu Zhi'an leaned against a pillar in the moonlit courtyard, staring at the 3 letters in his hand, lost in thought. Firstly, he couldn't refuse Bairuashi's invitation. While she was forgiving, repeatedly testing her patience would be foolish. As for Yi Lingxian, judging by her earlier wariness, this letter was either written by Yi Qian or on her behalf. Yi Qian was the epitome of a naive and innocent freshman, easily swayed by a charming senior. Yi Lingxian, on the other hand, was more experienced, accustomed to flattery and sweet words. A single snow lotus and a few compliments wouldn't win her over. Her opinion of him might have improved slightly, but that was all. However, this invitation was a valuable opportunity. While he wasn't interested in women with smaller assets, he was curious about the forces behind her. Once she joined the Two Polarities sect, her beauty would attract countless admirers. Could he refuse Lan Mulian's invitation? She had been hiding in her nest like an ostrich, and now she finally wanted to venture out. If he refused, he might never get another chance to spend time with her outside the inn. This is a problem, he sighed, looking at the snow lotuses swaying gently in the breeze. He had given them to those women for a reason. Bairuashi was gentle and unassuming. She wouldn't brag about receiving a gift. Lan Mulian was also aloof, but she was more reserved, more dignified. She wouldn't mention the snow lotus, even if she appreciated it. And besides, their relationship was still platonic, despite a hint of flirtation. It wasn't romantic yet. As for Yi Lingxian, she was still wary of him. She wouldn't mention the snow lotus at all. However, now they all wanted to attend the auction to acquire luminous soil and preserve their flowers. It was a disaster. He couldn't refuse any of them. They were all valuable assets. If he rejected them, they might swim out of his pond. But accepting all 4 invitations, it was too much. Even a master of time management couldn't handle this. He sighed again, looking at the snow lotuses gleaming in the moonlight. Min grew. Why did we even start cultivating these snow lotuses? Wei Min grew, her figure tall and alluring, materialized from the shadows beside him. She glanced at him, her voice laced with a hint of amusement. Didn't you give them all away? That's why we're in this mess. He looked at her, noticing the disdain in her eyes. Instead of feeling annoyed, he smiled. He imagined her, dressed in a maid outfit, forced to obey his commands, her eyes filled with resentment and disdain. The thought, it was thrilling. Are you thinking about joining the snow lotuses in the pond? She asked coldly. Did she sense his fantasies? He blinked, then realized. Since her traumatic experience, her core formation abilities had become more sensitive to negative emotions directed at her. But he didn't harbor any ill will towards her. He was simply imagining her reaction to his teasing. It wasn't realistic yet, but perhaps in the future. Men grew about these snow lotuses, he began. They symbolize loyalty and purity, just like me? She asked, her voice flat, her gaze fixed on him. He chuckled, shaking his head. I was wondering, how long do they last after being picked? The Mu family hadn't cultivated snow lotuses for very long, and he hadn't paid much attention to them in the past. He didn't know how long they could survive. She pondered for a moment. 5 to 10 days. He frowned. Are there any exceptions? She shook her head. None of the snow lotuses we've cultivated have wilted before 5 days. That's strange. He frowned, thinking aloud. I gave senior sister a snow lotus a few days ago. I don't remember exactly how many, but it was definitely less than 5. But when he had visited the inn with another snow lotus, the one in the vase had already wilted. Was it the change in environment? Or was that snow lotus not the one he had given her? Was it one of the inn's inferior imitations? If that was the case, where was the snow lotus he had given her? If you regret giving them away, you shouldn't have done it, Wei Mingru said, her voice indifferent. He nodded. You're right, from now on, I'll only give snow lotuses to you, Mingru. She scoffed. I don't need them. She paused, then added, I can pick my own. It's not the same, he insisted. So what are you going to do? Accept all 4 invitations? She asked. By Ruashi, Huang Manting, the Yi sisters, and Lan Mulian, she was both amused and curious to see how he would handle this mess. It's simple. I'll refuse them all, he replied with a smile. You're going to reject them? Not exactly, he said, his words contradicting his previous statement. I can't solve this problem. He looked at her, but her ample bosom obscured her face. He sighed, glancing at the snow lotuses in the pond. But I can eliminate the problem itself. The problem wasn't the women themselves, but the luminous soil that could preserve their snow lotuses. They weren't interested in the auction for novelty's sake. They simply wanted the soil. Imagine young Master Mu, going above and beyond for his beloveds, negotiating with the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce to acquire 3 portions of luminous soil. How touching, right? Wei Mingru, observing Mu Zhi'an's confident smile, raised an eyebrow. After a moment of silence, she seemed to understand his plan. You go to intercept that batch of luminous soil? He shook his head. That would be too obvious. But acquiring 3 portions beforehand, it's not a problem. She glared at him, her voice laced with disdain. If they come after you, don't expect me to save you. He chuckled. Don't be so cruel, Mengru. My mother entrusted you with my safety. She rolled her eyes. She asked me to protect you, not to clean up your messes. Bairuashi's cultivation is progressing rapidly. In a few months, she'll reach core formation. Even I might not be able to protect you then. He frowned. Even with her talent, it will take her months to reach core formation. She nodded. The gap between peak foundation establishment and core formation, it's a difficult chasm to cross. Some cultivators spend years in seclusion, trying to break through. It's not just about talent, but also comprehension. A few months is considered fast. How long did it take you to reach core formation, Mingru? He asked. Half a month, she replied nonchalantly. She paused, then added, I was simply lucky. I witnessed a battle between 2 core formation demonic beasts in a forest. It sparked a realization. Otherwise, it would have taken me months. A lucky encounter leading to a breakthrough. Are you a chosen one as well? That's a testament to your talent and hard work. Heaven rewards diligence, he said, casting another bait. She didn't take it, her expression unchanging. She glanced at him, then left the courtyard. He was indeed clever, his plans always meticulous. However, human emotions, they weren't so easily controlled, especially a woman's heart. She understood, but she wouldn't say anything. She was secretly hoping he would fail. As for the reason, she simply found him annoying. He was used to her indifference. He smiled, watching her go. I'll visit the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce tomorrow. He thought to himself, feeling the cool night breeze on his face. He left the courtyard and quietly entered Bairuashi's room. She was sitting on the bed, her eyes closed, her aura serene. The room was filled with refined, spiritual energy. I hope she doesn't reach core formation before I reach the 4th level of foundation establishment, he thought to himself, admiring her beauty. There was nothing he could do about his cultivation speed. He was a supporting character, after all, destined to be defeated by the protagonist at the beginning of the story. He had decent talent, but he had wasted too much time in the past. He couldn't catch up overnight. He had to be patient, unless he encountered a lucky opportunity, like Yu. Well, technically, he had encountered such opportunities. The bronze fragment, the heavenly Tao aura, he had fought for them, but he couldn't use them himself. But it was all right. Bairuashi was benefiting from them. She was a kind and obedient girl. If she reached core formation, or even nascent soul, it wouldn't be a waste. Soul transformation and Tao integration, those are too far off. As long as she reached nascent soul, she could dominate this world. He closed his eyes, focusing on his own cultivation. While his progress wasn't as dramatic as hers, being near her still accelerated his cultivation significantly. He was content. He was just a supporting character, a minor antagonist. He couldn't expect to have Yi Yu's talent. Yi Yu simply had to cultivate diligently to become stronger. He was the chosen one. But Mu Zhi'an had to be more resourceful, more cunning. He had to exploit Yi Yu, the proverbial fat sheep. The chosen one, he had so much to offer. Even if he couldn't use those treasures himself, he could give them to those around him. The next morning, Bairuashi stirred, a soft moan escaping her lips. She opened her eyes, her long lashes fluttering. She had meditated all night, but instead of feeling tired, she was invigorated. She could sense it. She was on the verge of core formation. She was still at the 9th level of foundation establishment, but she had a glimmer of understanding, a glimpse into the next realm. Once she reached the peak, her breakthrough would be swift. This wasn't simply the heavenly Tao aura's influence. It was her own talent and comprehension. She was overjoyed. She stretched, her toes touching the cold floor, then noticed Mu Zhi'an sitting at the foot of the bed, meditating. Her gaze lingered on his handsome face. It wasn't just men who appreciated beauty. Women were also drawn to handsome men. Of course, for men, being clean and well-mannered, with a good personality, was often enough to win a woman's heart, even if they weren't conventionally attractive. But Mu Zhi'an was both handsome and charming. It was no wonder women were drawn to him. As she stepped out of bed, he opened his eyes, smiling. "Good morning, Ruashi." She blushed, her voice soft. "Good morning, young Master Mu. You should call me something else now," he said, taking her hand. She blushed even deeper, her gaze downcast, her voice barely a whisper. "Good morning, Mu Lang. That's better." He smiled, pleased. "How was your cultivation last night?" She hesitated. "It was all right." Her eyes sparkled, and she was about to tell him about her progress, about her glimpse into core formation, when he interrupted her, his voice soothing. "Don't worry. Take your time. Mingru told me that reaching core formation requires time and understanding. You're still at the 9th level of foundation establishment. There's no need to rush." He knew she was talented, but he was worried she would become obsessed with a quick breakthrough. Core formation wasn't just about talent. It required comprehension. "But I already have a glimmer of understanding," she wanted to tell him, but looking at his handsome face, his concerned expression, she held back. He was right. She had the heavenly Tao aura, yet her progress was still slow. It was nothing to brag about. She would surprise him once she reached core formation. "Are you going out today?" she asked suddenly. He nodded, smiling. "I'm going to get you a gift." "A gift?" she echoed, tilting her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What kind of gift?" He chuckled, keeping her in suspense. "I'll tell you later." "Tell me now," she insisted, her usual aloofness replaced by a playful pout. She wasn't aware of how alluring she was, her gaze fixed on him expectantly. He stroked her cheek, his voice soft. "Give me a kiss and I'll tell you." "What are you saying?" she whispered, blushing. She might be as strong as a core formation cultivator, but when it came to romance, she was at the chi condensation level. He admired her beauty, her delicate features, her rosy lips. A woman like her, aloof and delicate, yet inherently alluring. Her shyness was captivating. He leaned in, kissing her cheek, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "What if someone saw us? Would they think I'm forcing myself on you?" She blushed even deeper, trying to change the subject. "Will you tell me about the gift now?" He chuckled, shaking his head. "That doesn't count. I said you kissed me, not the other way around." She glared at him, pushing him away playfully. "Fine, keep your secrets. Go away. I need to meditate. You're so diligent. You deserve a reward." He pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her waist. "What kind of reward is this?" she protested weakly, squirming in his embrace, her voice a soft murmur. They spent a while, enjoying each other's company. Then he reluctantly left the room. He had to visit the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce to acquire some luminous soil through unconventional means. It wouldn't be a problem. Everyone in Tianxian City would do him a favor, especially for a price. Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. Fei Ying sat gracefully, her legs crossed, her figure accentuated by her tight-fitting Chong Sam, her long legs smooth and flawless. She sipped her tea leisurely. A servant entered the room, his voice low. "Miss Fei Ying, the Mu family's young master is here to see you." "Mu Zhi'an?" She frowned, then smiled, her charm captivating. "Bring him in. She had some free time this morning." It would be a good way to entertain herself. Moments later, Mu Zhi'an entered the room, escorted by the servant. She was wearing a black cheongsam with delicate plum blossom embroidery, the skirt reaching her thighs, the dark fabric contrasting beautifully with her pale skin. "You're even more beautiful today, Feng," he said, his gaze sweeping over her appreciatively. She chuckled, her eyes twinkling. "You're quite the charmer." He smiled. "I'm simply stating the truth." She poured him a cup of tea. Then, after he sat down, leaned forward, her chin resting on her hand, her gaze intent. "You never visit me unless you need something. I wouldn't want to disturb you." "You're always so busy," he replied, taking a sip of tea. "If you have some free time, I'd like to treat you to some osmanthus cake from the Tide Sea Inn. It's quite delicious." "Osmanthus cake." She smiled, her voice soft and alluring. "I just had some last night. They usually require pre-orders." "Do you know the owner?" he asked. She shook her head, a playful smile on her lips. "Someone gave it to me." "A man or a woman?" he asked, curious. She looked at him, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "A man, but you could also say it was a woman. He bought it for a friend, and I happened to be with her, so I had some," she explained. Seeing the thoughtful expression on his face, she quickly changed the subject. "So what brings you here? You're not just here to chat, are you?" He smiled. "Mainly to chat, but I also need a favor." She chuckled. "What kind of favor?" "I heard you're auctioning a batch of luminous soil the day after tomorrow," he said, feigning ignorance. She raised an eyebrow. "What do you need luminous soil for?" He didn't answer, simply asking, "Could you sell me some privately?" She studied him, a knowing smile on her lips. "If it's a small amount, it shouldn't be a problem. But I'm still curious, why do you need it?" "I'll tell you. Next time," he replied evasively. She scoffed, clearly not believing him. "How much do you need?" she asked. He pondered for a moment. 5 portions. He only needed 3, but it wouldn't hurt to have some extra, just in case. She nodded, summoning a servant to arrange the transaction. 5 portions wasn't much. She could easily make an exception for him. She had a good idea what he was planning, but she wouldn't spoil his fun. However, 5 portions was an interesting number. She narrowed her eyes, lost in thought. That afternoon, Mu Zhi'an returned to the Mu Manor, bathed in the warm sunlight. He saw Bai Ruoshi admiring the snow lotuses in the pond, her slender figure accentuated by her white dress, her curves alluring. She turned to face him, a smile gracing her lips. He smiled back, then approached her, retrieving a delicate box. "What's this?" she asked, looking at the box in his hand. "Open it," he replied with a smile. She opened the box, revealing a handful of shimmering sand. "Luminous soil," she exclaimed, her eyes widening in delight. "So he went to the auction house this morning." She looked up at him, her eyes soft and grateful. "Thank you. Anything for you, Ruoshi," he murmured, his gaze intense. He paused, then added, "I discovered a delicious osmanthus cake from the Tide Sea Inn. I pre-ordered 2 boxes. I'll pick them up later, and we can enjoy them together." She blushed, nodding shyly. After he left, she stared at the luminous soil, a thoughtful expression on her face. Moments later, Wei Mingru emerged from the house and approached her, noticing the box in her hand. "He bought you luminous soil from the auction house." Bai Ruoshi frowned, her voice laced with displeasure. "He'd rather acquire it beforehand than accompany me to the auction. He just wants to make sure I don't go." Wei Mingru observed her, a flicker of amusement in her eyes, though her expression remained neutral. "What are you going to do?" "He doesn't want me to go. I'll go anyway," Bai Ruoshi replied coldly. Huang Manting was nothing to her. She had defeated Gong Sun Chung. She could handle Huang Manting as well. She was not only blessed with superior assets, but also unrivaled strength. She wasn't afraid of a mere temptress. Wei Mingru smiled inwardly, watching her go. She had warned him, never underestimate a woman's heart. When in love, a woman's intelligence plummeted. But when seeking revenge, oh, he was a naive man indeed. After delivering a portion of luminous soil to Lan Muyan, Mu Zhi'an rode the carriage back to the Mu Manor. His senior sister disliked crowded places, and auctions weren't her cup of tea. She had only considered attending for the luminous soil. Now that she had it, there was no need for her to go. Instead of taking her to a bustling auction house, it would be better to find a quiet and secluded spot for their next outing. As for Yi Lingxian, he hadn't visited the Yi Manor. He had been looking for an opportunity to interact with her, and this was it. He would meet with Huang Manting, then approach the Yi sisters, testing the waters, seeing what secrets Yi Lingxian might be hiding. Lost in thought, he arrived at the Mu Manor. As he entered the courtyard, he saw the servant who had annoyed him twice already that day. The servant, noticing him, bowed respectfully. "Young master." Mu Zhi'an nodded, glancing at him. "Have you realized your mistake?" The servant, confused and slightly indignant, replied, "What mistake, young master?" All servants of the Mu Manor enter the courtyard with their right foot first. "You stepped in with your left," Mu Zhi'an said seriously. The servant was bewildered. "Since when was that a rule? Reflect on your actions." Mu Zhi'an walked past him, ignoring his puzzled expression, and headed towards Bairuashi's room. The servant scratched his head, watching him go, still confused. Another servant approached him, whispering, "He's telling you to be more observant, to understand the situation and act accordingly." Servants weren't just there to complete tasks. They also had to be aware of the atmosphere, the unspoken rules. Mu Zhi'an was already quite lenient. In other families, like the Gongsun family or the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, such a mistake would have resulted in immediate dismissal. Realization dawned on the servant, and he looked at Mu Zhi'an with gratitude. He was the young master. He didn't have to offer such guidance. "He's changed a lot, hasn't he? He used to frequent brothels and pleasure houses, but he hasn't gone in a while," the servant murmured. "With Miss by staying at the manor, there's no need for such places," the other replied. "But he went to the Rising Phoenix in this afternoon," the first servant whispered. "The Two Polarities sect examiner is staying there." Don't gossip. It's none of our business," the other warned. They exchanged glances, then fell silent. It was unwise to discuss their master's private affairs, especially such sensitive matters. Mu Zhi'an quietly entered Bairuashi's room and saw her, sitting on the bed, meditating. She sat with impeccable posture, her long hair cascading down her back, her delicate collarbone visible beneath her robe, her ample bosom straining against the thin fabric. She's eager to reach the peak of foundation establishment, to ensure she passes the entrance exams, he thought to himself, admiring her alluring figure. She was worrying too much. With her current strength, she was unrivaled among her peers. Seeing that she was still meditating, he didn't disturb her. He sat down beside her, closing his eyes. At his current rate, he might even break through to the 4th level of foundation establishment in the next few days. Time flew by, and soon, the day of the auction arrived. He dressed carefully, adjusting his robes in front of the mirror. He looked slightly tired. It was understandable. As an inborn celestial vessel, he had been contributing to Bairuashi's cultivation progress almost every night. The process was exhausting, both physically and mentally. He glanced at her. She was lying in bed, her shoulders bare beneath the thin blanket, her breathing slow and even. She had clearly exhausted herself with her cultivation. He smiled, then left the room. As the door closed, her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. Morning Glory Auction House. Mu Zhi'an arrived at a luxuriously decorated private room on the 2nd floor, where Huang Manting awaited him. She leaned back in her chair, her long hair cascading down her back, her legs crossed, her black dress accentuating her pale skin, her toes playing with her shoe. "You're early, young Master Mu, a whole 15 minutes early." He sat down, guided by a servant, smiling politely. "I always prefer to arrive early for appointments." She smiled, her lips a vibrant red. "It seems we're alike in that regard." He took a sip of tea, glancing at the guests arriving below. "Since the auction hasn't started yet, why don't we get straight to the point, Miss Huang? I have other engagements later." She tapped her finger against the armrest, taking a sip of tea, then sighed dramatically. "You truly had me fooled, young Master Mu." Don't you have anything to say about your deception? He pondered for a moment, then smiled. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Huang. My family is quite pleased with those 3 market districts. The Mu family was indeed satisfied. While those districts weren't in prime locations, they still generated a significant income. Her smile faltered, and she stared at him, her voice cold. So you came to me for those market districts? He took another sip of tea. I also wanted to answer your questions, Miss Huang. Instead of wasting time on an investigation, I decided to be transparent. She stared at him, her eyes narrowing. Realization dawned on her, a mixture of anger and apprehension swirling within her. The Mu family's young master, a wastrel obsessed with women, that was the rumor. She had met him a few times, and he had seemed foolish. But what if it was all an act? He had visited her that day for 3 reasons: to acquire the market districts, to warn her against investigating him, and to exact revenge for her actions. And he had taken advantage of her. She had thought she was the one teasing him, but it was the other way around. She felt a surge of anger, her voice laced with venom. You're quite the schemer, young Master Mu. I was simply being helpful, Miss Huang. You wanted to satisfy your curiosity, and I obliged. Isn't that enough? He set down his cup, his expression innocent. I just want to be a good person. But does that mean I deserve to be taken advantage of? If my spies hadn't discovered your investigation, would you have uncovered my deepest secrets? She had no response. She had been in the wrong. His actions were simply retaliation. The auction house was filling up, the murmur of voices rising from below. A tense silence filled the room. Finally, she smiled again, her charm returning. You're right, young Master Mu. I apologize for investigating you. Let me offer you a toast. He raised an eyebrow. With tea. She chuckled. I'll treat you to some wine at our Chamber of Commerce another time. I've heard my father has a fine collection. I'm looking forward to it, he replied with a smile. The tension dissipated, replaced by a seemingly amicable atmosphere. However, there's something that troubles me, she said, sighing dramatically. Am I truly worth less than 3 market districts to you, young Master Mu? Her words were accusatory, but her tone was soft, almost coquettish. He looked at her, her eyes shimmering with feigned tears, her makeup accentuating her beauty. She was indeed alluring. He smiled gently. 3 market districts can't compare to you, Miss Huang. Then why did you use me? She asked, her voice still soft, but a dangerous edge crept into her tone. He set down his cup, sighing. You wanted me to be your Tao companion, didn't you? No, he corrected himself, shaking his head. Knowing your personality, Miss Huang, if I were with you, I would be your servant. But you want the horse to run without feeding it. So tell me, between distant grass and readily available market districts, which is more appealing? She narrowed her eyes, her delicate fingers trailing across his hand, her nails sending shivers down his spine. So, if I offered you sufficient compensation, you would choose me over Miss Bai? He withdrew his hand, smiling. Of course. With your charm, Miss Huang, if you offered me something irresistible, I would know what to do. She struggled to maintain her smile, remembering his awkwardness, his blushing like a virgin. He must have been mocking her all along. She tapped her foot, then placed her hand on his again, her voice soft. I wonder, would Miss Bai be upset if she knew we were so intimate in this private room? I doubt it. She's confident in her beauty, he replied with a chuckle. Normally, he might have entertained her flirtation. But after spending so much time with Bairuashi, his worldly desires had waned. And besides, Bairuashi was her equal in terms of family background and surpassed her in beauty and other areas. In her aloof yet delicate aura, it was irresistible. The choice was obvious. She glanced at the auction below, then changed the subject. What are your plans once you join the Two Polarities sect, young Master Mu? What plans? I'll just do what I do. Unless you're planning to establish your own sect within the Two Polarities sect, he joked. She shook her head. Once we join the sect, our status in Tianxian City will be irrelevant. I was thinking we could help each other. He chuckled. I'm just a lowly cultivator. What could I possibly offer you? Help me when you can. And when you can't. She paused, taking a sip of tea, then looked up at him, her eyes meeting his. You can help me in other ways. Thud. Her shoe slipped from her foot, the sound echoing through the room, adding to the charged atmosphere. She looked down at her foot, her voice soft. I wouldn't ask you to leave, Miss Bai. Just spend some time with me occasionally. He stared at her, her beauty alluring, then spoke after a moment of silence. That's a tempting offer, Miss Huang. She smiled, her gaze fixed on him. So you accept? She knew the answer, but she wanted to hear him say it. No man could resist such an offer from a beautiful woman. And this was just the first step. She would start by claiming she had no intention of breaking them up, but eventually he would become addicted to the thrill of their secret encounters, until he was completely under her control. She understood men. He nodded slowly. Before her smile could fully bloom, he continued, I refuse. Her smile froze, and he drained his cup, rising to his feet. Her eyes flashed with anger, but she suppressed it, trying to salvage the situation. The auction is about to begin, young Master Mu. Won't you stay? I have another appointment. I shouldn't take up any more of your time, he replied with a smile. He left the room, her gaze following him, a mixture of anger and something else swirling within her. A woman like her, if he had accepted her offer, he might have gained some short-term benefits. But to truly conquer her, it would come at a steep price. And besides, Miss Huang's lipstick couldn't compare to Bairuashi's. He stood in the corridor, scanning the crowd below, searching for the Yi sisters. But he couldn't find them. Strange, haven't they arrived yet? Or were they in another private room? He was about to investigate when he noticed a familiar figure standing near a nearby room. She wore a moon-white robe, her face veiled, her eyes as cold and clear as ice. Lan Muyan, what the hell is she doing here? She disliked crowds. Why was she? He froze, then, after a moment of hesitation, turned to leave. But as he turned, he saw another familiar figure. Bairuashi, dressed in a plain white dress, her aura delicate and alluring, was chatting with Wei Mengru. They were scanning the crowd, seemingly searching for someone. He stood there, speechless, then turned and hurried back into the private room. Huang Manting looked up at him, her expression cold. I'm back, Miss Huang, he said, smiling awkwardly, then sat down. Weren't you leaving, young Master Mu? Have you changed your mind? She asked, her voice icy. Something came up. He was lost in thought, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. He had lost control of the situation. Huang Manting, regaining her composure, watched him, a knowing smile on her lips. Something was wrong. He had been about to leave, then suddenly changed his mind. What could possibly frighten the Mu family's young master? While Mu Zhi'an was still contemplating making a discreet exit, the auction commenced. A voluptuous woman in a black Chong Sam, her eyes sparkling with charm, walked onto the stage, surveyed the crowd, and delivered the opening remarks. She's like a modern-day hostess. Mu Zhi'an thought to himself, observing Fei Ying from his private room on the second floor. He scanned the rows of seats below, each separated by a respectful distance, searching for Yi Lingxian. It seems I've been stood up, or perhaps she's in another private room. But if she was in a private room, it would be difficult to find her. He couldn't just go around knocking on every door, could he? It would be inefficient and risky. He had told Lan Muyan that he was busy today. If she saw him here, it would be awkward. Miss Huang, do you know who's occupying those private rooms? He asked. She glanced at him, her voice indifferent. The servants handle those matters. I don't concern myself with such details. Seeing his lack of interest, she continued. However, I can have someone prepare a list for you. But first, tell me what you're planning. I'm looking for someone, he replied. Who? You're asking too many questions, Miss Huang. We're not that close, he said with a smile. She scoffed. Then you'll have to figure it out yourself, young Master Mu. Go ahead, knock on every door. You might find them after the auction is over. He chuckled. Helping those in need can brighten your day, Miss Huang. She raised an eyebrow, leaning back in her chair, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. If it were a friend asking for help, I would oblige. But we're not that close, are we? She paused, then added playfully, her feet swinging gently. However, if you were to kneel down and clean my toes, I might reconsider. She arched her foot, the curve of her instep alluring, her long legs flawless beneath her black dress. He glanced at her, noticing her teasing smile. "You're agitated." It was clear that she was annoyed, her composure slipping. Normally, she wouldn't make such a request in public. As they chatted, various items were presented on stage, sold at exorbitant prices, fueled by Fei Ying's charm and persuasive skills. Some items weren't worth their price, but her influence it made a difference. The next item is unique. It's said to be a medicinal herb from 1,000 years ago. Only a small portion of its root remains, but if one could acquire rebirth water, it might be possible to restore its potency. The starting bid is 100 spirit stones. The crowd's interest waned. At the Morning Glory auction house, there was an unspoken rule. Worthless items, or items of unknown value, started at 100 spirit stones. They had auctioned countless similar items in the past, most of them useless, worse than garbage. If every ancient treasure turned out to be genuine, the cultivators would have snatched them up, leaving nothing for the protagonist. But after being fooled so many times, they were wary of such items. 100 spirit stones wasn't much, but Mu Zhi'an wasn't interested in being a fool. Even if the herb was genuine, the rebirth water required to restore it, it was probably more valuable than the herb itself. Rebirth water was found in a forbidden zone in the eastern region. Most cultivators who entered never returned. There had been a few lucky survivors who managed to bring back rebirth water, only to die mysteriously soon after selling it. The forbidden zone was cursed. No one had ever escaped its influence. The crowd shuddered at the mention of rebirth water, their interest in the herb vanishing. Fei Ying, observing their lack of enthusiasm, wasn't surprised. She smiled. "I'll count down from 3. If there are no bids, this item will be passed." 3. 110 spirit stones. A calm voice echoed through the auction house, and all eyes turned towards the speaker. It was Yi Yu from the Yi family. Mu Zhi'an also looked at him. "He's here too? I didn't notice him earlier. And, judging by his aura, he's reached Foundation establishment? Now, this is interesting. He wouldn't bid on that withered root for no reason. The old man in his body must have told him something." Huang Manting also glanced at him. She had been planning to recruit him before the entrance exams. To reach Foundation establishment in just a few months, he was a valuable asset. However, he and Mu Zhi'an were rivals. If she recruited him, she would have to distance herself from Mu Zhi'an. If not for their recent encounter, she would have already made her move. But after being outsmarted by him, she had reconsidered. It wasn't just his intelligence. She enjoyed the thrill of conquest. The more indifferent he was, the more she desired him. Countless men had tried to play hard to get, only to fall at her feet. Those men, she wouldn't even let them lick her toes. She wanted someone who was truly uninterested in her, someone she could break, someone who would worship her, a slave at her feet. The lover of Tianjin City's most beautiful woman, secretly her servant, kneeling beside her bed, pleasing her every whim. The thought was intoxicating. It seemed like a difficult task, but that was what made it exciting. Bid 120 spirit stones. Mu Zhi'an instructed the servant beside him. The servant glanced at Huang Manting, hesitant. "Hurry up," Mu Zhi'an said, slapping her backside playfully. She looked at her mistress, her eyes filled with a mixture of admiration and something else. "Do as he says," Huang Manting replied lazily. If she refused such a small request, he might leave, and that wouldn't be good for her plans. Meanwhile, the other cultivators in the auction house were watching Yi Yu, their eyes filled with mockery. Why was that Yi family genius so obsessed with useless junk? First the bronze fragment, and now this withered root. Yi Yu ignored their stares, his gaze fixed on the woman on stage, his heart pounding with anticipation. According to the old man in his body, this root was indeed an ancient herb from 1,000 years ago, called the dragon soaring tendril. While Fei Ying claimed it required rebirth water to be restored, it wasn't true. Those with alchemical talent possessed an innate affinity for plants. Simply carrying the dragon soaring tendril would gradually restore it, though it would take centuries, even millennia. However, there was a pill that could accelerate the process. In other words, if he acquired this tendril and refined the appropriate pill, he could restore it much faster. These fools didn't understand its true value. He chuckled inwardly, keeping his knowledge a secret. To acquire such a treasure at such a low price was a steal. 120 spirit stones, a clear, feminine voice called out from a private room. He narrowed his eyes, glancing up at the second floor. Judging by the bid, they were just trying to stir up trouble. He raised his voice. 130, 140 spirit stones. His smile vanished. They were clearly targeting him. 200 spirit stones, he exclaimed. 210. The crowd murmured, their curiosity piqued. They stared at the private room, wondering who was inside. They weren't truly interested in the withered root. They were simply trying to annoy Yiyu. He frowned, his voice strained. 300 spirit stones. It was his limit. He had also brought some pills he had refined to sell, but they hadn't been auctioned yet. He didn't have enough spirit stones. Why is someone always trying to obstruct me? He clenched his fists, his anger burning. The last time, it was Mu Zhi'an who had acquired the bronze fragment. His master had later told him that by Ruashi's sword was probably formed from that fragment. He hadn't expected to be pushed to such a desperate situation. He knew this herb was valuable, that no one else recognized its true worth, yet someone was bidding against him. If not for Mu Zhi'an, he would be the invincible one. He looked up at the private room, his eyes narrowed. Could it be Mu Zhi'an again? His hatred for Mu Zhi'an intensified. As Yiyu pulled open the curtain, the laughter inside the room abruptly ceased. He stared at the scene before him, his eyes narrowed with jealousy. Yi Lingxian sat gracefully on a plush couch, her beauty as captivating as ever. Beside her, Yi Qian sat demurely, her figure subtly alluring, her bosom more ample than her sister's despite her younger age. The two sisters, their beauty a harmonious blend, were accompanied by a handsome young man. Silence descended upon the room as Mu Zhi'an looked up at Yiyu, sensing his envious gaze. He calmly set down his teacup, feigning ignorance. "Did you invite someone else, Miss Yi?" Yi Lingxian shook her head, smiling politely. "Is there something you need, Brother Yiyu?" He glared at Mu Zhi'an, his voice laced with anger. "Why are you with him?" "Sister Lingxian and I have never been to an auction before, so we wanted someone to accompany us," Yi Qian explained softly. "We asked you a few times, Brother Yiyu, but you were always busy cultivating, so we didn't want to disturb you." She had indeed invited him before, but he had always declined, claiming he was busy cultivating. He had considered accompanying them a waste of time, and their lack of interaction during his crippled years, followed by their sudden interest after he regained his talent, it had made him suspicious. As for Yi Lingxian, she was too proud to ask for help. If not for Yi Qian, she wouldn't have sent that invitation to Mu Zhi'an. Ultimately, he didn't want his cousins to drift away from him, but he also didn't want to invest time and effort in their relationship. He glared at Mu Zhi'an, who seemed relaxed and at ease, his voice low and menacing. "You shouldn't be with him. He's not a good person." Yi Lingxian frowned, but maintained her composure. "Brother Yiyu, young Master Mu is my guest. If you have nothing else to say, please leave." He was her guest. Even if they had a conflict, it was inappropriate to cause a scene in public. He frowned. "If you had asked me, I would have made time for you. You're my cousins. It's not a waste of time." He had always assumed they would remain within his grasp, but seeing them with Mu Zhi'an sparked a sense of urgency. Mu Zhi'an, who had remained silent until now, almost burst out laughing. Yi might not be a fool, but his emotional intelligence was lacking. Spending time with his cousins was a waste of time. Even if he thought so, he shouldn't say it out loud. He wanted their affection, but he didn't want to invest any effort. Did he think he was the protagonist, destined to be pursued by adoring women? And girls like Yi Qian and Yi Lingxian had countless admirers. If he didn't step up, someone else would. Yi Lingxian was clearly displeased. "Please leave, Brother Yiyu. Qianer is safe with me. And besides, young Master Mu will escort us back to the Yi Manor later." "Yes, I'll personally escort them back after the auction," Mu Zhi'an said, smiling as he ruffled Yi Qian's hair. "Your carriage is still waiting outside. It's a bit small, but you two are both petite. It shouldn't be too cramped. His words struck a nerve, and Yu imagined them squeezed together in the carriage. His anger intensified. 1,700 spirit stones. Are there any higher bids? Fei Ying's voice echoed from the stage. After a few more bids, the price of the dragon's soaring tendril had reached 1,700 spirit stones. The announcement snapped Yu out of his jealous rage. He had almost forgotten why he had come here. The dragon's soaring tendril, it was more important than anything else. No matter how lecherous Mu Zhi'an was, he wouldn't dare touch his cousins. He had to acquire that herb. That fool doesn't even know its true value. He looked at Yi Lingxian. Lingxian, do you have any extra spirit stones? She frowned, glancing at Mu Zhi'an. She knew he also wanted the herb. If she lent Yu money. He noticed her hesitation, then glared at Mu Zhi'an. It was you, wasn't it? You were the one bidding against me. Mu Zhi'an smiled. I'm also interested in that herb. Yu's expression turned icy. Interested? He was clearly targeting him, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't match Mu Zhi'an's wealth. But even so, he would make him pay. He looked at Yi Lingxian again. Lingxian, please, can you lend me some spirit stones? She frowned. His request put her in a difficult position. Lending him money would be a direct challenge to Mu Zhi'an. But refusing also felt wrong. They had grown up together. A wiser person wouldn't have asked. But Yu, blinded by jealousy, his pride wounded by Mu Zhi'an's repeated victories, seeing his cousins with him, he wasn't thinking clearly. She felt a warm hand gently clasp hers beneath the table. Her heart skipped a beat, and she glanced at Mu Zhi'an, her eyes flashing with annoyance. He met her gaze, nodding almost imperceptibly. He wants me to lend him the money. She stared at him, surprised, then, after a moment of hesitation, retrieved a small box from her storage ring and offered it to Yu. I have 2,000 spirit stones here. You're welcome to borrow them, brother Yu, she said, her voice cool and distant. Yu's frown softened, and he glanced at Mu Zhi'an, hoping to see a flicker of anger, a loss of control. But Mu Zhi'an remained calm, sipping his tea leisurely, seemingly unconcerned. Trying to impress them with your wealth? They're not interested in money. He chuckled inwardly, accepting the box. Thank you, Lingxian. I'll repay you when we return to the Yi Manor. He knew Mu Zhi'an would continue to bid against him. He was borrowing the money to make him pay and to send a message. I'm the one they truly care about. Between him and Mu Zhi'an, Yi Lingxian and Yi Qian would choose him. It was a petty attempt to wound his pride. He returned to his seat and raised his voice. 2,300 spirit stones. As expected, the servant beside Huang Manting bid again. 2,400 spirit stones. He smirked, deciding not to raise the bid any further. Yi Lingxian turned to Mu Zhi'an, her eyes filled with apology. I'm sorry. I made you spend almost 2,000 extra spirit stones. She had simply wanted to acquire some luminous soil and enjoy the auction. She hadn't expected to cause such trouble for their companion. Yi Qian also looked at him apologetically. He set down his cup, shaking his head. I told you, my issues with Yi have nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it. I'll repay you when we return, Yi Lingxian insisted. She was intelligent. She knew he had taken a loss for them. If spending 2,000 spirit stones can bring you two closer, it's worth it, he replied with a smile. He had seemingly lost 2,000 spirit stones, but it wasn't a loss at all. He glanced at Yi Lingxian, then at Yi Qian, who seemed a bit downcast, and smiled. He poured them each a cup of tea. Don't be so gloomy. If one thing can upset you, why can't another thing cheer you up? Yi Lingxuan's expression softened. He was right. While lending Yi money had been frustrating, but someone had taken the loss for her, willingly becoming the fool. His kindness, subtle yet undeniable, warmed her heart. She would repay him later. 2,000 spirit stones was nothing to her. Yi Qian felt a hand gently touch hers beneath the table. Her heart skipped a beat, and she glanced at Mu Zhi'an, his profile handsome, his nose straight, his aura as comforting as a neighbor's older brother. She blushed, glancing nervously at her sister, but didn't pull away. As he had initially assessed, she was a naive and innocent girl, easily swayed by charm and kindness. Meanwhile, the dragon-soaring tendril was sold to Mu Zhi'an for 2,400 spirit stones. Yi looked up at the private room, a smirk on his lips. 2,400 spirit stones for a useless trinket. How extravagant. Young Master Mu. Mu Zhi'an, who was currently enjoying the feel of Yi Qian's soft hand, chuckled inwardly. That fool thinks he's won, but his house has been robbed. Then realization dawned on him, and his smile vanished. Oh shit, I forgot. Normally, this would have been a complete victory. However, he heard a curtain being pulled open, footsteps approaching. A cold dread washed over him. Yi had won this round. His presence at the auction house with the Yi sisters, it was about to be exposed. On the auction stage, Fei Ying smiled at Yi, but her impression of him had soured considerably. As an auctioneer, she despised those who disrupted the flow of the bidding. Initially, she had found him tolerable. While not handsome, he was pleasant to look at, and his talent was undeniable. But he was so petty, so inconsiderate of her position on stage. Normally, she wouldn't mind a minor interruption, but her sister was watching from a private room. She wanted to impress her. She glanced up at the second floor and saw Lan Mulian stepping out of a room, her gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on a specific private room. She walked towards it gracefully. Strange, what is she doing? Fei Ying wondered. Lan Mulian had initially decided not to attend the auction after receiving the luminous soil from Mu Zhi'an, but she had changed her mind, wanting to see her sister in action. Fei Ying shook her head, dismissing those thoughts, and focused on the auction, drawing the crowd's attention back to the items being presented. In the private room, Mu Zhi'an sipped his tea, his hand beneath the table, gently caressing Yi Qian's, his expression calm, but his heart pounding with anxiety. Yi's such a sore loser. He can't win, so he called for backup? Since regaining his memories, he had been in control of the situation, manipulating the Gongsun family and the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, eliminating the Black-Robe Man, even acquiring the heavenly Dao aura. The only unexpected event had been the appearance of the world-devouring Serpent Empress, but she was far too powerful for him to handle. This time, however, he realized that things were spiraling out of control. Yi Yu's earlier words had been a simple attempt to mock him for wasting money on a useless trinket, but Yi Lingxian would still repay him. And he could even use that repayment as an excuse to spend more time with her, to improve their relationship. In other words, Yi was playing checkers, while Mu Zhi'an was playing chess. However, with the addition of these unexpected variables, Yi had somehow managed to checkmate him. Mu Zhi'an took another sip of tea, contemplating his options. What's wrong? Yi Qian asked, noticing his troubled expression. Yi Lingxian also looked at him, her brow furrowing slightly. If you're not feeling well, we can escort you back to the manor. Normally, he would be delighted by their concern, seeing it as a sign of progress in his courtship. But now, he shook his head, forcing a smile. I'm fine, just thinking about something, but your hands are sweating. Are you sure you're all right? Yi Qian asked softly. He had been holding her hand beneath the table. She could feel his body heat. He waved his hand dismissively. Really, I'm fine. Don't worry. He heard footsteps approaching, and his heart sank. The auction was still in progress. He clenched his fist, covering his mouth, and coughed loudly, trying to imitate a gruff voice. Cough, cough, cough. He wanted to dissuade whoever was outside from entering, but his coughs, they only drew by Ruoshi in. She pulled open the curtain, her beauty as captivating as ever, her white dress accentuating her delicate figure, her expression a mixture of innocence and vulnerability. Any other man would be filled with a desire to protect her, to hold her close and cherish her. But to Mu Zhi'an, her appearance was like a lit fuse. Her usual aloofness was gone, replaced by a cold, emotionless gaze. She stared at him, then at the Yi sisters. Yi Lingxian and Yi Qian also studied her, their eyes filled with curiosity. Can I help you, Miss Bai? Yi Lingxian asked, smiling politely. Bai Ruoshi glanced at Mu Zhi'an, then turned to Yi Lingxian, her voice soft and sweet. I'm looking for someone. Who? Yi Lingxian glanced at Mu Zhi'an again, a playful smile on her lips. Could it be young Master Mu? She continued, I heard he pursued you for a while, but you rejected him. But then I heard you two were quite affectionate at the sparring arena. Is that true? Bairuashi didn't answer, her gaze sweeping over the two sisters. She first noticed Yi Lingxian, her elegance and poise undeniable. Then, she looked at Yi Qian, who had withdrawn her hand from Mu Zhi'an's grasp and was now staring at the floor, her cheeks flushed. Sensing their gazes, she smiled nervously, about to speak, when Mu Zhi'an interrupted, pouring Bairuashi a cup of tea. What brings you to the auction house so early, Ruashi? Are you looking for something specific? Have a seat and some tea, he said, smiling warmly. She glanced at him, then at the Yi sisters, her expression unreadable. She sat down, surprisingly not confronting him about his presence with other women. She simply leaned forward, taking a sip of tea, her ample bosom pressing against the table, dwarfing the two sisters beside her. An awkward silence filled the room. But that awkwardness, it calmed Mu Zhi'an's nerves. He wasn't afraid of awkwardness. He was afraid of her anger, her sharp accusations. She had been about to say something dangerous, but he had interrupted her. She was, as he had assessed, gentle and passive. Unlike other women, she wouldn't lash out. She would simply worry about him. Yi Yu's seemingly devastating attack, it was still within his control. He had to take charge to ease the tension. He smiled, about to speak, when the curtain to the room fluttered, someone pulling it open. A beautiful woman in a moon-white robe, her hair held in place by a white ribbon, a veil covering her face, entered the room. She glanced at them, then looked at Mu Zhi'an, her eyes cold, a mixture of amusement and anger swirling within them. Senior sister, his smile vanished, his body stiffening. Yi Lingxian and Yi Qian also stared at her, surprised. They recognized her, but they hadn't expected the examiner to appear at the auction in this private room. Had she entered the wrong room? Or was she liked by Ruashi, looking for someone? They both looked at Mu Zhi'an. Senior sister and Mu Lang. They're definitely close, Bairuashi thought to herself, her eyes losing their sparkle. Mu Zhi'an, feeling their gazes upon him, calmly set down his teacup, forcing a smile. Senior sister, what brings you here? I thought you weren't interested in auctions. Lan Muyen surveyed the room, a faint smile playing on her lips, hidden beneath the veil. I came here looking for someone, and I happened to find you. You said you were busy today and couldn't accompany me to the auction. I thought you had something important to do, but it seems you had other appointments. She looked at him, her gaze cold. He told me something similar a few days ago, Bairuashi said softly, her voice tinged with sadness. Even the other women in the room felt a pang of sympathy for her. She looked at Mu Zhi'an, her voice gentle. Mu Lang, why aren't you saying anything? Silence descended upon the room, heavy and suffocating. A simple endearment had silenced them all. Mu Zhi'an hadn't expected her to use the term he had playfully suggested. In this era, women addressed their beloveds by their surname, followed by Lang. Her words were a subtle declaration of ownership, yet they were unobjectionable, since he had been the one to suggest it. Despite her gentle demeanor, she had played her cards masterfully. Yi Qian, her heart sinking, lowered her head, her newfound joy replaced by a quiet sadness. She didn't express her disappointment, simply withdrawing into herself. Yi Lingxian also stared at Bairuashi, her expression cold. She sensed the possessiveness in her words. Mu Zhi'an's kindness had warmed her heart, and while she didn't harbor any romantic feelings for him, Bairuashi's declaration felt like a challenge. Lan Muyen's expression was hidden beneath the veil, but her eyes had turned colder. They had exchanged countless letters in the past few days, his words filled with longing and affection. She had developed a fondness for him, despite their age difference. Hearing Bairuashi's endearment sparked a complex mix of emotions within her. Yi Yu, frozen outside the room, stared at them, speechless. He had come here to mock Mu Zhi'an, but now, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yi Qian, after a long silence, looked up at Bairuashi, her eyes red-rimmed. Miss Bai, are you joking? Bairuashi had always despised Mu Zhi'an. She and her sister had often seen him trailing after her like a lovesick puppy, only to be ignored. And now, she was calling him Mu Lang. Bai Ruoshi shook her head, her gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an, her voice soft. I wouldn't joke about something like this. I've already introduced him to my parents, and she blushed. We've cultivated together. The atmosphere froze, even Lan Mulian's expression shifting slightly. Yu, his heart sinking, stumbled backwards, overwhelmed by a wave of shock and jealousy. They had only been together for a short time, yet their relationship had already progressed to that level. And why was the examiner involved with him? Wasn't she an inner disciple of the two polarities sect? His earlier amusement at Mu Zhi'an's predicament was now replaced by a burning envy. But at least, his cousins would finally see Mu Zhi'an for the scoundrel he was. That was his only consolation. He felt a surge of helpless rage, his goddess stolen by a villain. Mu Zhi'an, his scalp tingling, remained silent. He couldn't speak, couldn't offer any explanations. He was the center of this storm, and anything he said would be wrong, only fueling their anger. But there was a way out. His reputation might be tarnished, but he had anticipated this eventually. Everyone makes mistakes. He was panicking, but he wouldn't give up. He understood Bai Ruoshi. He understood the other women as well. This crisis, it seemed insurmountable, but there was a solution. After all, he had already established a reputation as a womanizer, a frequent visitor of pleasure houses. They were all aware of his past, but his charm, his behavior towards them, it had made them overlook it. His presence at the auction house with the Yi sisters, his revelation about his relationship with Bai Ruoshi, had simply reminded them of his other side. He couldn't speak, but someone else could. The situation seemed dire, but Mu Zhi'an believed it was still salvageable. However, he couldn't save himself. He needed someone to rescue him, and that person, she would definitely come. She was probably nearby, observing the unfolding drama with cold amusement. He took another sip of tea, wondering how to summon his savior. He heard footsteps approaching, and his heart leaped with hope. The curtain to the room was pulled open, and a beautiful woman in a black dress, her figure alluring, entered, carrying a delicate wooden box. It was Huang Manting. She wasn't the one he was waiting for, but she would suffice if she was clever enough and willing to help. She wasn't his enemy, but she wasn't his friend either. She was simply a dominant young mistress who wanted to steal him from Bai Ruoshi. Her presence here wasn't surprising. News of the commotion in his private room would have reached her ears. She surveyed the room, her gaze lingering on Lan Mulian, then on Bai Ruoshi, then on Yi Qian, who was staring at the floor, her expression downcast. Finally, she looked at Yi Lingxian, her elegance and poise undeniable. She sensed the tension, the unspoken accusations, and a knowing smile spread across her lips. The Mu family's young master was quite capable. She set the box down on the table, her voice smooth and alluring. I came to deliver the root you acquired, young Master Mu. She had simply wanted to interact with him again, but she had stumbled upon a much more entertaining scene. He coughed, his voice a bit strained. Is there anything else, Miss Huang? He gave her a meaningful look. She chuckled, her eyes twinkling. No, it seems you're occupied. I won't disturb you any further. Please enjoy yourselves. She turned and left, her hips swaying seductively, a mischievous smile on her lips. Mu Zhi'an's smile faltered. I knew it. I was right not to rely on her. That vixen. Bai Ruoshi sighed softly. I apologize for any trouble my Mu Lang might have caused. When we return to the Mu Manor, I'll have a talk with him, and we'll make sure such misunderstandings never happen again. She seemed delicate and fragile, but her words were sharp, her intentions clear. She looked at Mu Zhi'an, a charming smile on her lips. Isn't that right, Mu Lang? Yi Lingxian frowned, and Yi Qian, who had been staring at the floor, looked up, her eyes wide with hurt. Lan Mulian also looked at him, her gaze cold and expectant. Mu Zhi'an, forced to respond, said, Ruoshi, I already showed you Miss Huang's invitation. Yes, I know she invited you to accompany her to the auction, Bai Ruoshi replied, her smile unwavering. I don't mind you spending time with Miss Huang, or with Miss Yi. or with Miss Qian? I'm sure there's a misunderstanding. We'll discuss it later to avoid any unnecessary complications, all right? She seemed gentle and yielding, but her words were a trap. If he agreed, he would be acknowledging their relationship, elevating her above the others. She shouldn't be so assertive. She was supposed to be the delicate, fragile beauty. Mu Zhi'an, his headache intensifying, marveled at the complexity of the female heart. Yi Lingxian suddenly spoke, her voice sweet and clear. You two have such a wonderful relationship, Sister Ruashi. Even though Brother Mu used to frequent pleasure houses and harbor inappropriate thoughts about other women, I always believed he was a good person at heart. It's heartwarming to see him captivated by your charm. Her words sounded like praise, but there was a subtle bite to them. Are you complimenting me or insulting me? Mu Zhi'an wondered, staring at her, his emotions a tangled mess. He had to stop this before by Ruashi turned into dark by Ruashi. His savior wouldn't be Huang Manting, nor the foolish Yu. He looked towards the curtain, feigning surprise. Mingru, is there something you need? It was his only option. No one could possibly defuse this situation. He could offer 1,000 explanations, but they wouldn't listen. They were angry, and anything he said would be wrong, only making things worse. He had to separate them, then deal with them individually. He wasn't worried about losing their affection. They knew he wasn't a good person. They had chosen to interact with him despite his flaws. His relationship with Bai Ruashi, his presence at the auction with the Yi sisters, would only annoy them. And a scoundrel wasn't afraid of annoyance. He was afraid of indifference. When your actions no longer elicited any emotional response, it was time to surrender and start over. As expected, they all turned to look at the curtain, but there was no response. He was about to call out again when the curtain was pulled open and a woman in a yellow dress entered the room. Her expression was cold, her gaze sweeping over them before settling on Mu Zhi'an. Seeing his usual confidence shattered, his smile strained, Wei Mingru couldn't help but smirk. It was satisfying to see him suffer. Young master, there's been an incident at the manor. You need to return immediately, she said, her voice cool and indifferent. The other women had played their parts. Now it was her turn to shine. Mu Zhi'an, relieved, stood up, feigning concern. An incident? He looked at the others. Bai Ruashi's eyes were downcast, her expression unreadable. Lan Muyan held her teacup, her gaze icy. Yi Lingxian stared at him, her eyes filled with distrust. Yi Qian wouldn't meet his gaze, her head lowered. Their attitudes had shifted dramatically. Even Bai Ruashi, usually so gentle and affectionate, was ignoring him. One trip to the auction house, and he had ruined everything. At least they haven't discovered the snow lotuses. He sighed inwardly, a flicker of gratitude amidst the despair. This misadventure seemed disastrous, but if he could just escape this room, he could salvage the situation eventually. And leaving wouldn't be difficult. He was only officially involved with Bai Ruashi. The others couldn't object to his departure. However, his efforts with the Yi sisters were probably wasted, and Lan Muyan wouldn't speak to him for a while. Since there's an urgent matter at the manor, and the auction is almost over, I'll take my leave. He coughed, his voice a bit strained. We'll see each other again. As expected, no one stopped him. If their affection for him was as strong as Bai Ruashi's, he wouldn't have escaped so easily. He didn't know whether to be relieved or to lament his inefficiency. He left the room with Wei Mingru, his gaze meeting Yiyu's. Yiyu smirked, his voice dripping with mockery. It seems your philandering ways have finally caught up to you, young Master Mu. Mu Zhi'an, his mood sour, ignored him. Enjoy your petty victory while it lasts. Yiyu thought to himself, then turned to the Yi sisters, who had emerged from the room. Lingxian, let me escort you back to the manor. This incident had sparked a sense of urgency within him. If he didn't act, his cousins would be stolen from him. However, Yi Lingxian, holding her sister's hand, declined politely but firmly. Thank you for the offer, Brother Yiyu, but our carriage is waiting. While Mu Zhi'an's behavior had upset her, Yiyu's actions were even more repulsive. Ultimately, Mu Zhi'an had kept his promise, even rejecting the advances of two beautiful women to meet with them. The only problem was his relationship with Bai Ruashi and her bold declaration. Lan Muyin also emerged from the room, her gaze sweeping over Yu coldly before she descended the stairs gracefully. She didn't leave, however. She went backstage, where Fei Ying was waiting for her. The carriage rattled along the street towards the Mu Manor, Mu Zhi'an lost in thought. Wei Mingru sat across from him, her beauty as striking as ever, her gaze fixed on the passing scenery. "I won't help you next time," she said suddenly. Her expression was cold and impassive. She knew exactly what he had been up to. "Did you arrange for someone to escort Ruashi back?" he asked. Bai Ruashi was angry. She wouldn't ride in the same carriage as him. Wei Mingru nodded curtly, but she might not return to the manor. If she didn't return, it meant she was truly angry. He would have to visit the Bai Manor. He glanced at Wei Mingru, her figure alluring, her profile beautiful. She smirked, her voice laced with amusement. "You're all alone again, young master. Even if I am, I still have you," he replied with a chuckle. She scoffed, her expression unchanging, her amusement turning into disdain. She leaned back, her gaze drifting towards the window. After a long silence, she lowered her eyes, her emotions hidden. Upon returning to the Mu Manor, Mu Zhi'an stepped out of the carriage and extended his hand to help Wei Mingru down. She simply glared at him and alighted gracefully on her own. He didn't mind, his gaze lingering on her alluring figure. "Thank you for your help, Mingru. You truly saved the day." She had gone above and beyond her duty, which was to protect his life, not to rescue him from social disasters. She looked at him with disdain, her voice cold. "Don't expect me to do that again." She paused, then added, "They were all glaring at me. Even a core formation cultivator like her couldn't withstand such scrutiny." Fortunately, she was known for her loyalty and professionalism. They might have doubted his explanation, but they believed her. "Don't worry. If they dare to harm you, I'll protect you," he said with a smile. She rolled her eyes. "You'll be locked up in a dungeon before you can even lift a finger." He chuckled. "It won't come to that. Ruashi and Senior Sister wouldn't do such a thing. And the Yi sisters even less so. Honestly, if she hadn't intervened, he would have had to rely on the foolish Yiyu to rescue him. But that would have been a last resort." "Are you going out again?" she asked, noticing that he wasn't heading inside. "Cultivating at the Bai Manor will expose Ruashi's demonic aura. If she doesn't return in 15 minutes, I'll go get her," he replied. She said coldly, "If she locks you up, don't expect me to rescue you. Don't worry, I know her well." He reached for her hand, but she dodged it, her eyes filled with disdain. "Don't touch me." If only she would say those words one day, her voice trembling, her eyes filled with tears. He shook his head, banishing those thoughts, then smiled. "You go inside, Mingru. I'll be back soon." This crisis, it wasn't entirely a bad thing. It had planted a seed of doubt in their minds. They were now aware of his true nature. In other words, if a similar situation arose in the future, it wouldn't be so unpredictable. He had to find some way to console himself. He sighed, then stepped into the carriage. After waiting for 15 minutes, confirming that Bai Ruashi hadn't returned, he instructed the coachman to head towards the Bai Manor. Dusk settled over the city, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. Bai Ruashi sat alone in her room, gazing out the window at the quiet courtyard, her expression a mixture of sadness and resentment. Her white dress accentuated her delicate figure, making her seem even more fragile, even more desirable. She sighed softly, her voice filled with melancholy. Perhaps I shouldn't have been so lenient with him. She had believed that her charm, her devotion, would be enough to satisfy him. But he had not only met with Huang Manting, but also dallied with the Yi sisters. And even the examiner, she seemed to be involved with him as well. "I'm still only a foundation establishment. Once I reach core formation, I'll be strong enough to rival Senior Sister. And if I reach nascent soul..." She imagined herself, a powerful cultivator, suppressing the other women, claiming him for herself. Her mood improved slightly. She was confident in her talent. She was unrivaled among her peers. If she focused on her cultivation, Reaching nascent soul wasn't impossible. She was about to close the window when she sensed something, her gaze fixed on a figure lurking in the shadows. Her voice was cold and clear. "What brings you to the Bai Manor, young Master Mu?" Despite her aloof tone, her eyes sparkled with a hint of joy. It was Mu Zhi'an standing outside her window. He looked up at her, smiling. "It's not safe for you to cultivate here, Ruashi. Come back with me." She knew he was right. Cultivating at the Bai Manor would expose Bai Yuanfeng's demonic aura. But her expression remained cold, as if she had reverted back to their first encounter. "Please leave, young Master Mu. I'm not cultivating today. It doesn't matter if I stay here." She closed the window, ignoring him. He sighed. "Ruashi, there's been a misunderstanding. I wanted to explain everything today, but since you won't see me, I'll come back another time." He sighed again, then turned to leave. But as he took a step, he noticed her door opening slightly. It had been closed before. There's still hope. He smiled, then quietly entered the room. Night fell, stars twinkling in the dark sky. In a room at the Bai Manor, Mu Zhi'an yawned, his eyelids heavy with exhaustion. While cultivators could stay awake for extended periods, they still required sleep, at least until they reached core formation. And he had 2 furnaces within him, one for his own cultivation, the other for sharing. He stumbled towards the table, poured himself a cup of water, and drank it greedily. Bai Ruashi, wrapped in a plain robe, lay on the bed, her long legs exposed, a black ribbon tied around her ankle. According to her, her father had acquired it from a secret realm. It was said to offer protection. Sensing his gaze, she bit her lip, her eyes downcast, her aloofness tinged with shyness and regret. She had been so angry when she returned to the manor, even more so when she saw him. But when he sighed and turned to leave, her heart had softened. She had even let him in. She clutched her robe, covering her alluring figure, and approached him. He poured her a cup of water. "Have some water. You should rehydrate after cultivating." They had reconciled, and she was no longer angry. She nodded, taking the cup from him, her other hand clutching her robe. She took a sip, then sighed, her voice filled with worry. "Mu Lang, are you upset that I confronted you in front of those women, that I called you that? Senior Sister and the Yi sisters are probably angry with you. And what if Senior Sister remembers this during the entrance exams? She's so scary." He covered her hand with his gaze meeting hers. "It was just a misunderstanding. I'll talk to Senior Sister in a few days. She'll understand. As for Yi Lingxian and Yi Qian, I told you, I only see them as sisters." Her eyes softened, filled with remorse. She looked up at him, about to apologize, when he pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her. "Don't worry about it. It's over." In the dim light, her lips parted slightly, her long lashes fluttering, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. He caressed her cheek, his voice soft. "Come back to the Mu Manor with me later, Ruashi." She blushed, nodding shyly. Her lingering resentment vanished. "But why later?" she asked, sensing something in his tone. "It's nice to enjoy a change of scenery," he replied. Seeing her confusion, he leaned in, whispering in her ear. She blushed even deeper, glaring at him playfully, then nodded again. He smiled, then blew out the candle, joining her in bed. The next morning, he woke feeling refreshed, his gaze meeting hers. They smiled at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. "I'll wait for you outside," he whispered, then left the room. Moments later, she emerged, dressed in a white dress, her makeup light and elegant. She walked towards him, her smile radiant, and linked her arm with his. "Let's go, Mu Lang." She had come to a decision. It didn't matter if he was interested in other women. Of the Yi sisters, Yi Lingxian was more beautiful, but her chest was lacking. Yi Qian was more developed, but her beauty paled in comparison to her sisters. Although her innocence and sweetness, it was quite alluring. As for Senior Sister, after last night's activities, she could sense that she was nearing the peak of foundation establishment. At this rate, she would reach core formation before the entrance exams. And then, even if she couldn't defeat Senior Sister, she could still claim him for herself and keep him by her side always. He had thought she was a naive little rabbit, but she was evolving, both physically and mentally, into a formidable opponent. He escorted her back to the Mu Manor, then, after a leisurely stroll through the courtyard, accompanied her to her room. He went to his study, retrieved a paper crane, and wrote a letter to Lan Mullion. Some things weren't appropriate to discuss at the auction house, with so many people present. But in private, he could say anything. He then took out another piece of paper and wrote an invitation, handing it to a spy. "Deliver this to the Yi Manor. Make sure it reaches Yi Lingxian," he instructed. The spy bowed, then left the study. He wasn't worried about them ignoring his invitation. They had left in a hurry, their minds filled with confusion and perhaps a desire for an explanation. And even if that wasn't the case, Yi Lingxian, with her strong sense of justice, would want to repay him those 2,000 spirit stones. "It's all thanks to Yiyu." He glanced out the window, a smirk on his lips. If not for Yiyu's request, he wouldn't have this opportunity to spend time with Yi Lingxian. At the Yi Manor, Yi Lingxian sat in a pavilion, staring at a letter, lost in thought. It was from Mu Zhi'an. Honestly, she didn't dislike him. Even after hearing about his relationship with Bairuoshi, she had simply been surprised that Tianxian City's most beautiful woman had fallen for him. She wasn't truly angry. After all, he had kept his promise, even rejecting Bairuoshi and Lan Mullion to meet with them. Should I accept? She looked at Yi Qian, who was sitting beside her, silent and withdrawn. "Chinner, young Master Mu has invited us to a tea house near the sparring arena. Do you want to go?" Yi Qian looked up at her, her voice a soft murmur. "What about you, sister?" Yi Lingxian frowned. "I need to repay him those 2,000 spirit stones. So I have to go." Yi Qian glanced at her, her voice barely a whisper. "You could just send a servant with the money." Yi Lingxian shook her head. "I want to thank him personally. If you don't want to go, you can stay here. I'll be back soon," she added. Yi Qian's expression was a mixture of hesitation and something else. She remembered the warmth of his hand, and her heart skipped a beat. She clutched her dress, then spoke, her voice firm. "I'll go with you. After this, I'll never see him again." She made a silent vow. They agreed, then, after putting away the letter, left the manor. Strange, why are they leaving so early? Yiyu, watching them from a distance, his brow furrowed with suspicion, followed them discreetly. Inside the tea house, Mu Zhi'an sat in a well-lit room, a window beside him offering a clear view of the sparring arena below. It was the same room where Lan Mullion and Lan Feiying had sat previously. This tea house truly has an excellent view. It seems senior sister definitely saw my little interaction with Roashi at the arena, Mu Zhi'an mused, taking a sip from his teacup as he watched the young cultivators sparring below. He felt a persistent sense of bad luck. Even locals might not know about this particular room with its exceptional view. How had senior sister stumbled upon it? And considering her personality, after receiving the luminous soil, she shouldn't have had any desire to attend the auction. Yet she did. It was quite strange. Was it a supporting character's fate to have worse luck than ordinary people? Mu Zhi'an opened his personal interface. He noticed that the font color for supporting character had changed again, this time to a light pink, and the frame even had a slight heart shape. My guess was right. Every time I weaken Yiyu's fate as the chosen one, my supporting role diminishes, he thought. But even if I completely strip away Yiyu's protagonist status and his destiny, will my title change to protagonist? As a supporting character, Mu Zhi'an's luck was inherently worse than others. Even with decent talent, he was prone to misfortune, as his initial purpose was merely to serve as a stepping stone for the protagonist. Only when Yiyu fell would his own fate improve. Winning over by Roashi and the Yi sisters were ways to weaken Yiyu's protagonist status. Of course, Mu Zhi'an also had a personal interest in these endeavors. Combining his mission with personal enjoyment was quite satisfying. However, even if Yiyu's destiny was completely stripped away, would the label of supporting character change? Would the title disappear altogether? Or would heaven choose a new chosen one as the protagonist? Mu Zhi'an shook his head. If that's the case, wouldn't I be constantly battling protagonists? but it wouldn't be so bad. After all, every protagonist had so much to offer. Perhaps by exploiting their resources, he could eventually reach the Tao integration realm. Knock, knock. A gentle knock came from the door, followed by a melodious voice. Young Master Mu, may we enter? It was Yi Lingxian. They arrived quite early. Mu Zhi'an thought, come in. The door opened, and a refreshing fragrance wafted in. Yi Qian entered, her arm linked with Yi Lingshuan's. One sister, elegant and refined, the other, innocent and adorable. In terms of beauty, Yi Lingxian would undoubtedly become a stunning woman, although her chest was a slight disappointment. But her charming face and the glimpse of fair skin beneath her short boots easily overshadowed any flaws. Beauty was enough. And Mu Zhi'an wasn't that picky. As long as they caught his eye, it was fine. Yi Qian was far more developed than her sister. Walking together, one might mistake her for the elder sibling. She was the naive and innocent type, evident from her lack of resistance when he held her hand yesterday. After inviting them to sit, Mu Zhi'an poured them tea. Yi Lingxian placed a smooth, pale blue spirit stone on the table. No need for tea, young Master Mu. We caused you quite a bit of trouble yesterday. Here are the 2,000 spirit stones I owe you. She continued, Chinner and I have some matters to attend to, so we'll be taking our leave. With the debt repaid, their connection was severed. Her main purpose in coming here today was to return the money. Yi Qian looked at her sister, surprised. She hadn't expected them to leave so soon. Mu Zhi'an glanced at the spirit stone, neither accepting nor rejecting it. Did Yi repay you after returning yesterday? Yi Lingxian nodded curtly, her expression cold. Actually, Yi had only returned 1,300 spirit stones, claiming he didn't have enough savings. However, he had promised to repay the remaining 700 as soon as he received the payment for his pills from the auction house. She knew he had more savings. Repaying the full amount wouldn't be difficult. He had only returned 1,300 to emphasize his identity as an alchemist. After all, there were only a handful of alchemists in Tianxian City. But he didn't realize that, to her, alchemists weren't that rare. If there's nothing else, Chinner and I will be leaving, young Master Mu. She stood up, gently pulling Yi Qian along. While she didn't dislike him, it was best to distance themselves. Chinner's behavior yesterday had seemed odd. It was best to limit her interaction with Mu Zhi'an. He already had by Ruashi. That woman might seem pure and innocent, but their brief encounter yesterday had revealed a darker side. Chinner was too naive. Without her protection, she might be taken advantage of. As the sisters turned to leave, Mu Zhi'an set down his teacup and looked at Yi Qian. Are you leaving too, Chinner? Yi Qian hesitated, her steps faltering. You're already here. Why not have a cup of tea? It's lonely to drink alone. She looked at her sister, her voice soft. Sister, could you go ahead? Yi Lingxian stared at her, speechless. Then, noticing her sister's hopeful, almost pleading gaze, she sighed inwardly and sat back down. Since Chinner wants to stay for tea, I'll stay a little longer. Mu Zhi'an smiled, pouring them each a cup of tea. He took a sip, then placed the spirit stone in front of Yi Lingxian. She looked up at him, her brow furrowed slightly. What's the meaning of this, young Master Mu? I can't accept this, he replied. You lost 2,000 spirit stones because of Brother Yi yesterday. You shouldn't have to bear that loss, she insisted, trying to sever their connection to avoid owing him a favor. He retrieved a small wooden box from his storage ring and opened it, revealing a withered root, about the size of a bowl, its surface charred and blackened. It was the dragon-soaring tendril he had acquired at the auction. She glanced at it, her voice indifferent. It's valuable, but not in your hands. She seemed to know about the herb. He asked, feigning ignorance, why do you say that? Can it be restored with rebirth water? The rumors about rebirth water are exaggerated. It can't instantly heal injuries. At most, it can extend one's lifespan by 100 years, but only for the first time it's consumed. That's all. It's not enough to simply use rebirth water. The dragon-soaring tendril needs to be submerged in a pool of rebirth water for months to be restored. In your hands, it will wither completely within 6 months. Even rebirth water won't be able to save it then. So it's called the dragon soaring tendril. And how does she know so much? It sounds like she's consumed rebirth water before. It turns out they're the protagonists, C72P2. He pondered for a moment, then asked, "Do you have a way to restore it?" She hesitated. "May I examine it?" He nodded. "Please." She reached for the tendril, and something unexpected happened. As she touched it, the withered root seemed to rejuvenate. Its surface became smooth and lustrous. A refreshing, herbal fragrance filled the room. Yi Qian stared at her sister, her eyes wide with surprise. Mu Zhi'an was also shocked, staring at the tendril, which was now glowing faintly. He had examined it last night, even giving it to Bai Ruoshi to see if she could sense anything. But it had remained inert, both in his hands and in hers. Yet Yi Lingxian had easily activated it. She placed it back in a box, then looked up at him. Only alchemists can nurture the dragon-soaring tendril. In ordinary hands, it will wither and die. Then why were you able to activate it? He asked, his curiosity piqued. Are you an alchemist? A talented one? I apologize, but that's a secret, she replied evasively. If Yi Yu had acquired the tendril, he would only be able to nurture it. But Yi Lingxian, she could directly utilize its power. She hadn't even known it was the dragon-soaring tendril until her protector, Old Wei, had identified it based on her description. Mu Zhi'an picked up the tendril, trying to replicate her action, but nothing happened. So all the treasures I've acquired from Yi Yu, they're all ancient artifacts, and I can't use any of them? He felt a sense of cosmic injustice. The bronze fragment and the heavenly Tao aura were by Ruoshi's cheat codes. The dragon-soaring tendril was exclusive to Yi Lingxian. Where's my cheat code? He sighed inwardly, his disappointment evident. But it was all right. He would find other opportunities to exploit the protagonist. After all, heaven would always favor the chosen one. He pushed the spirit stones towards her, then the box with the tendril. She frowned. What are you doing, young Master Mu? It would be a waste for me to keep it. Why don't you hold on to it for now, Miss Yi? Once you've restored it, we can discuss how to divide it. Consider those 2,000 spirit stones a storage fee, he suggested. She hesitated, glancing at the box, then at him. 2,000 spirit stones was nothing to her. He was practically giving her the dragon-soaring tendril for free, and in her hands, its value would be maximized. She had already told him that simply being in an alchemist's possession would prevent it from withering, yet he was still entrusting it to her. For 2,000 spirit stones? It was obviously not about the money. The Mu family wouldn't care about such a paltry sum. But she was tempted. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded, accepting his offer. I'll bring you the restored dragon soaring tendril in a year. A year was enough to fully restore it and to reap its benefits. The atmosphere in the room had relaxed considerably. They chatted leisurely, his humor drawing laughter from the sisters. After a while, Yi Lingxian received a mental message. It was Old Wei, inquiring about the situation. He had suggested acquiring the dragon-soaring tendril yesterday. She hadn't planned to ask Mu Zhi'an for it, but he had offered it to her. She set down her teacup, smiling. The tea has gone cold. I'll go downstairs and ask for a fresh pot. She left the room. Yi Yu, who had been lurking outside, froze, holding his breath, and retreated silently. He pressed himself against the wall of a nearby room, watching as she descended the stairs, her figure graceful and alluring. Once she was gone, he cautiously approached their room again. Knowing Mu Zhi'an's character, he wouldn't miss this opportunity to take advantage of Yi Qian. And when she was vulnerable, that was his chance to intervene. He hadn't felt much when they had called him Brother Yi Yu, but hearing them address someone else as brother, it sparked a fierce possessiveness within him. They were his cousins. Why were they calling that womanizing wastrel Brother Mu? He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, remembering their laughter, their easy camaraderie. His jealousy intensified. As he had predicted, soon after Yi Lingxian left, their voices echoed from the room. Chinner, are you still angry? Mu Zhi'an had moved to Yi Lingxuan's seat, his gaze fixed on the innocent beauty beside him. I'm not angry. You've always been pursuing Sister Ruoshi. Now that you're together, I'm happy for you, Yi Qian replied, her voice a mixture of nervousness and something else. He looked at her, his eyes intense. "Have you forgotten what happened in that private room yesterday?" She blushed, remembering their stolen moment, holding hands beneath the table, her sister oblivious. A thrill of excitement coursed through her. She whispered, "That was in the past, young Master Mu." He gently clasped her hand, his gaze meeting hers. "Call me Brother Mu, all right?" She felt trapped, like a rabbit cornered by a predator, his gaze burning into her. She lowered her eyes, unable to speak. Yu, listening outside, felt a surge of relief. It seemed Qian'er was smarter than he thought. She knew Mu Zhi'an's intentions. "Brother Mu," her voice, soft and hesitant, yet filled with an undeniable warmth, echoed through the room, shattering his hopes. "Good girl. Are you wearing lipstick today? Can I taste it?" Don't do that. Sister will be angry. Love is freedom, Qian'er. Don't. He couldn't bear it any longer. He flung open the door. Mu Zhi'an was holding Yi Qian's hand, his arm around her waist, his gaze fixed on her. She looked up at him, her lips parted slightly, her expression inviting. Yi Yu's expression hardened. "What are you doing to my cousin, young Master Mu?" The moment Yi Yu barged into the room, the intimate atmosphere evaporated. Yi Qian snapped out of the sweet trance Mu Zhi'an had woven, looking up at Yi Yu with surprise. "Brother Yi Yu, what are you doing here?" They had left the Yi Manor early this morning. Logically, he should still be meditating at this hour. His appearance at the tea house was too coincidental. Yi Yu faltered, then said, his voice stern, "Qian'er, don't be fooled by his sweet words. Stay away from him." He stepped forward, intending to pull Yi Qian away. But Mu Zhi'an intercepted him, a smile on his lips. "What brings you to the tea house so early, young Master Yi?" And so coincidentally, at this precise moment, his words jolted Yi Qian awake, and her eyes widened as she looked at her cousin. "Were you eavesdropping, Brother Yi Yu?" Yi Yu, his cover blown, scoffed. "If I hadn't, he would have taken advantage of you." Yi Qian blushed, her voice soft. "Brother Mu wouldn't do that." "Then what was he doing just now?" Yi Yu demanded, staring at her flushed cheeks. She stammered, unable to answer. Mu Zhi'an chuckled, shaking his head. "So you admit you were eavesdropping, young Master Yi?" "I was simply concerned for my cousin," Yi Yu retorted, glaring at Mu Zhi'an. "Miss Bai and I have no connection after the broken engagement, so I won't interfere in her affairs. But Qian'er is my cousin. I won't allow a wastrel to get close to her." Mu Zhi'an raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you're a cousin? She offered you medicinal herbs, hoping you would refine a foundation establishment pill for her, and you brushed her off, claiming you were busy. Is that how a good cousin treats his family?" Yi Yu said coldly. "I did try to make amends later, but she had already found someone else to refine the pill." The matter was settled. Realization dawned on him, and his eyes narrowed, fixed on Mu Zhi'an. It was you, wasn't it? He had wondered why Yi Qian had declined his offer. There were only a few alchemists in Tianxin City. Hiring one to refine a foundation establishment pill would cost a fortune. He had initially assumed she had gritted her teeth and hired an alchemist from the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. But now, something didn't add up. When had Mu Zhi'an become close to Yi Qian? There had to be a catalyst, and that catalyst was the pill. After he had rejected her, something must have happened between her and Mu Zhi'an. The pieces fell into place, and his anger surged, his aura flaring uncontrollably. "First by Ruoxi, and now you're targeting my Qian'er." He's forgetting about Lingxian. Mu Zhi'an set down his teacup, shaking his head. "I've never forced Qian'er to do anything. Her attitude should be proof enough." He gently squeezed her hand, then looked up at Yi Yu, his expression turning serious. "Brother-in-law, please give us your blessing." That simple address shattered Yi Yu's composure, his anger reaching a boiling point. He almost attacked. "Calm down. This isn't the place for a fight," a voice whispered in his mind. "Why not?" he thought, his anger burning. "Should I just stand here and watch him steal Qian'er from me? You weren't close to her during your decline. Now that she's found someone, it's not appropriate to interfere," the old voice replied, a hint of exasperation in its tone. Yi Yu's eyes narrowed, his anger unwavering. Even so, she shouldn't be with Mu Zhi'an. He already has by Ruashi. How can I allow her to be with such a scoundrel? Would you refuse if two women were vying for your affection? Yi was speechless. Your true battle lies in the entrance exams. You'll have plenty of opportunities to defeat him then. Fighting here will only attract the attention of the powerful individuals who own this establishment. The old man and his body couldn't bear to watch any longer. Yi had exceptional talent, yet he was being played like a fiddle by Mu Zhi'an. Fighting here would only anger the owners of the tea house, and Yi Lingxian was still downstairs. No matter the reason, if he attacked, even if he won, he would still lose. And besides, he was unlikely to win. The gap between the first and third levels of foundation establishment was significant. Yi gradually calmed down, and Mu Zhi'an looked at him with a hint of surprise. So he's not completely brainless. Mu Zhi'an smiled. Brother-in-law, would you like to join us for tea? Yi, his mind clear, recognized the provocation and simply scoffed. We'll settle this at the entrance exams, Mu Zhi'an. He wouldn't fall for his tricks again. Ignoring him was the best course of action. He turned and left. He's become more composed. Mu Zhi'an thought, watching him go, oh, I'll be keeping those 2,000 spirit stones. Remember to repay Lingxian those 700 you owe her. Yi froze, his body stiffening. Those words, they were a direct attack on his pride. He had been so proud of making Mu Zhi'an lose 2,000 spirit stones. But that money had come from his own pocket. In other words, Mu Zhi'an had only spent 400 spirit stones to acquire the dragon-soaring tendril. He almost lost control, his killing intent surging, but he remembered his master's warning and Gongsun Cheng's fate. He suppressed his anger. He had endured years of humiliation as a cripple. He could endure this. You'll regret this at the entrance exams, Mu Zhi'an. He left the room, his heart filled with rage. With his departure, the pleasant atmosphere vanished. Mu Zhi'an looked at Yi Qian, who was staring at the floor, her expression downcast. He squeezed her hand, his voice soft. I told you, my issues with your cousin have nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it. But you'll be fighting him at the entrance exams, she said, her voice filled with concern. If we spar, who do you want to win? He asked, smiling at her. She was wearing a similar outfit to the one she had worn during their first encounter at the sparring arena, a light blue dress that accentuated her figure, her legs shapely, her waist slender, her bosom ample. She looked up at him, her brow furrowed, about to answer, when he poked her playfully in the side. Don't worry, I don't have to participate in the entrance exams. Her eyes widened with surprise. You're not going to join the Two Polarities sect? The Mu family has a guaranteed spot. Why would I bother with the exams? He replied with a chuckle. Yi Qian stared at him, speechless. She blinked, then said, a hint of amusement in her voice. Brother Yi, you will be furious. He was clearly eager to defeat Mu Zhi'an at the entrance exams. Imagine his reaction when he saw Mu Zhi'an escorted by an examiner, heading straight for the sect, bypassing the exams altogether. I'm not a confrontational person. Why can't we all just get along? Mu Zhi'an said, shaking his head. Yi Qian rolled her eyes. Brother Yi Yu's outburst. It had been entirely his fault. And yet, she couldn't bring herself to dislike him. After Yi Yu's interruption, he decided against sampling her lipstick. The mood was gone, and Yi Lingxian would be returning soon. He couldn't risk jeopardizing his future endeavors. He returned to his seat and chatted with Yi Qian for a while. Soon, he heard a knock on the door. Yi Lingxian entered, her gaze sweeping over them, a flicker of suspicion in her eyes. The atmosphere seemed charged. I saw Brother Yi Yu leaving. Did he come here? She asked. Yi Qian nodded. He caused a scene, then left. So he was looking for us, Yi Lingxian murmured, her brow furrowing. Mu Zhi'an watched the sparring match unfolding on the platform, his expression calm. Well, only seemingly calm. Inwardly, a storm was brewing. Holy shit, Fei Ying and senior sister are sisters. No wonder he had encountered Fei Ying at the Rising Phoenix Inn. It wasn't a coincidence. She had been visiting Lan Mulian. She had even arranged the room for her. One sister, alluring and seductive, the other cold and aloof. Normally, he would be overjoyed by this discovery. But now, while he was surprised and intrigued, he also felt a surge of anxiety. It meant that Lan Mulian might know about his actions in Tianxian City, including his behavior towards Fei Ying. He noticed a coldness in Lan Mulian's eyes that hadn't been there before. Her gaze, as sharp and clear as ice, was fixed on him, waiting for his answer. If I mess this up, senior sister's route is over, he thought to himself. Luminous soil can preserve medicinal herbs. I kept one portion for myself, gave one to senior sister, and planned to bring the rest to the Two Polarities sect. He sighed, his expression turning thoughtful. After all, the sect is beyond the reach of the Mu family's influence. If I need medicinal herbs in the future, I can use the luminous soil to trade or to preserve any herbs I acquire. He retrieved a box from his storage ring and opened it, revealing 3 portions of shimmering luminous soil. While the unexpected intelligence had almost led to disaster, he wasn't panicking. He was telling the truth. He had received 5 portions from Fei Ying, but he had only given 1 to Bai Ruoxi and 1 to Lan Mulian. He had kept the rest. "Why do you ask, senior sister?" he asked, feigning ignorance. She narrowed her eyes, staring at him intently. "Just curious." Her gaze softened slightly. She quickly changed the subject, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Once you join the Two Polarities sect, you'll be a disciple. If you encounter any difficulties, I'll assist you." She smiled. Her mood has improved. That's good. He felt a wave of relief. Their relationship was unique. They were practically online friends, having met only a few times in person. He had never been certain of her feelings towards him. But her question about the luminous soil, her suspicion confirmed that she cared. "You're so kind, senior sister. Do you help all the disciples?" he asked playfully. "It depends," she replied calmly. "If I helped everyone who needed it, I would never have any free time. So I'm special." He smiled inwardly, his anxiety fading. She wasn't naive. She was intelligent and observant. That was good. However, once he joined the sect, if he was seen with other women, it could lead to trouble, just like at the auction house. "Did you go to the auction yesterday to see Fei Ying?" he asked suddenly. He had been wondering why she had attended. She disliked crowds and had no reason to be there. But she had a reason to visit her sister. She nodded, then glanced at him, a playful smile on her lips. "If I hadn't gone, I would have missed that interesting scene." He coughed. "Miss Huang invited me, so I went." "Oh." And he retrieved a small box from his storage ring and offered it to her. "These are the pills I refined from the Beast King vine." She nodded, accepting the pills, then looked up at the 2 men on the platform. "Who do you think will win?" she asked. He looked up as well. Yi Yu stood tall and proud, his sword at his side. Across from him, Gongsun Cheng, dressed in luxurious robes, his features actually quite handsome, if not for his cold, reptilian eyes, glared at him with venomous intensity. Mu Zhi'an pondered for a moment. Gongsun Cheng's injuries haven't fully healed, but he's still at the 8th level of foundation establishment. The gap between the 8th and 1st levels was vast. Even with his protagonist's luck, Yi Yu couldn't possibly defeat him. She nodded silently. The spiritual energy within him is unusual. It's not entirely his own. He's talented, but too impatient. Probably because I keep messing with him. Mu Zhi'an thought to himself. Then, his eyes widened, his gaze fixed on Yi Yu, a realization dawning on him. Senior sister said he has spiritual energy that's not his own. Could it be from the old man in his body? He caught a whiff of a familiar, intoxicating fragrance and turned to see Fei Ying sitting beside him, her legs crossed, her figure alluring, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Well, if it isn't the charming young Master Mu finished chatting with the Yi sisters, and now you're flirting with another woman? He sighed dramatically. "You've deceived me, Sister Lan." She looked at him, surprised, then glanced at Lan Mulian. "You told him." "He figured out himself," Lan Mulian replied calmly. Fei Ying narrowed her eyes, studying him, then chuckled. "I gave you hints, and I never try to hide it." She had never denied their relationship, but she hadn't explicitly confirmed it either. He looked at Lan Mulian, her face hidden behind the veil, a hint of wonder in his voice. I never realized you two were sisters. Their personalities were so different, and the veil obscured Lan Mulian's features. He had never made the connection. If not for his recent misfortune, his repeated encounters with Lan Mulian, he wouldn't have suspected a thing. My sister joined the Two Polarities sect long ago. She visits me often. Why do you think Master Huang treats me with such respect? She crossed her legs, her hand resting lightly on his shoulder, her voice playful. Not everyone can get away with your antics, young Master Mu. Lan Mulian glanced at him. Antics? He felt a cold dread wash over him, remembering his flirtatious behavior towards Fei Ying, his wandering hand. But she didn't elaborate, instead changing the subject, offering him some advice. The entrance exams are in a few days. Even though you're exempt, your low cultivation level might attract some unwanted attention. You should focus on your cultivation. He nodded. Then he asked, why aren't you participating in the exams, Fei Ying? Are you not interested in cultivating? You're at Foundation Establishment, right? She smiled, nodding. 8th level. How old are you? He asked, a slightly sensitive question. She chuckled. Guess. He pondered for a moment. 30. Get out, she scolded playfully, slapping his shoulder. My sister isn't even 30, let alone me. She noticed Lan Mulian's gaze and coughed. I'm 2 or 3 years older than you. So around 20. 8th level of Foundation Establishment at that age, not bad. And she's a successful businesswoman. He nodded. If you miss these exams, you'll have to wait a few years. You're not going to participate. She shook her head. I'm not. Seeing his disappointment, she smiled. You don't think you're the only one who can bend the rules, do you? He looked up at her. You're also exempt? Considering the examiner was her sister, it wouldn't be difficult to arrange, but seeing your sister didn't seem like the type to favor anyone. He glanced at Lan Mulian. What are you thinking? My sister wouldn't do such a thing, Fei Ying said, reading his mind. She nudged him playfully. She's met quite a few elders and peak masters since reaching core formation. They all fought over her, hoping to take her as their disciple. What happened? He asked, curious. The sect master naturally refused, so the matter was dropped, she replied with a chuckle. Then they somehow discovered she had a younger sister. She trailed off, but he understood. As Lan Mulian's sister, Fei Ying's talent wouldn't be overlooked. These entrance exams were the perfect opportunity to recruit her, and her talent was indeed exceptional. 8th level of Foundation Establishment at 20, she was among the best of her generation. I see, he murmured. So you'll reach core formation soon. It will take at least 6 months, she replied, shaking her head. I heard that the breakthrough from peak Foundation Establishment to core formation is difficult. It requires comprehension. What does that mean? Reaching core formation is connected to your past experiences. Everyone's understanding is different. Even elders can't offer much guidance, Lan Mulian explained calmly. Many cultivators remain stuck at Foundation Establishment for their entire lives because they fail to find their own path. They never reach core formation. He nodded thoughtfully. Wei Mengru's core formation ability allowed her to conceal her aura and the auras of others. Old Ren's ability allowed him to capture primordial spirits. Based on my past experiences, what kind of ability will I gain when I reach core formation? He watched the sparring match, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Bang! A clear voice echoed from the platform. Gongsun Chung wins. Mu Zhi'an looked up to see Gongsun Chung, his face pale, standing over Yiyu, his voice laced with mockery. Your talent is undeniable, Yiyu, but trying to defeat an 8th level cultivator at the 1st level, how naive. Yiyu, however, wasn't bothered. He chuckled. Congratulations, young Master Gongsun. He brushed the dust from his clothes, seemingly unconcerned about his injuries, and turned to leave. Gongsun Chung, sensing something, his eyes narrowing, stared at him. 2nd level. You used our spar to temper your body. Yiyu smiled, glancing at him. Thank you for your assistance, young Master Gongsun. He descended the platform, basking in the awestruck gazes of the other cultivators. He felt a sudden urge to look in a certain direction, and his gaze landed on Mu Zhi'an. On Mu Zhi'an's left sat Lan Mulian, her beauty as captivating as ever, her figure alluring. And on his right sat Feng, her dress revealing her long legs, her eyes sparkling with charm. Gong Sun Chung also noticed them, his expression darkening. How is Mu Zhi'an connected to the examiner? Mu Zhi'an ignored their stares and turned to Lan Mulian, smiling. Senior sister, shall we go have some tea? You just had tea with the Yi sisters, young Master Mu. Aren't you full? She replied, a hint of amusement in her voice. She glanced at him. Feng and I have some private matters to discuss. The entrance exams are approaching. You should focus on your cultivation. She left with Feng, ignoring him. Gong Sun Chung, unable to hear their conversation, but seeing Lan Mulian's dismissive attitude, smirked. What good is your family's influence, Mu Zhi'an? Someone like Lan Mulian wouldn't care about the Mu family. To her, he was just a good-for-nothing wastrel. Mu Zhi'an, noticing his gaze, simply smiled. He wasn't going to bother explaining. The more amused Gong Sun Chung was now, the more devastated he would be later. But it seemed there wouldn't be an opportunity today. He would have to try again another time. And senior sister was right. He should focus on his cultivation. He stood up, about to leave, when Yi Yu walked past him, a smirk on his lips. It seems not everyone bows to the Mu family, young Master Mu. Mu Zhi'an mimicked his tone, smiling. You're right, young Master Yi. I should go back and spend time with Ruashi. She's a clingy girl. Oh, and thank you for rejecting Chinner so coldly at the arena. If not for that, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to sample her lipstick today. Yi Yu's smile vanished. Mu Zhi'an stepped into the carriage. He returned to the Mu Manor and entered by Ruashi's room, finding her just finishing her meditation. She wore a white dress with delicate plum blossom embroidery, her skin as pale as snow, even in the dim light. While the dress concealed most of her skin, her ample bosom was still prominent. That was the advantage of a good figure. He stared at her, his heart pounding. She noticed his gaze and blushed, lowering her head, her voice soft. What is it? He closed the door and windows, then approached her, his voice filled with concern. How is your cultivation? 9th level of foundation establishment. I'm about to break through, she replied with a shy smile. He looked at her, his voice soft. Let me help you. He's just trying to... She glanced at him, declining politely. No need. The heavenly Tao aura is enough. He gently clasped her hand, his gaze meeting hers. The entrance exams are approaching. Ruashi, I'm worried you won't pass. Let me help you. This time, she didn't protest, simply looking up at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. He gazed at her beautiful face, her lips a delicate red, then leaned in, kissing her softly. Action spoke louder than words. 2 days later, Bai Ruashi opened her eyes, her usual aloofness replaced by a hint of alluring charm. She seemed more mature, more desirable. While her outward appearance remained cold and delicate, there was a hidden fire within her, a smoldering sensuality. And only Mu Zhi'an could truly appreciate it. Peak of foundation establishment. She murmured, her eyes calm and serene. She could sense it. She had reached the bottleneck. Core formation was within reach. But so many cultivators were stuck at this stage. Mu Lang had told her last night, as he held her close, that even with exceptional talent, it would take at least 2 or 3 months to break through. Reaching core formation wasn't about talent. It was about comprehension. But she could sense it. She was on the verge of a breakthrough. One more step. Core formation. Miss Wei's core formation ability concealed auras. My father's ability was brute force. My mother's was charm. She looked at Mu Zhi'an, who was meditating beside her, her eyes narrowing slightly. He wasn't faithful. There were too many temptations out there, and once they joined the two polarities sect, those temptations would only increase. And, as an inborn celestial vessel, he would attract all sorts of fox spirits. My core formation ability, it will bind their hearts and minds. She closed her eyes, the spiritual energy within her churning, refining at an accelerated rate, fueled by the heavenly Tao aura. If it took geniuses 2 or 3 months to reach core formation, she would be the exception. Today, she would break through. Time passed, another day fading into night. Mu Zhi'an finished his meditation, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Fourth level of foundation establishment. Almost at the fifth. He looked at his hands, nodding. Not bad. He had always had exceptional talent. His title, Heaven's Envy, spoke for itself. And with Bairuashi's heavenly Tao aura assisting him, his cultivation speed was far beyond his peers. At this rate, I might even catch up to Ruashi, he thought, glancing at her. She was wearing a loose white robe, her focus solely on her cultivation for the past 2 days. He had occasionally ventured out, spending time with senior sister or with the Yi sisters, but she had remained in deep meditation. He had been worried about her, but he had checked her pulse, her breathing. Everything seemed normal. She'll be surprised when she wakes up and senses my progress. He smiled, looking at her beautiful face. He stood up, intending to fetch some refreshments for them to enjoy after she finished meditating. As he stepped out of bed, he felt a surge of spiritual energy emanating from her, a powerful pressure that made him freeze. He turned to see her, her eyes now open, a strange intensity within them. Her aura had shifted, a subtle but undeniable change. Core formation. She smiled, her beauty breathtaking, her eyes meeting his. How is your cultivation progressing, Mulang? He smiled. Fourth level of foundation establishment. Almost at the fifth. Without any cheat codes, relying solely on his talent. Such rapid progress was astonishing. He waited for her surprised reaction, but she simply smiled, saying nothing. He frowned. What's wrong, Ruashi? I've reached core formation, she replied softly. Mu Zhi'an stared at her, speechless. It had only been a few days? Less than 4 days. And Bairuashi had already reached core formation? Even Mu Zhi'an felt a pang of jealousy. He had excellent talent, but it had come at a cost. Heaven's envy had granted him rapid cultivation progress, but it had also shortened his lifespan. Bairuashi, however, had suffered no such penalty, and her progress was astonishing. She's the one with the protagonist script. He thought back to their countless nights together, her dedication to her cultivation, her beautiful smile. He felt a bit better. Well, she might have reached core formation, but I deserve at least a third of the credit. Her rapid progress was partly due to their dual cultivation. So, what's your core formation ability? He asked curiously. She looked at him, her eyes soft and loving, about to answer, when a thunderous boom echoed through the sky, interrupting them. She turned to look out the window. The clear blue sky had been replaced by dark, swirling clouds. Thunder roared, lightning crackled, a sense of foreboding filling the air. Heavenly tribulation, Mu Zhi'an murmured. Cultivation was a defiance of heaven's will. Typically, the qi condensation and foundation establishment realms were still within the realm of mortals and wouldn't trigger tribulation. But core formation, it marked the beginning of true cultivation. Cultivators with exceptional talent would face a tribulation with every breakthrough. Some geniuses even faced a tribulation with every minor advancement. Clearly, Bairuashi belonged to that category. Mu Zhi'an stared at the swirling clouds, his expression grave. He had never witnessed a heavenly tribulation, but judging by the destructive aura emanating from those clouds, it wouldn't be easy to overcome. Bairuashi, however, remained calm, her gaze fixed on the approaching clouds. She looked at him, smiling. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. In the past, she might have been worried, but she was different now. She was confident in her ability to overcome this tribulation. He watched her leave, then, after a moment of contemplation, followed her, finding Wei Mingru standing in the courtyard. They exchanged glances, and before he could even speak, she summoned her flying sword. Come with me. She understands me. He nodded, wrapping his arms around her waist, and they soared into the sky, following by Ruashi, who was heading towards the city gates. At the Rising Phoenix Inn, Lan Mulian sat on her bed, meditating, her eyes closed. The room was filled with refined spiritual energy, flowing into her, her cultivation speed rivaling by Ruashi's, despite not having the heavenly Tao aura. She frowned, sensing something, and opened her eyes. She glanced towards the window, her gaze fixed on a distant point. A core formation heavenly tribulation, she murmured, her eyes widening with surprise. Someone in Tianxian City had reached core formation? After a moment of contemplation, she raised her hand, summoning a cloud. She stepped onto the cloud and flew towards the city gates. At the Yi Manor, Yu opened his eyes, feeling the surge of power within him, his breakthrough to the second level of foundation establishment complete. He clenched his fists, a surge of excitement coursing through him. To advance so quickly, such talent was rare, even in the world of cultivation. It was no wonder he was so thrilled. After the entrance exams, Bai Ruoxi would definitely regret breaking off their engagement. Mu Zhi'an only had the Mu family's resources. His potential, however, was limitless. She would soon realize who was truly worthy of her. But even if she regretted her decision, he wouldn't accept her back. He thought of her beautiful face, a mixture of anger and jealousy swirling within him. She had been staying at the Mu Manor almost every day, and judging by their behavior at the sparring arena, she was probably his woman now. He clenched his fists, his anger burning. He had to endure, to bide his time, until he could reveal his true power at the entrance exams. He was about to resume his meditation when the old man in his body exclaimed, "A core formation, heavenly tribulation?" He looked towards the window and saw a mass of dark clouds gathering in the distance, a destructive aura emanating from them. Someone was facing a tribulation. It had been so long since a cultivator in Tianxian City had reached core formation, and judging by the terrifying pressure emanating from those clouds, the person facing this tribulation was a true genius. Who could it be? An older cultivator wouldn't trigger such a powerful tribulation. It had to be someone young, someone with exceptional talent. Gong Sun Sheng, Huang Manting, or Bai Ruoxi? Gong Sun Sheng and Huang Manting were only at the 8th level of foundation establishment. They couldn't have reached the peak so quickly. He stared at the clouds, his voice barely a whisper. Bai Ruoxi's tribulation? She had reached core formation in just a few days. He rushed out of the manor, heading towards the city gates. The core formation heavenly tribulation drew the attention of countless cultivators, including the spies from the Gongsun family and the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. Mu Zhi'an, escorted by Wei Mingru, followed by Ruoxi, but they kept their distance. Approaching a heavenly tribulation would only increase its power, and they would both be targeted. It would be suicide. A massive vortex formed in the sky, lightning crackling at its center, its power building. Did you face a tribulation when you reached core formation, Mingru? Mu Zhi'an asked, watching Bai Ruoxi, who stood beneath the swirling clouds, her sword at her side. Yes, but not like this. Wei Mingru frowned, staring at Bai Ruoxi. 6 layers. Core formation tribulations weren't usually this terrifying. 2 or 3 bolts of lightning were considered the limit, and the destructive power increased with each strike. The maximum was 6. What had Bai Ruoxi experienced? What path had she chosen to trigger such a powerful tribulation? It would be amusing if she perished, a voice drawled. Gong Sun Sheng, holding his folding fan, watched Bai Ruoxi with a hint of malicious glee in his eyes. He noticed Mu Zhi'an's gaze and smiled. Don't misunderstand, young Master Mu. I naturally hope Miss Bai overcomes this tribulation. But with such power, who can guarantee there won't be any accidents? He wasn't worried about Mu Zhi'an or Wei Mingru attacking him here. The examiner was nearby. If they tried to harm him, she would intervene. Mu Zhi'an smiled. If she perished, I would be heartbroken. Then you'll have to accept your fate, young Master Mu. And you'll have to accept yours, Mu Zhi'an retorted. Threatening me? Gong Sun Chung chuckled inwardly. His father had told him that Mu Zhi'an was a rational man, motivated by self-interest. Even if Bai Ruoxi died, he would simply be angry. He wouldn't risk a war with the Gongsun family over a few words, allowing other families to take advantage. It wasn't his style. Young Master Mu. Get lost. Mu Zhi'an interrupted, his voice cold. Gong Sun Cheng's expression darkened. We're both young masters, Mu Zhi'an. That's no way to speak to me. Get out of here. 10 miles. If you don't want to leave gracefully, I can help you. Mu Zhi'an glanced at him, his gaze chilling. You and what army? Gongsun Chung wanted to retort, but he noticed Wei Mengru's cold stare and swallowed his words. While his father had warned him not to provoke Mu Zhi'an, he still felt a surge of resentment. Why should he be treated like this by someone younger than him? Under Wei Mengru's icy gaze, he reluctantly retreated. He knew that as long as she didn't kill him, the examiner wouldn't interfere. By the time this minor drama ended, a crowd of cultivators had gathered, their eyes fixed on by Ruoshi, their voices buzzing with excitement. It's been so long since we've seen a core formation heavenly tribulation. Miss Bai isn't even 20, is she? And she was only at the 9th level of foundation establishment a few days ago. Such talent. She's unrivaled among her peers. I've witnessed a tribulation before, but its power was nothing compared to this. Even the examiner has arrived. It seems she holds Miss Bai in high regard. She's probably the first of her generation to reach core formation. She's destined for greatness. They watched by Ruoshi, their voices filled with awe and envy. Those who had harbored hopes of pursuing her, they were now filled with a sense of helplessness, their dreams shattered. If she survives this tribulation, that Mu family young master, he'll be a lucky man. A core formation Tao companion, young and beautiful, serving him even at that level. The crowd murmured, their gazes fixed on Mu Zhi'an, their envy palpable. The first bolt is coming. The vortex in the sky rippled, and a blinding flash of golden light erupted, a massive bolt of lightning streaking down like a golden dragon. The terrifying power, the deafening roar, made the cultivators tremble. A core formation heavenly tribulation, it was this powerful. Ruoshi, however, didn't flinch. She summoned her mysterious bronze sword. She channeled her spiritual energy, the sword hovering before her. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she slashed, splitting the lightning bolt in two. It's the sword she used to defeat Gongsun Chung, someone exclaimed. That first bolt was probably stronger than Gongsun Chung. The second one, even 2 Gongsun Changs wouldn't be able to withstand it. They chattered excitedly. Gongsun Chung now, their unit of measurement. Mu Zhi'an watched as by Ruoshi soared into the sky, her bronze sword aimed at the swirling clouds. He sensed something unusual. She wasn't trying to defend against the tribulation. She was trying to stop the lightning. Boom! As the second bolt descended, she simply raised her sleeve, a golden chain shooting out, forming a net that intercepted the lightning. I've never seen her use that chain before. Is that her core formation ability? He wondered. She flew towards the clouds, her bronze sword slashing through the third bolt of lightning. She then flicked her wrist, sending the sword hurtling towards the clouds, where it shattered the 4th and 5th bolts. Finally, the sword pierced the vortex, and the 6th bolt, unable to form, dissipated. No, it didn't dissipate. The essence of the tribulation, it was absorbed by the sword. But to the onlookers, it simply seemed like the sword had destroyed the tribulation. A ray of sunlight shone through the gap in the clouds. The crowd fell silent, staring at by Ruoshi, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief. 6 layers of tribulation, overcome so easily. Mu Zhi'an stared at her, her figure graceful and ethereal, a strange feeling washing over him. He had suspected she might be the protagonist, and now, witnessing this incredible display of power, he was almost certain. Yi Yu wasn't the chosen one. She was. She was the heavens' chosen heroine. Then the question was if she was the protagonist. What was his role? Could it be the heroine? He chuckled inwardly, half joking. He opened his personal interface and saw the supporting character label, its pink, heart-shaped frame, now a deeper shade, almost red. What does this heart mean? He pondered, his brow furrowing. Before he could dwell on it, Ruoshi descended towards him, her tribulation over. He pushed those thoughts aside and greeted her, his voice filled with concern. Are you all right? She nodded, smiling. It was just a few bolts of lightning. Nothing I couldn't handle. He nodded, relieved. He could sense that her aura was stable, her energy flowing smoothly. That chain you used, is that your core formation ability? he asked. She glanced at Lan Mulian, who was watching them from atop a cloud, then looked back at him, nodding. It's not appropriate to discuss it here. I'll tell you when we return. Lan Mulian, standing atop her cloud, watched Mu Zhi'an and Bairuashi depart. A core formation cultivator at less than 20 years old. The Bai family's young mistress. Her future was limitless. Once she joined the Two Polarities sect, she would surely be sought after by numerous peak masters. She was a true genius. She would undoubtedly be the top candidate in this year's entrance exams. Lan Mulian turned to leave, but then she sensed a faint wisp of pink smoke in the air, dissipating almost instantly. If one wasn't paying attention, it would be easy to miss. Demonic aura? She scanned the crowd, her eyes narrowed, but she couldn't pinpoint the source. She summoned a talisman, flinging it into the air. It burst into flames, turning to ash, and her eyes glowed with a strange golden light. It was the aura sight technique, a secret art of the Two Polarities sect. All living beings possessed an aura. Cultivators had spiritual energy, ordinary people had destiny, demonic cultivators had demonic aura, and even emotions had their own unique energy. The aura sight technique revealed them all. She surveyed the crowd, but all she saw were faint white auras emanating from the cultivators. There were no demonic cultivators present, but that wisp of demonic aura, it couldn't have been a figment of her imagination. This is strange. If a demonic cultivator was hiding among them, she would have detected them immediately. But there was no trace. The only possibility was the demonic cultivator had just left, and the only ones who had just left were. She glanced towards Mu Zhi'an and Bairuashi. Her eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Yi Yu also watched them depart, his gaze fixed on Bairuashi's graceful figure. A slow smile spread across his lips. News of the core formation, heavenly tribulation, spread like wildfire among the cultivators that afternoon. Such a dramatic event, witnessed by so many people, it was bound to generate discussion. It had been so long since a cultivator in Tianxian City had reached core formation, and the power of that tribulation, it surpassed most core formation cultivators. Typically, even 3 bolts of lightning were difficult to withstand, as the tribulation's power was determined by the cultivator's level, and it was always stronger. Yet Bairuashi had not only survived, but she had emerged unscathed. It was remarkable. That Bai family young mistress is truly impressive. Not only is her cultivation progress rapid, but she even overcame her tribulation with ease. At the Rising Phoenix Inn, Lan Mulian welcomed her sister back to her room. Fei Ying, her chin resting on her hand, looked at Lan Mulian, who was standing by the window. I heard countless people discussing it as I entered the inn. Lan Mulian glanced down at the book in her hand, her voice soft. Her progress is astonishingly fast. So she'll be the first to join the Two Polarities sect, right? Fei Ying asked. Most likely. Lan Mulian nodded, but her brow furrowed slightly. After the tribulation, she had sensed a faint trace of demonic aura lingering at the city gates. An ordinary cultivator might not have noticed it, but she was sensitive to auras. She pondered for a moment, then retrieved a paper crane from her storage ring. Fei Ying raised an eyebrow, smiling, chatting with that Mu family young master again. This is different. Lan Mulian shook her head, her voice calm. I have some questions for him. At the Mu Manor, Mu Zhi'an watched Bairuashi, a sigh escaping his lips. I never expected you to reach core formation so quickly, Ruashi. They both possessed exceptional talent, yet her progress was simply faster. It was unfair. Wei Mingru also looked at Bairuashi, who was kneeling beside the snow lotus pond, seemingly lost in thought, a hint of worry in her eyes. Her talent is truly remarkable. If you don't work harder, you might not be able to control her in the future, Wei Mingru said, her voice laced with a hint of warning. Mu Zhi'an chuckled, shaking his head. It's just core formation. I can easily subdue her. While core formation cultivators were powerful, he was still in control. However, Bairuashi's heart remained a mystery to him. Don't be so sure. You might find yourself controlled by her one day, Wei Mingru replied, her gaze fixed on Bairuashi. By Ruoshi, her chin resting on her hands, her hair framing her beautiful face, seemed to sense their gazes and looked up, meeting Mu Zhi'an's eyes. A shy, gentle smile spread across her lips. He smiled back, then shook his head. Ruoshi isn't the controlling type. Her actions speak for themselves. She had always been a gentle, delicate beauty. While she seemed aloof and distant to others, he had discovered a warmth within her, a kindness that belied her cold exterior. Wei Mingru scoffed, her disbelief evident. He might understand human nature, but he didn't understand women. He didn't understand their unpredictability. "There's something else you should be aware of," she said suddenly, her voice turning serious. He looked at her, his brow furrowing slightly. After the tribulation, her body was tempered by the lightning, and the surrounding spiritual energy was purified. A trace of demonic aura leaked from her vessel. "I'm not sure if any other core formation cultivators noticed," she explained. He listened quietly, his expression unchanging. "You don't seem surprised. Did you already know?" she asked. He shook his head. "We can't hide it forever. It was bound to be discovered eventually. The entrance exams are approaching. If this affects her chances of joining the sect, it could be a problem," she said, her voice low. "If there was proof that she was a demonic cultivator or that she possessed demonic aura, it could jeopardize her future, even with her talent. It was inevitable. In this world, human cultivators and demonic cultivators were mortal enemies. Not only Bai Ruoshi, but the entire Bai family would be implicated. And even he, having been intimate with her, he could be investigated. If the core formation cultivators from the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce or the Gongsun family had sensed that demonic aura, it would be a disaster. "What are you going to do?" she asked. He pondered for a moment. If we were at the Two Polarities sect, it would be difficult to handle. He looked at her, his lips curving into a smile. "But Tianxian City, it's the Mu family's territory." Mu Zhi'an opened the paper crane, noticing Bai Ruoshi's intense gaze, and chuckled inwardly. He knew Lan Mulian wouldn't write anything compromising. That was why he had agreed to read it with Bai Ruoshi. If Wei Mingru had sensed Bai Ruoshi's demonic aura, Lan Mulian definitely had as well. And she hadn't sent him any messages in the past few days, seemingly upset with him. Was it truly a coincidence that she had chosen to contact him today? He suspected the letter was about Bai Ruoshi. He unfolded the paper, revealing a single sentence. "Meet me at the Rising Phoenix Inn at noon today. I have some questions for you regarding Bai Ruoshi." As expected, he pondered for a moment, then said, "It seems senior sister is indeed suspicious." Bai Ruoshi's expression turned worried. "What should we do?" She hadn't expected reaching core formation to bring such trouble. "It's not entirely a bad thing," he said. "At least her tone isn't hostile. That's a good sign. And you are bound to reach core formation eventually. It's better that it happened in Tianxian City. What do you think would have happened if it had occurred at the Two Polarities sect?" His words eased her anxiety. He was right. It was fortunate that this had happened in Tianxian City. If it had occurred at the sect, the consequences would have been far more severe. He put away the letter, then studied her, his brow furrowing slightly. "I don't sense any demonic aura from you now. Does it only leak out during a tribulation?" She shook her head. "I was careless. I didn't suppress my spiritual energy properly. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened." She hadn't even known she possessed demonic aura. While Bai Yuanfeng was a three-tailed fox, she hadn't passed on any of her demonic traits to her daughter, or so they had thought. No one had expected this to happen after the tribulation. He pondered for a moment. "So, you can completely conceal it if you want to?" She nodded. "As long as I don't use it, it won't leak out." The demonic aura had leaked out at the city gates because she had overexerted herself, using the bronze sword repeatedly. When her spiritual energy was depleted, the sword had drawn upon the demonic aura within her vessel. "Are you going to see senior sister?" she asked. He nodded. "I have to. If I can understand her intentions, we won't have to worry about anyone in Tianxian City reporting us," he explained. She frowned. If even the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce and the Gongsun family wouldn't dare, who else would? No family in Tianxian City would do such a thing. He paused, then smiled. "But individuals, especially foolish ones, They're capable of anything. She tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Who are you talking about? Gong Sun Chung. He's only a foundation establishment. He wouldn't have sensed that faint trace of demonic aura. He shook his head. She pondered for a moment. Then her eyes widened as a realization dawned on her. Yiyu. Yiyu is also a foundation establishment, but the old man in his body, his current strength, was unknown. But at Dragonhead Forest, when he had possessed Yiyu, he had been at core formation. If it was Yiyu, he might have sensed it. And if he reported it to Lan Mulian. She clutched her dress, her heart sinking. If it was just her, it wouldn't be so bad. But to implicate the Bai family and Mu Zhi'an, he looked down at her, her beauty as captivating as ever, her white dress accentuating her delicate figure, her aura a mixture of aloofness and vulnerability. He covered her hand with his, and she looked up at him, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and hope. Don't worry about it. Focus on your cultivation, he said, his voice reassuring. I'll handle everything. At the Rising Phoenix Inn, Mu Zhi'an arrived at Lan Mulian's room, as promised. She wore a moon-white dress that suited her personality, her long hair held in place by a white ribbon, a single strand framing her beautiful face. She was cold and elegant, her beauty breathtaking. You're on time. It seems Miss Bai is important to you, she said, a faint smile playing on her lips. I always prefer to arrive early. I don't like waiting, and I don't like making others wait, he replied, smoothly deflecting her observation. She nodded, inviting him to sit down. Do you know why I asked you here? He nodded. You mentioned it in your letter. She stared at him intently. Bai Ruashi, she's a demonic cultivator, isn't she? There's no need to lie to me. I can confirm it with the aura sight technique. So she noticed, as expected of Lan Mulian. He hesitated, then nodded, but then shook his head. She's the child of a human cultivator and a demonic cultivator, but aside from a trace of demonic aura, she has no connection to the demon realm, he said, revealing the truth. He had carefully considered his options and decided against lying to her. As she had said, if she was suspicious, she could simply use the aura sight technique to confirm Bai Ruashi's identity. There was no need to summon him. This was a test, both for him and for Bai Ruashi. If he lied, she would be disappointed, and it might not even work. She rarely used the aura sight technique, but he couldn't be sure she hadn't used it on him before this meeting to detect any lies. She remained silent, and he continued, What do you intend to do? According to the two polarities sex rules, anyone who colludes with demonic cultivators will be severely punished. She pondered for a moment, then said, her voice soft, but since she's not even a half-demon, I'll let it slide. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. That's what my master taught me. Her words spoke volumes. She might not have the authority to make such a decision, but if it came from the Jade Empress herself, it was as good as law. You're not going to pursue it? He asked, seeking confirmation. She looked at him, her gaze intense. I can overlook it for now, but if she ever harms anyone, I'll personally eliminate her. She's just trying to hide her embarrassment. Senior sister is a bit Sundra. He nodded, then asked, Will her demonic aura leak out every time she faces a tribulation? She shook her head. Theoretically, as long as it's concealed within her vessel and not used, it won't be detected. Perhaps she didn't even know she possessed demonic aura until today. You're very perceptive, senior sister, he said, his admiration evident. As I suspected, she's cold on the outside but warm on the inside. And she deduced the truth so quickly. Such an intelligent woman, if I could marry her, it would be a blessing. He sighed inwardly. The entrance exams are approaching. Don't forget to cultivate amidst your recreational activities, she reminded him. He nodded obediently. I'll heed your advice, senior sister. Once I join the sect, I'll be at your service. He seized the opportunity to cling to her thigh, metaphorically. She raised an eyebrow. I don't need your service. May I bring you some osmanthus cake tomorrow? He asked tentatively. She didn't agree, but she didn't refuse either. She simply took a sip of tea. He understood. I have some matters to attend to. I'll visit you again tomorrow. He didn't return to the Mu Manor after leaving the inn. He sent a spy to the Gong Sun family. while he himself headed towards the morning glory chamber of commerce. He waited in the main hall, then was greeted by Master Huang, dressed in his usual luxurious attire. Master Huang sat down, brewed some tea, then poured a cup for Mu Zhi'an, smiling. "What brings you to the morning glory chamber of commerce at this hour, nephew Mu?" Mu Zhi'an took a sip of tea, then spoke, his voice cryptic. "You're an intelligent man, Uncle Huang. You should know why I'm here." It sounded like a veiled threat, but for someone as clever as Master Huang, it would only confuse him further. Master Huang's hand, holding the teacup, froze, and he stared at Mu Zhi'an, his mind racing. After a moment of silence, he chuckled. "I don't understand what you're talking about, nephew Mu." Mu Zhi'an smiled, retrieving a paper crane. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand, Uncle Huang, but you should recognize the owner of this crane." Master Huang's gaze fixed on the crane, the spiritual energy emanating from it. It was Lan Mulian's. So he really is involved with her. Master Huang's eyes narrowed, then he laughed heartily. "As I said before, nephew Mu, the morning glory chamber of commerce only cares about profits. You needn't worry about us." "I know nothing, and I'll do nothing," he assured him. As expected, a businessman only cared about his own interests. They couldn't have missed the tribulation this morning. He knew everything, but he was choosing to play dumb. "Actually, Uncle Huang, I have a favor to ask. I hope you can assist me." He noticed Master Huang's lack of interest and continued. "Miss Huang and I are quite close. Once we join the Two Polarities sect, we can look after each other." Master Huang's eyes narrowed, then he smiled. "Ask away, nephew Mu. Considering your relationship with my daughter, I'll do everything in my power to help." Mu Zhi'an was involved with the examiner. He only had one daughter. If he could make Mu Zhi'an owe him a favor, ensuring his daughter's safety within the sect, it was a worthwhile investment. "You're a smart man, Uncle Huang, and so is Uncle Gong's son." Mu Zhi'an sighed. "But some people, they might not be so wise. If anyone tries to harm Ruashi, I hope you can help us prove our innocence." Master Huang bowed. "Considering our relationship, nephew Mu, it's a small matter." They chatted for a while longer, then Mu Zhi'an stood up to leave. "Are you going to visit the Gongsun family next, nephew Mu?" Master Huang asked, escorting him to the door. "There's no need. I've already sent someone to take care of things. They're intelligent people. They know what to do," Mu Zhi'an replied with a smile. Everything was in order. If any clowns tried to stir up trouble, they would only be entertaining him. After Mu Zhi'an left, Master Huang returned to the main hall. He pondered for a moment, then turned to his servant. "Summon my daughter." The servant bowed and left. Moments later, Huang Manting entered, her black embroidered shoes clicking against the floor, her eyes, sharp and alluring, sweeping over her father. "Father, you summoned me?" He smiled, tapping the table. "Sit down." After she sat down, he took a sip of tea, then said, "The Mu family's young master visited the Chamber of Commerce earlier." She raised an eyebrow, surprised. That Mu Zhi'an might look like a harmless scholar, but he's full of tricks. Don't underestimate him because of his age, father. He chuckled, nodding. "That's precisely why I summoned you. Mu Zhi'an and I have an agreement. Once you both join the Two Polarities sect, you'll look after each other. If you encounter any trouble, you can seek his assistance." She scoffed, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. "Father, I'm at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. When would I ever need his help?" Actually, she did need a servant to entertain her. Mu Zhi'an would be perfect. He shook his head, smiling. "His cultivation might be low, but he's clever. We can't predict the future. Remember how he outsmarted you a few days ago? He had wanted to avoid getting involved in the conflict between the Bai, Gongsun, and Mu families, but Mu Zhi'an had approached his daughter and forced his hand, making the Gongsun family relinquish 3 market districts. Her expression darkened. "I thought he was just a foolish wastrel, obsessed with women. Who knew?" She remembered how he had taken advantage of her, how she had thought she was in control. Her smile vanished. "What did he want today?" she asked suddenly. "It's nothing you need to worry about. The Chamber of Commerce won't suffer any losses. It's simply a matter of convenience. I summoned you to warn you, don't antagonize him," he replied, his voice calm and reassuring. She lowered her eyes, her feet swinging gently. Didn't you favor Yi Yu before, father? I favored him because he managed to recover from his decline and reach foundation establishment in just a few months. He paused, then chuckled, shaking his head. But he's too impatient. He won't go far. As for Mu Zhi'an's purpose today, he paused, keeping her in suspense. You'll find out in a few days. Even if Bairuashi was a half-demon, or even a full-fledged demonic cultivator, it didn't matter. As long as everyone believed she was innocent, she was innocent. At the Gongsun Manor, a spy stood in the shadows, observing Gongsun Xiong, who was enjoying his afternoon tea. Master, how should we handle this? He knew Gongsun Xiong was furious about the Mu family's recent actions. This could be an opportunity for revenge. Bairuashi isn't a demonic cultivator. The Gongsun family hasn't detected any demonic aura. We believe in Miss Bai's integrity, Gongsun Xiong replied calmly. If anyone mentions this, that's our response. It would be beneficial if the Bai family was exposed for harboring a demonic cultivator, but his injuries hadn't healed yet. If they couldn't find any evidence, the Gongsun family, having made the accusation, would become the target. As Mu Zhi'an had predicted, he was a cautious man. He wouldn't risk any major actions until he recovered. The next morning, Lan Feiying arrived at Lan Mulian's room at the Rising Phoenix Inn, carrying a box of local pastries. You seem unhappy, sister, she said, observing Lan Mulian, her brow furrowed with concern. Although Lan Mulian was wearing her veil and hadn't spoken a word, Feiying, as her sister, sensed her mood immediately. It's nothing, just a minor annoyance, Lan Mulian replied calmly. Feiying, her curiosity piqued, glanced at her sister, then her gaze landed on the book on the table. A dozen names circled within it. Have you finalized the list of candidates for the entrance exams? Lan Mulian nodded, closing the book. She looked out the window, her voice soft. The number is mostly set, but I'll need to assess their talent one last time. She turned to her sister. You'll need to be tested as well. At the Mu Manor, Mu Zhi'an sat in the courtyard, gazing at the snow lotuses, a yawn escaping his lips. He hadn't slept well last night. It wasn't his intention to stay up late, but for Bairuashi's cultivation progress, they had engaged in a bit of dual cultivation. The details weren't worth mentioning. Those who understood, understood. I hope Yu doesn't cause any trouble. I still need to exploit him a bit more, he murmured to himself. He picked 3 snow lotuses, carefully placing each one in a separate portion of luminous soil. He didn't need them now, but who knew what the future held? A cold laugh came from beside him, and he looked up to see Wei Mingru, her expression filled with disdain. He offered her a snow lotus, smiling. Here, Mingru, this is for you. I don't want it, she replied curtly. She glanced at him, then continued. If you had only given it to me, it would be fine. But you gave it to 3 other women. It has lost its meaning. He shook his head. This one is different. She scoffed. It no longer represents loyalty in love. Once we reach the 2 polarities sect, with your beauty, Mingru, you'll attract countless admirers. If you show them this snow lotus, they'll know you're taken, he explained. I'm not interested, she replied, her voice flat. Just take it. Even if you don't use it, it's a nice keepsake, isn't it? He took her hand, placing the snow lotus within it. If this snow lotus business is exposed, don't expect me to help you, she said, accepting the gift, but not forgetting to issue a warning. Haven't you learned your lesson from the auction house? He chuckled, shaking his head. That was just a coincidence. If that fool Yu hadn't shouted my name, my plan would have been flawless. And besides, this was different. Women were reserved creatures. If they received a flower from someone they liked, they wouldn't go around bragging about it. Well, unless they were vain and attention-seeking. But Bairuashi and Lan Mulian weren't like that. They would simply treasure the snow lotus, a reminder of him. As for Yi Lingxian, she was still wary of him, guarding her sister like a hawk. She wouldn't brag about it either. She might mention it to Yi Qian, but there was no social media in this era. They couldn't post photos and share their feelings with the world. If this was exposed, it would be pure bad luck. Speaking of which, I should give Qianer one too. She might not say anything, but she's probably upset. He thought to himself. A servant approached, observing them discreetly before speaking in a low voice. Young master, we received a message from the Rising Phoenix Inn. The examiner wants everyone to gather at the sparring arena at the hour of the sheep. It seems she's going to assess the candidate's talent. Mu Zhi'an nodded thoughtfully. Understand. Prepare the carriage. I'll be there soon. It seemed senior sister was planning to conduct a preliminary exam to determine their true capabilities. The two polarities sect was a powerful force, even in the vast world of cultivation. And unlike most sects, they remained neutral, not interfering in worldly affairs. Even the emperor couldn't command them. They held a sacred position in the eastern region. As a result, their entrance exams always attracted countless aspiring disciples, including the children of nobles, princes and princesses, and geniuses from various cultivation families. The cultivation families of Tianxian City were no exception. Lan Mulian, having finalized the list of candidates, chose the sparring arena as the testing ground. News spread quickly, and the chosen cultivators gathered, eager to prove themselves. A crowd of onlookers also arrived, curious to witness the display of talent. After all, those chosen by Lan Mulian were the best Tianxian City had to offer. Huang Manting sat languidly, observing the young cultivators sparring on the platform, their desire to impress evident. She chuckled inwardly. To be chosen by Lan Mulian meant they were already exceptional. Their eagerness to spar before the official test, it was clearly for her benefit. But she hadn't even arrived yet. What was the rush? She turned her head, sensing something, and saw a carriage arriving. Two beautiful young women stepped out. Miss Lingxian, Miss Qianer, you're early, she said, smiling and waving to them. Aside from Mu Zhi'an, they were also targets. She had grown tired of her servants and followers. Her current interest lay in the talented individuals from other families. And the one she most desired to conquer was the Mu family's young master. Yi Lingxian smiled politely. Miss Huang. Huang Manting smiled back, about to speak, when Yi Yu, noticing the sisters, his eyes brightening, approached them. Lingxian, Qianer, what a coincidence. I was just about to visit you at the manor and invite you to come with me, he said, his voice cheerful. Yiqian shrank back, ignoring him. Ever since discovering that he had been following them, she had lost all affection for him. Even if he was a genius, she still found his behavior repulsive. Yi Lingxian pulled her sister closer, smiling. We wanted to arrive early for the talent assessment. Her smile was polite, but distant. He didn't notice, simply pointing toward some empty seats. It's a hot day. Why don't we sit over there? I doubt senior sister will arrive so soon. We're going to chat with Miss Huang, Yi Lingxian replied, declining his offer politely. She nodded to him, then led Yi Qian towards Huang Manting, taking a seat beside her. They've been completely captivated by Mu Zhi'an. Yi Yu thought, his expression darkening, but he couldn't push them any further, and he wasn't close to Huang Manting. He reluctantly took a seat nearby. Is there room for one more? A cheerful voice interrupted them. He looked up to see Mu Zhi'an standing beside Yi Qian, a smile on his lips. Mu Zhi'an, he glared at him. Then his gaze landed on Yi Qian, her cheeks flushed. There's no one here, Brother Mu. You can sit if you want, she murmured shyly in response to his question. He sat down beside her, smiling. Good afternoon, Qianer, Lingxian. Huang Manting scoffed. You're so cruel, young Master Mu. No greeting for me. But her tone was playful, not angry. Why does he know everyone? Yi Yu glared at Mu Zhi'an, who was now chatting and laughing with the three women. Huang Manting was the daughter of the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce's president. Logically, she should be hostile towards the Bai family, and Mu Zhi'an was close to Bai Ruoshi. Why was he interacting with her? He clutched his robe, suppressing his anger. No matter how charming Mu Zhi'an seemed, it was all just a facade. Once senior sister arrived and assessed their talent, they would all see who the true protagonist was. He's staring at you. That's a scary look, Huang Manting whispered, noticing the intense gaze directed at them. Mu Zhi'an, without turning around, gently touched Yi Qian's hand, making her blush. While seeing Yi Lingxian, with her elegance and poise, flustered would be amusing, teasing Yi Qian, with her innocence and sweetness, was also quite enjoyable. He looked at her, her cheeks flushed, then withdrew his hand, smiling. You and I have some issues, but don't worry about it. It's a personal matter. It shouldn't involve you. He could guess what Yi was thinking. He was biding his time, confident in his talent, believing that once Lan Mulian arrived, he could impress everyone, earning their admiration and praise. But he didn't realize that the ability to interact with others, to charm and entertain, it was a talent in itself. And could his talent, granted by heaven's envy, possibly be inferior to others? Mu Zhi'an chuckled inwardly. Where's Miss Bai? Huang Manting asked suddenly. The Yi sisters both looked at him. She's doing this on purpose. He maintained his composure, his voice calm. She was meditating earlier. She should be on her way. By the way, after the talent assessment, would you three ladies care to join me for tea and pastries at the Tide Sea Inn? He asked, smoothly changing the subject. Yi Qian's frown softened, and while Yi Lingxuan's expression remained neutral, he could sense her mood improving. They both nodded politely, and Huang Manting smiled, her charm captivating. Sure, it's settled then, he replied with a smile. The Yi sisters were so naive. If Yi had even a shred of emotional intelligence, he could have easily won over at least one of them. But now, he could only watch from a distance, his fury simmering. What was heaven thinking, choosing such a fool as the chosen one? Mu Zhi'an shook his head inwardly. He felt a sudden chill, a shadow looming over him. He turned to see Lan Mulian standing behind him, her moon-white dress accentuating her alluring figure, her veil concealing her face, but her aloof aura, her captivating presence, it was enough to ignite his imagination. Senior sister, Yi Qian greeted her cheerfully. What were you discussing? Lan Mulian asked, her voice cold and clear. Brother Mu invited us to have pastries at the Tide Sea Inn, Yi Qian replied. Yi Lingxian spoke up. Would you like to join us, senior sister? Lan Mulian glanced at Mu Zhi'an, a faint smile playing on her lips. It depends on young Master Mu. Why doesn't her smile seem as warm as yesterday? He nodded. Of course, senior sister. You're welcome to join us. He paused, then added, but aren't you busy? I could bring you some pastries later. He was worried about losing control of the situation if there were too many people present. She looked at him, her gaze intense. I'm not busy. I have a bad feeling about this. He watched her walk towards the platform, her figure graceful and alluring, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed on her. She raised her hand, summoning a small stone tablet. She channeled her spiritual energy, and a golden light flashed, striking the tablet. The tablet began to grow until it towered over them, its surface smooth and black. Touch this tablet, and your destiny, your talent, will be revealed. She surveyed the candidates, noticing their eager gazes, and smiled. Who wants to go first? Yi Yu clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. His chance to shine had finally arrived. The testing monument, in essence, measured a cultivator's current realm, their inherent destiny, and their innate talent. In the world of cultivation, destiny wasn't some ethereal concept. It was a tangible force. Some were born lucky, stumbling upon treasures, acquiring ancient techniques or rare herbs at auctions for a pittance. Others toiled their entire lives, their efforts amounting to nothing, destined to be stepping stones for others. Those chosen ones, blessed with both talent and destiny, achieved success through sheer diligence. They were the favored children of fate, and Yi was one of them. Who wants to go first? Lan Mulian asked, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. A beautiful, alluring woman walked towards her, a smile playing on her lips. I'll get a try. The sisters exchanged a glance, then looked away. I wonder what senior sister looks like. Could she be similar to Fei Ying? Mu Zhi'an watched them, his expression carefully neutral, but his eyes filled with curiosity and appreciation. Lan Fei Ying placed her hand on the monument, channeling a sliver of spiritual energy into it. The black stone pulsed with a faint white light. 8th level of foundation establishment. The crowd gasped, staring at the tall, elegant woman, their gazes filled with surprise and admiration. Fei Ying was a well-known figure in Tianjin City, the chief auctioneer of the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. But no one had expected her cultivation to be so high. "What does the white light mean?" someone asked, pointing at the glow emanating from the monument. I remember the previous examiner used a similar monument to test destiny and talent. The light represents destiny. White means her destiny is above average. For those with ordinary destiny, there's no light. And for those with terrible luck, the monument emits a black light. If destiny determines a cultivator's life, then why bother cultivating? Someone protested. A nearby cultivator chuckled. Destiny does indeed play a role. Imagine you and a friend have the same talent, but they encounter more opportunities. By the time you reach core formation, they might have already received some ancient inheritance and reached nascent soul. Cultivation wasn't solely about talent and effort. Destiny was also a factor. So the other day, when my wife caught me at the pleasure house, was it because of my bad luck? Someone murmured, lost in thought. You were caught because you go there too often, someone else shouted, laughter rippling through the crowd. Huang Manting twirled a strand of hair, glancing at Mu Zhi'an, a smile playing on her lips. If you hadn't called out your name that day, young Master Mu, no one would have known about your meeting with the Yi sisters. It seems your destiny isn't very good either. He chuckled. I wasn't trying to hide it. I promised Ling Xian and Qianer, and I always keep my promises. He was trying to present himself as a trustworthy individual in front of the sisters. She scoffed, rolling her eyes. Those words only worked on naive girls. But then she noticed that Yi Ling Xian and Yi Qian's expressions had softened. She narrowed her eyes. So those words were for them. His target was clear, the Yi sisters. She felt a surge of annoyance. Was she not as beautiful as them? He was ignoring the women who were throwing themselves at him, choosing to pursue two young girls. Did he have some unusual preferences? But that didn't make sense. By Ruashi, the woman he had pursued before, she was mature and alluring. What was he thinking? Yi Yu is going up. Mu Zhi'an looked up to see Yi Yu ascending the platform, his black robes billowing around him, his figure slender. He listened to the whispers and murmurs below, his expression carefully neutral. But a closer look revealed that he was enjoying the attention, suppressing his pride. He glanced at Mu Zhi'an, their gazes meeting. He saw Mu Zhi'an reach out and brush Yi Lingshuan's hair, a subtle gesture that went unnoticed by Huang Manting and Yi Qian. She glared at him, her voice a mental whisper. Behave yourself, young Master Mu. There was a fly in your hair. I was just helping you, he replied, his voice also a mental whisper. She clearly didn't believe him, but she didn't pursue the matter. It seems she still has a good impression of me. He smiled inwardly, then sent another mental message. Ling Xian. Ding. A buzzing sound echoed in his mind. She had refused his private message. She glanced at him, her gaze cold. He tried again, but the only response was another ding. She was still refusing. She's quite tsundere. He sighed inwardly, then turned away, placing his hand on Yi Qian's. She trembled slightly, glancing at him, then quickly looked away, her cheeks flushed. But she didn't pull her hand away. He looked up at Yi Yu, who was staring at them, and gave him a thumbs up. It seemed like a gesture of encouragement, but to Yi Yu, it felt like he was saying, your cousins are both amazing. I like them both. The provocation was effective. Yi Yu nearly lost control, his anger surging, but he knew he had to remain calm. He took a deep breath, composing himself, then placed his hand on the monument. A brilliant golden light erupted, engulfing him. It was so bright that it nearly overshadowed the sunlight. He might not be handsome, but at this moment, many of the female cultivators stared at him, their eyes shining with admiration. He possessed great destiny. Yi Yu, second level of foundation establishment. His cultivation was low compared to the other candidates, but he had been stuck at qi condensation for a long time. He had reached foundation establishment in just a few months. They all stared at him, their gazes filled with awe and envy. That Yi family young master is truly extraordinary. If he cultivates diligently, his future will be limitless, blessed with talent and destiny. If there's a chosen one in this world, it's him. Even Mu Zhi'an sighed. His talent is truly remarkable. Unlike me, I'm only at the 4th level of foundation establishment, despite my efforts, he added, shaking his head sadly. Huang Manting opened her mouth to mock him, to point out his frequent visits to the pleasure house, but she held back, considering the occasion. Yi Lingxian glanced at him, noticing his dejected demeanor, and frowned. Cultivation isn't just about talent and destiny. Temperament is also important. Sister Lingxian always says that cultivation tests one's character. Many talented individuals with great destiny, they still fall. Yi Qian said, her voice soft and comforting. But with Yi Yu's destiny, he's unlikely to encounter any problems, Huang Manting said. With such great destiny, even a pig could achieve greatness. As long as Yi Yu didn't do anything stupid, his future was bright. You have no idea what I'm dealing with. Mu Zhi'an chuckled inwardly. He might treat Yi Yu like a fool, but he never underestimated him. Firstly, there was the mysterious old man in his body. And secondly, he had great destiny. Even if Lan Mulian attacked him, he would probably find a way to escape. That was the power of destiny. He had never considered eliminating Yi Yu directly. It wasn't realistic, but he could weaken his destiny. He had already proven that it was possible. He'll probably seek revenge once he reaches core formation, he sighed, casting another bait. Huang Manting raised an eyebrow. Is there something you fear, young Master Mu? He has great destiny, he replied. Yi Lingshuan's voice was calm and reassuring. Instead of worrying about such things, focus on your cultivation. And don't worry about brother Yi Yu. He'll be fine. Are you saying you'll protect me? Lingxian? He asked, looking at her. She hesitated, then nodded, her chin held high. He had helped them after all. It was only fair to return the favor. I'm not very strong yet, but I'll help too, Yi Qian said, her voice soft. He sighed dramatically. What if your brother Yi Yu finds out and beats me up? Yi Lingxian frowned. He's not your match. He was at the 4th level of foundation establishment, nearing the 5th. Yi Yu couldn't defeat him. And while Yi Yu was talented, she was also confident in her own abilities. As they chatted, Yi Yu descended the platform, basking in the admiration of the crowd. He glanced at Mu Zhi'an, who was talking to the sisters, making them laugh, but this time he felt calm. Mu Zhi'an could only enjoy their company for now. Once he went up, everyone would see how weak he was. And then Lingxian and Qin'er would come to their senses. He sat down, enjoying the attention, waiting for Mu Zhi'an's turn. Huang Manting, Yi Qian, Gong Sun Cheng, and the others went up, one by one, their destiny and talent praised by the examiner. Then a gasp rippled through the crowd. Yi Lingxian, her purple dress a vibrant splash of color, her aura elegant and graceful, placed her hand on the monument. A brilliant golden light erupted, bathing her in its radiance. She closed her eyes, her long lashes casting shadows on her cheeks, her face glowing with a warm, ethereal light. At this moment, all eyes were on her. This girl, who had always been so unassuming in Tianxian City, was now revealing her extraordinary talent and destiny. She didn't linger on the platform. She descended the stairs, her gaze meeting Mu Zhi'an's. He smiled at her. She smiled back, then, feigning indifference, raised her chin and nodded, quickly looking away. Her performance overshadowed the others who followed. Aren't you going to try, young Master Mu? Yi Yu, watching as Mu Zhi'an chatted with the sisters, making them laugh, finally lost his patience, his words shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Mu Zhi'an ignored him, but he could sense the gazes upon him. He knew he couldn't procrastinate any longer. He could feel Lan Mulian watching him. He walked towards the platform, his steps slow and measured. He met Lan Mulian's gaze and sent her a mental message. I'm nervous, senior sister. It's just a simple test. There's nothing to be nervous about. Relax, she replied, her voice a mental whisper, cold and reassuring. Could you talk to me afterwards? To encourage me, he asked. She looked at him, her eyes twinkling. Of course. She also wanted to talk to him about the snow lotus. He glanced at Yi Lingxian and Yi Qian, their gazes filled with encouragement. He then looked at Wei Mingru, who was standing alone in the shadows, her expression unreadable. He smiled at her. She scoffed, looking away, her disdain evident. He didn't mind. He turned towards the monument. It was time for the real performance. The crowd watched Mu Zhi'an, their gazes filled with anticipation. While most considered him a wastrel, some believed he simply lacked discipline, that if he focused on his cultivation, he would be far stronger. There was a saying in Tianxian City, even a pig born into the Mu family would reach foundation establishment before the age of 15. It was true. With the Mu family's vast resources, they could easily propel even the most incompetent individual to foundation establishment before 15. They were curious about his destiny. Being born into such a privileged family, surely his destiny wouldn't be bad. Yi Qian clutched her dress, her eyes filled with worry as she watched him. Yi Lingxian took her sister's hand, sighing. Why are you so concerned about him? Have you forgotten his reputation? She was exasperated. Qian'er's worried expression. It was clear that she had fallen for him. Yi Qian bit her lip, glancing at her sister. Brother Mu is not a bad person. He even gave you a snow lotus, she added. Clearly, she was still bothered by that gift. Yi Lingxian scoffed. It will wither in a few days. It's worthless. I'll throw it away soon. Yi Qian pouted. If you're going to throw it away, give it to me. She's actually talking back to me. Yi Lingxian frowned, poking her sister playfully. Yi Qian squirmed, almost giggling, then quickly apologized. I'm sorry, sister. I won't say it again. Yi Lingxian chuckled. You never used to talk back to me. It seems having a crush has made you bold. Yi Qian took her sister's hand, her voice soft. I just think he's a good brother. Unlike what you said. Yi Lingxian smiled, her gaze lingering on her sister, her heart softening. She could see through Qian'er's naive attempts at deception. He's starting, Huang Manting said suddenly. They both looked up at the platform. Mu Zhi'an, dressed in luxurious robes, his features handsome, his skin pale, a gentle smile on his lips, stood before the monument. He looked like the boy next door, the type who easily attracted young girls. In the past, his looks had earned him countless admirers. If not for his reputation as a womanizer, he could have entertained a different woman every night. He stared at the towering monument, his thoughts racing. If it emits a black light, it'll expose my terrible luck. How embarrassing. Despite his calm demeanor, he was feeling a bit anxious. He was confident in his talent, but he was a supporting character, an antagonist. Could a supporting character have good luck? If they did, they wouldn't be stepping stones for the protagonist. The Yi sisters, Wei Mingru, Yi Yu, who was waiting to mock him, even senior sister, they were all watching him. If the monument emitted a black light, it would be mortifying. All right, for this first destiny test, I'll consider it a success if there's no light at all. He placed his hand on the monument, channeling a sliver of spiritual energy into it. Fourth level of foundation establishment, Lan Mulian announced, glancing at the monument. She studied the monument, her brow furrowing slightly. It remained inert. No reaction meant his destiny was average. His destiny, it's just ordinary? That must be difficult to accept for someone as proud as him. She glanced at him, but he didn't seem disappointed. He was simply staring at the monument, lost in thought. She bit her lip, wondering what to say. Then, she saw a smile spread across his lips. He wasn't disappointed. In fact, he was pleased. When he touched the monument, he had sensed a connection. He could feel that the lack of reaction wasn't because his destiny was ordinary, but because that sliver of spiritual energy wasn't enough to activate it. It meant that his destiny was vast, so vast that the monument couldn't process it with just a small amount of energy. The crowd, seeing the lack of reaction, began to murmur. His destiny is average? I thought it would at least be red. The monument could display 5 levels of destiny. Black for terrible luck, no light for average destiny, then red, purple, and gold. Typically, crown princes and emperors emitted a purple light. It was the emperor's aura. Gold, however, was extremely rare. They had witnessed countless entrance exams, but most had never seen a golden light. And today they had already seen two. Mu Zhi'an, however, had disappointed them. They had expected him to have at least some destiny, but the monument remained inert. Yi smirked, pleased. While it was a shame it wasn't a black light, this ordinary destiny, it would surely make Ling Xian and Qian'er reconsider their infatuation. His potential was far greater than Mu Zhi'an's. Not only his talent, but also his destiny. He glanced at his cousins. Yi Lingxian was staring at the platform, her expression unreadable, while Yi Qian's eyes were filled with worry. He felt a pang of jealousy, his anger simmering. He didn't realize that women were blind when it came to the men they loved. Even if Mu Zhi'an had emitted a black light, they wouldn't have cared. They would have simply comforted him, and he would probably use that opportunity to kiss Qian'er and maybe even hold Ling Xuan's hand. He frowned, looking up at Mu Zhi'an. You're done, young Master Mu. Come down now. Mu Zhi'an ignored him and looked at Lan Mulian, who was watching him silently. He sent her a mental message. My destiny is huge, senior sister. Can the monument handle it? What was he planning now? She raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed on him, a flicker of suspicion in her eyes. She nodded silently. It's fine. He closed his eyes, focusing his energy, taking a deep breath, then exhaling slowly. The test, it was just beginning. He placed his hand on the monument, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into it. The monument trembled slightly. The murmurs below ceased as the crowd realized. Mu Zhi'an's test wasn't over. Lan Mulian also stared at the monument, surprised. She was intelligent. She realized that his destiny wasn't ordinary. That sliver of spiritual energy hadn't been enough to activate the monument. How vast is his destiny? As a soft light emanated from the monument, bathing Mu Zhi'an's face in its gentle glow, he glanced at the crowd below. Yi Lingxian and Yi Qian were staring at the monument, their eyes wide with surprise. Wei Mingru, standing in the shadows, looked at him with a strange expression. His gaze finally landed on Yi Yu, who was staring at the monument, his face filled with disbelief. It was no wonder he was so shocked. Even Mu Zhi'an hadn't expected his destiny to be so immense. Judging by the light, it must be gold, like Yi Yu's and Yi Lingxuan's. He glanced at the monument. It was emitting a soft, pink light, enveloping him in its gentle glow. He blinked, confused. Pink destiny? Strange. Why do I sense by Ruashi's spiritual energy? Someone murmured. Many had witnessed her display of power at the sparring arena. They recognized her spiritual energy. Yi Lingxian frowned, staring at the monument. It was true, the light emanating from it. It wasn't just Mu Zhi'an's spiritual energy. There was a hint of Ruashi's as well. Lan Mulian narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixed on the monument. This is interesting. At the Huan Tea House, located near the Rising Phoenix Inn and the sparring arena, a group of distinguished individuals had gathered. Master Huang sat in an elegant pavilion, his gaze fixed on the platform below, sipping his tea. Beside him sat Gongsun Ping, the acting patriarch of the Gongsun family. To be precise, he was a puppet patriarch installed by Gongsun Xiao. And near Gongsun Ping sat Ruashi's father, the patriarch of the Bai family, his demeanor rough and unrefined. In addition to them, there were patriarchs and elders from nearly 10 other families in Tianxin City. It was the entrance exams for the Two Polarities sect, a significant event that occurred only once every few years. And this year, their children were participating. They were naturally invested in the outcome. That Mu nephew is quite interesting. Everyone else has either black destiny or ordinary destiny, but he is pink. Master Huang chuckled, taking a sip of tea. I've traveled extensively and encountered many individuals with great destiny, but I've never seen pink before, the Yi family's third elder said, stroking his beard, his eyes filled with puzzlement. Ruashi's father remained silent, staring at the pink light emanating from the monument, his brow furrowed with suspicion. Why do I sense my daughter's spiritual energy? It was Mu Zhi'an who was being tested, yet he could sense Ruashi's spiritual energy. Something wasn't right. Even if they were cultivating together, her spiritual energy shouldn't be lingering within him. It seems the talk of the day will be dominated by that Mu family young master. An elder chuckled, shaking his head. They had thought Yi Yu and Yi Lingshuan's results were shocking, but Mu Zhi'an's, it was unprecedented. Not necessarily, Master Huang said, a knowing smile on his lips. Have you forgotten about the Mu family's Miss Wei and the Bai family's talented young mistress? They were both core formation cultivators. Wei Mingru was usually so unassuming that people often forgot about her, but Master Huang remembered her well. Firstly, she was always by Mu Zhi'an's side. And secondly, to reach core formation at her age, she was a true prodigy. And even if they disregarded Bai Ruoxi and Wei Mingru, there was another explosive situation brewing. Bai Ruoxi possessed demonic aura. All four major powers in Tianxian City were aware of it. If anyone wanted to cause trouble, this was the perfect opportunity. This talent assessment was merely an appetizer before the main course. Mu Zhi'an stared at the pink light, lost in thought. This is awkward. Why is there pink destiny? He looked at Lan Mulian, hoping for an explanation, but her gaze was cold and sharp, fixed on him with an intensity that made him shiver. Her expression was not good. What's going on, senior sister? He asked, his voice a bit strained. I'm not sure. It seems your destiny is different. I'll have to consult with my master when I return to the sect, she replied calmly. Even the examiner doesn't know. The crowd gasped, staring at Mu Zhi'an with a mixture of curiosity and something else. One of humanity's flaws was finding comfort in the misfortune of others. They had been secretly amused by the monument's lack of reaction. But now this unprecedented pink light, it filled them with a strange sense of unease. Senior sister, how will you rank Mu Zhi'an? A young man called out from the crowd. They all looked towards the speaker. It was the Sun family's third young master, one of the chosen candidates, his talent undeniable. This assessment was a preliminary test. Based on their performance, Lan Mulian would rank them from first to last. Mu Zhi'an's pink destiny, it was difficult to categorize. I have my own criteria, Lan Mulian replied calmly, glancing at him. Yi spoke up. Young Master Mu's cultivation is only at the 4th level of foundation establishment, and his destiny, it's unheard of. I'm curious about your decision, senior sister. If you place him above us, it would be unfair. Mu Zhi'an scoffed. Why don't you take over as the examiner then? Yi smiled faintly. I'm not qualified. Then shut up, Mu Zhi'an retorted. Lan Mulian chuckled, but quickly suppressed her amusement, maintaining her aloof demeanor. I have my own judgment. If anyone finds it unfair, they can report it to the sect master after joining the sect. However, she continued, a playful smile on her lips, the decision, it's still mine to make. Her words were a subtle rebuke. Are you questioning my authority? Yi Yu's expression darkened, but he couldn't find a way to retort, and he wouldn't dare challenge her directly. He suppressed his anger, but it was all right. Let Mu Zhi'an enjoy his moment. The real show was about to begin. Senior sister is so cool, Mu Zhi'an thought, clapping inwardly. He bowed. I'm done with the test, senior sister. May I leave? She nodded. Then, after he descended the platform, her gaze landed on Wei Mingru, who was standing in the shadows. Miss Wei, it's your turn. The crowd looked towards Wei Mingru, finally remembering that Mu Zhi'an's personal servant was also a candidate. She walked towards the platform, her long hair obscuring her face, her figure tall and slender. Even with her simple attire, her graceful movements, her aura, it was clear she was a beauty. She placed her hand on the monument. 5th level of core formation, Lan Mulian announced. The crowd fell silent, their eyes widening with surprise. Even Lan Mulian was surprised, studying Wei Mingru with renewed interest. She knew Wei Mingru was at core formation, but she hadn't sparred with her, so she hadn't known her true strength. And judging by her age, she was only 2 or 3 years older than Mu Zhi'an. 5th level of core formation. In some families, she would be treated as an honored guest. It was strange that someone with such talent would choose to be a servant. As Wei Mingru channeled her spiritual energy into the monument, a blinding black light erupted, engulfing the platform. Terrible luck. The crowd stumbled backwards, their expressions filled with fear and awe. What a shame. To reach core formation at such a young age, her future should be bright, but her destiny, someone murmured, their voice filled with regret. Just being near her will bring bad luck, right? What were the Mu family thinking, allowing her to protect their young master? Being close to someone with good luck could improve one's own destiny. Similarly, being near someone with terrible luck could negatively influence one's fate. Perhaps the Mu family has a way to suppress her bad luck. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow her to be near Mu Zhi'an. But even so, it's a huge risk. Even though she's beautiful and powerful. Wei Mingru listened to their whispers, her expression unchanged, then glanced at Mu Zhi'an. He noticed her gaze and smiled, waving to her. She scoffed, looking away, then descended the platform, heading towards the shadows. But he caught her wrist, stopping her. She turned to face him, her voice calm. "What is it? You've been standing for a while. Sit down and rest," he said, smiling. "There's no need. Being near you might affect your destiny," she replied. "We've been together for so long, and nothing bad has happened." "It'll be fine," he said, shaking his head. She remained silent, and he retrieved a handkerchief, wiping a nearby chair. "Come on, Mingru. Don't be shy." She hesitated, then nodded, taking a seat beside him. The whispers ceased. His actions were a clear statement. He was on her side. Continuing to gossip about her would only offend him. His simple words and actions silenced the crowd. They turned their attention to the remaining candidates, comparing them to the others, their thoughts racing. The Bai family's young mistress has arrived. A brilliant light, like a falling star, appeared in the distance, approaching rapidly. Bai Ruashi landed gracefully on the platform, her white embroidered shoes touching the ground, a ripple of spiritual energy emanating from her. She wore a white off-shoulder dress, her long hair cascading down her back, her lips a delicate pink. She was a captivating blend of innocence and allure, her beauty accentuated by her cold, elegant aura. "Greetings, senior sister," she said, smiling politely. Lan Mulian looked at her, a faint smile on her lips. "You're just in time. You're the last one." Once Bairuashi was tested, she could finalize the rankings. Her arrival ignited the crowd's excitement. Beautiful women were always a topic of conversation, especially a beauty like Bairuashi, who possessed both strength and grace. One of the popular pastimes in Tianxian City was ranking the most beautiful women, and Bairuashi had always held the undisputed top spot. The only one who could rival her in beauty was Huang Manting, but Huang Manting's figure, it was no match for Bairuashi's. Sister Ruashi is probably the best of her generation, right? Yi Qian murmured, staring at Bairuashi, who was the center of attention. Yiling Xian bit her lip. Probably. If Bairuashi's destiny test revealed a red or gold light, her position as the best of her generation would be solidified. Beautiful and powerful. "It's no wonder your brother Mu is so smitten with her," Huang Manting said, glancing at the Yi sisters, her tone a subtle provocation. Yi Qian frowned, her voice a soft protest. Sister Lingxian is still young. If she was the same age as Sister Ruashi, she would be just as strong. Mu Zhi'an chuckled. "If you cultivate diligently, Chinner, I'm sure you'll catch up to her one day." Yi Qian shook her head. "I could never compare to Sister Bai." But her expression had softened, a hint of happiness in her eyes. Huang Manting, observing Yi Qian's subtle joy, clicked her tongue in annoyance. That Mu Zhi'an, he truly understands how to manipulate women. And he had pretended to be a naive, innocent boy, fooling her. She remembered their first encounter at the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, and her anger simmered. Lan Mulian's voice, cold and clear, echoed through the air. First level of core formation. A brilliant golden light descended from the sky. It was even brighter than Yi Ling Xuan's and Yi Yu's, a faint rainbow hue within it. Lan Mulian stared at Bairuashi, her eyes closed, her hand on the monument, the golden light bathing her in its radiance, and sighed inwardly. It seemed the title of best of her generation truly belonged to Bai Ruoshi. The crowd nodded, their expressions unsurprised. Her victory over Gong Sun Chung, her rapid breakthrough to core formation, it was expected. Powerful and beautiful, many in the crowd gazed at her with undisguised admiration. It's a shame she's involved with that Mu family young master. They sighed inwardly, their hopes dashed. Bai Ruoshi opened her eyes, her gaze meeting Mu Zhi'an's. She smiled, her beauty breathtaking. Yi Yu, witnessing that smile, remembered how she had always rejected him. Her response is cold and distant, and his jealousy surged, his anger burning. He stood up abruptly. Bai Ruoshi bowed to Lan Mulian, then turned to leave. Wait! A voice rang out, interrupting her, and the crowd turned to look at the speaker. It was Yi Yu. Mu Zhi'an also looked at him surprised. Is there something you need, Yi Yu? Lan Mulian asked. Have you finalized the rankings, senior sister? He asked. She nodded silently. The other candidates' positions might require further consideration, but the first place was already decided. What if I told you there's a demonic cultivator among the candidates? Yi Yu asked suddenly. The elders and patriarchs watching from the pavilion exchanged knowing glances, smiles spreading across their lips. Mu Zhi'an narrowed his eyes, chuckling inwardly. So someone couldn't resist. A demonic cultivator? Is Yi Yu saying there's a demonic cultivator among us? The crowd erupted in confusion, their gazes fixed on Yi Yu. Is this true, young Master Yi? Of course it's true. He nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, lingering on Mu Zhi'an for a moment. Mu Zhi'an's expression was a mixture of shock and regret. He glared at Yi Yu, his fists clenched, his eyes burning with fury. You're finally getting what you deserve. Yi Yu, satisfied by Mu Zhi'an's reaction, looked away, then turned to Lan Mulian. She looked at him, her expression cold and impassive. But even that was enough to thrill him. She was the examiner, aloof and distant. This was probably the first time she had truly looked at a man since arriving in Tianxian City. Where's this demonic cultivator you speak of? She asked, her voice clear and cold, echoing through the square. They're right here, among us, Yi Yu replied, his gaze fixed on the crowd. And you all know them. He looked at Bai Ruoshi. She met his gaze, her expression unchanged. Her coldness, it stung. He remembered her smile, the way she had looked at Mu Zhi'an, and he couldn't bear it any longer. Don't you have anything to say, Miss Bai? His words were like a bomb, shattering the tense silence, sending shock waves through the crowd. Bai Ruoshi is a demonic cultivator? Impossible. Is Yi Yu insane? Those were the thoughts that raced through their minds. Huang Manting narrowed her eyes, studying Bai Ruoshi's calm demeanor. Then Yi Yu's determined expression. If he wasn't insane, he must have proof. But if that was the case, what about Mu Zhi'an, who had been so close to her? Would the examiner investigate the Mu family as well? She thought of Mu Zhi'an, a flicker of sympathy in her eyes. Then a sudden realization dawned on her, and she looked at him, his expression a mask of worry and fear, a hint of apprehension creeping into her gaze. If he had anticipated even this, he was truly terrifying. Do you have proof, Yi Yu? Someone called out from the crowd. He scoffed. If I didn't, would I dare make such an accusation in public? Mu Zhi'an frowned. Think carefully about what you're doing, Yi Yu. Still trying to threaten me at this point? Yi Yu ignored him, turning to look at the pavilion where the elders and patriarchs were gathered, watching the unfolding drama. Since the leaders of all the major families are present, I ask you to bear witness and verify my claims, he declared. He looked at Lan Mulian. Senior sister, please keep an eye on Mu Zhi'an and Bai Ruoshi. Escort them to the pavilion. I have a way to prove my words are true. Lan Mulian glanced at Mu Zhi'an, then at Bai Ruoshi, then nodded. Very well. He bowed to the crowd. Please wait a moment. The truth will be revealed soon. This was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Mu Zhi'an. The leaders of all the major families were here. The Gongsun family was hostile towards the Mu family, while the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce remained neutral. Some families had trade relations with the Mu family, while others had been suppressed by them. If the Mu family was investigated by the Two Polarities sect for harboring a demonic cultivator. They could all benefit. Yi Qian clutched Yi Lingshuan's sleeve, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Mu Zhi'an. Sister. Yi Lingshuan frowned, her expression calm, but a hint of concern flickered in her eyes. If Bai Ruoxi was truly a demonic cultivator, then Mu Zhi'an, having been so close to her, would be investigated as well. It was a disastrous situation, especially with the entrance exams approaching. Lan Muyin led them towards the pavilion, and as they passed the Yi sisters, Mu Zhi'an paused, glancing at them. He noticed their worried gazes and smiled sadly. I was hoping we would become fellow disciples after the entrance exams. I never expected this to happen. He looked up at the sky, sighing dramatically, then turned to Yi Lingshuan, his gaze meeting hers. He sent her a mental message. If I don't escape this situation, I hope that when you see that snow lotus, you'll remember there was once a Mu brother who secretly admired you. She frowned, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. She had been wary of his advances, but seeing his genuine despair, even her heart, usually so cold and guarded, was touched. He then looked at Yi Qian, his voice soft. If I'm not around, stay by your sister's side. With her protecting you, I'll be at ease. Brother Mu, tears welled up in her eyes, and she wanted to stop him, to plead with him, but she knew it was inappropriate. She choked back a sob, simply calling out his name. He didn't look back as he entered the tea house, ascending the stairs towards the pavilion. If you're in trouble, release your spiritual energy. I'll have someone help you escape, a voice whispered in his mind. It was Yi Lingshuan. He continued walking, his steps unwavering, joining the others in the pavilion, where the leaders of Tianxian City's cultivation families were gathered, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. He glanced at Yiyu, who was leading the way, then at Bai Ruoxi, who was walking beside him, her lips pressed together, her expression calm, but a hint of worry in her eyes. If Yiyu could prove she possessed demonic aura in front of all these people, could they salvage the situation? Despite her trust in Mu Zhi'an, she couldn't help but feel anxious. If he was implicated because of her, he glanced at Lan Muyin, then, when she wasn't looking, he gently squeezed Bai Ruoxi's hand, his voice a reassuring whisper. Don't worry, Ruoxi. He had promised to handle everything, and he always kept his promises. In the pavilion, the elders and patriarchs watched as Yiyu and the others ascended the stairs. They glanced at Mu Zhi'an, who was following behind. His expression was calm, his earlier panic gone, replaced by an unreadable mask. They bowed to Lan Muyin as she arrived. She nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to the three individuals behind her. Her gaze swept over Bai Ruoxi, then Mu Zhi'an, before settling on Yiyu. How do you intend to prove your accusation, Yiyu? She asked, her voice cold and clear. The Yi family elder frowned, clearly displeased by Yiyu's actions. The Yi family wasn't as powerful as the Mu family. If they could prove Bai Ruoxi was a demonic cultivator, it would be fine. But if they failed, the Yi family would face the Mu family's wrath. No, it wouldn't just be a simple extortion. If Mu Zhi'an was truly ruthless, it would be far worse. Yiyu, the leaders of all the major families are present. Think carefully about what you're doing, the elder warned. Mu Zhi'an hadn't bothered to secure the support of these minor families. The true power in Tianxian City resided in the four major powers, and the Mu family was the strongest among them. As long as the four major powers were on his side, even a fool would know which side to choose. Yiyu bowed respectfully. Elder, I wouldn't make such an accusation without evidence. Eliminating demonic cultivators is our duty. If we allow one to join the two polarities sect, it could lead to disaster. He turned to Mu Zhi'an, retrieving a small box. He opened it, revealing a black pill. The Void Pill. The alchemist from the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce recognized the pill, his eyes narrowing. The recipe for the Void Pill was rare. Consuming it would purify a cultivator's vessel, expelling any impurities. In other words, it was intended for those who had absorbed impure spiritual energy during their cultivation. Yiyu is clever. If Bai Ruoxi is a demonic cultivator, Her demonic aura will be expelled immediately. Gongsun Ping, the acting patriarch of the Gongsun family, narrowed his eyes, staring at the pill. His master had instructed him to observe, to speak, and act only when necessary. In other words, he was to remain neutral, to see if Yu could prove his accusation. If he succeeded, and Lan Mulian took action against the Mu family, even if they wanted to help, it would be too late. And they could seize the opportunity to reap some benefits, perhaps even reclaim those 3 market districts. But if Yu failed, they could offer their support to Mu Zhi'an and Bai Ruoxi, questioning Yu's motives. They wanted to play both sides, avoiding conflict while maximizing their gains. Yu offered the pill to the alchemist, bowing. Master Wan, you're a respected alchemist. If you examine the pill, everyone will be reassured. Please check if I've tampered with it in any way. It's only fair. He glanced at Mu Zhi'an, so no one can accuse me of cheating. Master Wan nodded, accepting the pill. He held it in his palm, his spiritual energy flowing over it, examining its composition. After a moment, he opened his eyes and looked at Lan Mulian. There's nothing wrong with this pill. She raised an eyebrow, glancing at Mu Zhi'an. He nodded, then looked at Bai Ruoxi. Since there's nothing wrong with it, you should consume it. The void pill is difficult to refine. It's a precious gift. It would be rude to refuse young Master Ye's generosity. Bai Ruoxi's hand, hidden within her sleeve, clenched into a fist. If the rumors were true, consuming this pill would expose her demonic aura in front of all these people. Even Mu Zhi'an might not be able to salvage the situation. But refusing, it would seem like she was hiding something. She was trapped. Yu's attack was ruthless. If you're wrong, boy, you'll answer to me, Bai Ruoxi's father growled, glaring at Yu. Yu bowed respectfully. Please calm yourself, Patriarch Bai. If Miss Bai is indeed a demonic cultivator, then you might also be investigated. After all, she was his daughter. If she was a demonic cultivator, then he, and even Bai Yuanfeng, could be implicated. And besides, I'm simply trying to uncover the truth. That's why I refined this pill. He turned to Bai Ruoxi. Please, Miss Bai. She stared at him. Then, after a moment of silence, she took the pill, swallowing it. After a while, Lan Mulian's eyes narrowed as she sensed a faint wisp of pink smoke rising from Bai Ruoxi. Demonic aura. A gasp rippled through the crowd, and Bai Ruoxi's father's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on Yu. Yu smiled, his victory seemingly assured. He had consulted with his master and spent a fortune acquiring the ingredients, painstakingly refining this precious pill. He wouldn't have made this accusation without absolute certainty. It seems my judgment was correct, Miss Bai, he said, his voice laced with a hint of triumph. Her face had lost its color, making her seem even more delicate, even more fragile. It really is demonic aura, Gongsun Ping murmured, staring at her, his surprise evident. Master Huang narrowed his eyes, his composure slipping despite having been informed about this beforehand. Remember that demonic cultivator you all hunted down? Perhaps he wasn't alone. Yu said, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Bai Ruoxi glared at him, her voice cold. I've never collaborated with any demonic cultivators. That's not for you to decide, Miss Bai, Yu retorted, then turned to Lan Mulian. What's your judgment, senior sister? Lan Mulian ignored him, her gaze fixed on Bai Ruoxi, about to speak, when Mu Zhi'an chuckled, as if he couldn't hold back his amusement. Still trying to act at this point, Yu glared at him. You're close to a demonic cultivator, Mu Zhi'an. Perhaps you're also involved. Mu Zhi'an pointed at the pink smoke dissipating in the air, shaking his head. Do you truly believe that's demonic aura, young Master Yi? What else could it be? I believe it's spiritual energy, Mu Zhi'an replied, his expression serious. You're lying, Yi shouted, his anger flaring. Mu Zhi'an countered, my destiny test also revealed a pink light. Am I demonic cultivator as well? Yi frowned. He was clearly being unreasonable, but he couldn't find a way to refute his claims. Mu Zhi'an looked at Lan Mulian. Senior sister, could you summon the testing monument again? She nodded, retrieving the small tablet and tossing it onto the floor. It grew rapidly. He placed his hand on the monument. A faint pink light emanated from it. He looked at Lan Mulian, bathed in the pink glow. If color alone is proof of demonic cultivation, then I must be a demonic cultivator as well, senior sister. I know the two polarities sex auricite technique is renowned. Please examine me. She met his gaze, then summoned a talisman, burning it. Her eyes glowed with a faint golden light as she looked at him. A pale white aura emanated from him. It was the spiritual energy of a human cultivator. He's not a demon, she declared. Mu Zhi'an smiled. If I'm not a demon, despite emitting a pink destiny, then why must the pink smoke from Miss Bai be demonic aura? He turned to the elders and patriarchs. I believe you're all fair and just individuals. What do you think? Is it demonic aura or spiritual energy? Gongsun Ping glanced at Lan Mulian, who was watching them silently, her expression unreadable. He smiled, stroking his beard. It looks like ordinary spiritual energy to me. I've heard of cultivators with unique constitutions, their spiritual energy different from others. They're often mistaken for demonic cultivators, but they're simply human. Indeed, it's spiritual energy, Master Huang agreed, nodding. Yes, spiritual energy. Miss Bai couldn't possibly be a demonic cultivator. She's the pride of Tianxian City. One by one, they voiced their opinions, all agreeing that it was spiritual energy, not demonic aura. Bai Ruashi stared at them, stunned. She hadn't expected the situation to turn around so easily. Mu Zhi'an turned to Yiyu, his expression cold, his voice sharp and clear. What do you think now, young Master Yi? Is it spiritual energy or demonic aura? A heavy silence descended upon the pavilion as Yiyu stared at Mu Zhi'an, his accusation hanging in the air. The pink smoke from Miss Bai's body was simply a unique form of spiritual energy, not demonic aura, Mu Zhi'an declared, his voice steady and clear. While it might resemble demonic aura, there are subtle differences. What do you think, young Master Yi? He asked, his gaze meeting Yiyu's. After meeting with Lan Mulian and receiving her assurance, Bai Ruashi's true nature no longer mattered. As long as everyone believed she was innocent, she was innocent. This outcome was partly due to her exceptional talent. She was a once-in-a-century genius, a valuable asset even to the two polarities sect. And Lan Mulian wasn't a rigid, rule-bound individual. With Bai Ruashi's achievements, her immense destiny, as long as she didn't harm the eastern region, the sect would protect her, even if they knew about the demonic aura within her. As for the Bai family, the sect might investigate them discreetly, but as long as they weren't colluding with the demonic cultivators of the northern region, they would be safe. All of this was due to Bai Ruashi's talent and Mu Zhi'an's relationship with Lan Mulian. Of course, if the leaders of Tianxian City used this opportunity to attack the Bai family, even the two polarities sect would need a valid reason to intervene. But with the Mu family's influence, if Mu Zhi'an spoke up, the other families would comply. No one would dare to oppose him. The situation had turned in their favor. Some of the elders and patriarchs present knew about Bai Ruashi's demonic aura, while others were unaware. But now, even those who knew were choosing to play dumb. Those who played dumb were wise. Those who sought revenge were fools. And there was one such fool, believing he was the only one who had discovered Bai Ruashi's secret. He didn't realize that many others were already aware of it. Yiyu glared at Mu Zhi'an, his voice cold. You planned this, didn't you? Mu Zhi'an shook his head, his expression sincere. I don't know what you're talking about, young Master Yi. I'm simply an innocent man, falsely accused, seeking justice, trying to clear my name and Miss Bai's. Yiyu's voice hardened. Even if everyone here supports you, I can still report this to the sect master. Mu Zhi'an chuckled inwardly. Yiyu still didn't understand. Even reporting it to the sect wouldn't change anything. By Ruashi's talent, it ensured her safety. He had been uncertain before, but Lan Mulian had mentioned that her master, the sect master of the two polarities sect, had said, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. It meant that the sect master wasn't bound by tradition. The demonic aura within Bai Ruashi's vessel. It meant she was a half-demon, or more accurately, a fox girl. Human cultivators and demonic cultivators were sworn enemies, but there were exceptions. Bai Ruoshi was an exception. Her talent, combined with Lan Mulian's judgment, was enough for the sect to turn a blind eye. Mu Zhi'an sighed dramatically. You accused her of being a demonic cultivator, young Master Yi. But we didn't argue, because we believed justice would prevail, that senior sister would give us a fair hearing. Then you used a void pill, trying to prove your accusation, but you failed. Now, even senior sister has confirmed that Miss Bai isn't a demonic cultivator, yet you still doubt her. His voice turned cold. Are you questioning the judgment of everyone present? His words struck Yi Yu like a blow, draining the color from his face. He quickly recovered, scoffing. You might be able to control everything in Tianxian City, Mu Zhi'an, but once we join the Two Polarities sect, you won't be able to silence me. Silence you? Mu Zhi'an echoed. Are you saying I'm colluding with senior sister, protecting a demonic cultivator? You're making such a serious accusation based on nothing but your own words? You're truly unscrupulous. Yi Yu chuckled. Stop pretending, Mu Zhi'an. You know the truth about Bai Ruoshi better than anyone. I know that Miss Bai is an intelligent and gentle woman, not a demonic cultivator, Mu Zhi'an replied, his voice firm. He paused, then continued. And why should we believe your words over everyone else's, young Master Yi? He pointed at Yi Yu. What if I said the demonic cultivator isn't Bai Ruoshi, but you? Yi Yu's eyes widened with anger. Don't slander me, Mu Zhi'an. You can accuse her, but others can't accuse you. Mu Zhi'an countered. The hypocrisy. I can accuse others, but others can't accuse me. Yi Yu is truly amazing. Who the hell do you think you are? Holy shit. Bai Ruoshi's spiritual energy is within my vessel? Mu Zhi'an was stunned by Lan Mulian's question. It's true what they say. It's hard to see the picture when you're inside the frame. If she hadn't mentioned it, he might not have realized. Could it be from our dual cultivation? But an inborn celestial vessel's ability is to give, not to receive. It should be my spiritual energy within her, not hers within me. He pondered, his brow furrowed. As the elders and patriarchs departed, he looked at Lan Mulian, who was staring at him, her eyes cold and sharp, her expression a mask of polite curiosity. Her gaze was intense. To be honest, senior sister, my constitution is unique. I had to exert myself to conceal Bai Ruoshi's demonic aura, he said, his voice a mental whisper. She raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in her eyes. How did you conceal it? I'm an inborn celestial vessel, he replied. An inborn celestial vessel. She repeated the words silently, remembering something she had read in the sect's library. She frowned. If I'm not mistaken, an inborn celestial vessel's ability is one-sided. It still doesn't explain why her spiritual energy is within you. I'm also puzzled by that. If you don't mind, could you examine me later, senior sister? Perhaps there's something wrong with my ability, he said, feigning respect and deference. She nodded. Very well. She was indeed curious about his constitution. There were countless unique constitutions in this world, but most were self-serving. His, however, benefited others. He couldn't use the spiritual energy within his vessel, but he could transfer it to another person. If they were at a bottleneck, it could even help them break through. He wasn't a cheat code, but he was a cheat code dispenser. She pushed those thoughts aside, then turned to Bai Ruoshi. After we leave, I'll address Yi Yu's false accusation. As for the rest, she glanced at Mu Zhi'an. I'll leave it to you. She wasn't good at handling such social matters, but he was. Thank you for your assistance, senior sister, Bai Ruoshi said sincerely. Lan Mulian nodded. After Yi Yu's sudden outburst, she wasn't in the mood for idle chatter. She left the pavilion. Bai Ruoshi turned to Mu Zhi'an, her voice soft and grateful. I'm so sorry for causing you so much trouble, Mulang. He shook his head, his gaze meeting hers. Anything for you, Ruoshi. She smiled, her voice gentle. You've said that to other women, haven't you, Mulang? The heart-binding lock appeared on his wrist. He pretended not to notice, his gaze fixed on her, his voice soft. At this moment, Ruoshi, you're the only one I care about. The heart-binding lock confirmed his sincerity. Her eyes, filled with a mixture of love and apprehension, were fixed on him, her gaze unwavering. He seized the opportunity. Why don't you return to the manor first, Ruashi? I still have some matters to attend to. She frowned. Didn't senior sister already explain everything? He chuckled, shaking his head. Yiyu's accusations have already spread. Even if senior sister and the leaders of the major families clear your name, people will still gossip, wondering if we colluded. Which they had. She frowned. They don't trust the major families, but they don't even trust the examiner? Of course not, he replied, his voice matter of fact. People only believe what they see with their own eyes. Ultimately, they don't truly care if you're a demonic cultivator or not. They just want entertainment. So even if everyone else confirms that I'm a human cultivator, some will still suspect me? She asked, her brow furrowing. Yes. He nodded, his gaze lingering on her beautiful face. But it doesn't matter. They want entertainment? I'll give them entertainment. For Yi Lingxian and Yi Qian's sake, he wouldn't be too harsh on the Yi family. However, Yiyu seemed too idle. He had too much free time to cause trouble. It wasn't a major issue, but being constantly harassed by a fly, it was annoying. He had to keep Yiyu occupied. At the Yi manor, Yiyu sat on his bed, meditating, his expression calm, but his mind replaying the events at the tea house. Are you unhappy? A voice asked, echoing in his mind, pulling him out of his thoughts. Master, why didn't you let me expose her? He asked, his voice low and bitter. Senior sister can use the Oracite technique. If she had examined by Ruashi, even Mu Zhi'an's words wouldn't have mattered. The old man sighed. If she was determined to protect by Ruashi, even if she saw the demonic aura, do you think she would tell the truth? Yiyu fell silent. You were too impulsive, the old man continued. After regaining his talent, Yiyu had been patient, focusing on his cultivation. He had believed Yiyu's character was strong, that his endurance would lead to greatness. But ever since encountering Mu Zhi'an, he had become increasingly impulsive. Mu Zhi'an was like a demon haunting him, making him lose his reason. It was understandable. He had lost every encounter with Mu Zhi'an. To fall from grace, to regain his talent, then to be repeatedly defeated. It was fortunate that Yiyu's spirit hadn't been broken. A weaker person would have crumbled. You achieved your goal. Knowing when to stop, it's a sign of maturity, the old man said, his voice gentle. Yiyu frowned. The elder already issued a retraction. How'd I achieve my goal? The old man chuckled. A retraction isn't enough. The moment you accused her, everything Mu Zhi'an did became irrelevant. No matter how hard they try to clear her name, people will still doubt her. Yiyu stared at him, then murmured, So, I won. In a way, the old man replied. The Yi family might pay a price, but yes, you won. Mu Zhi'an is a proud man. To be unable to protect the woman he loves, it will torment him. So instead of seeking revenge, focus on your cultivation. His words were a warning. Stop causing trouble. Focus on what's important. Yiyu nodded, his anger fading, replaced by a sense of satisfaction. I'll cultivate diligently, and at the entrance exams, I'll defeat him. The old man grunted in acknowledgement, but inwardly he sighed. Because of Mu Zhi'an, he hadn't been able to sleep peacefully. He was constantly worried that Yiyu would fall for one of his schemes. If he hadn't stopped him today, his presence within Yiyu's body might have been exposed. And then, even without Mu Zhi'an's intervention, his enemies would have come for him. It seemed he had to accelerate their plans, to make Yiyu reach core formation as soon as possible, no matter the cost. The crowd at the sparring arena had grown even larger. The Yi family elder had issued a retraction, confirming that Bai Ruashi wasn't a demonic cultivator. And Lan Mulian had also spoken up, supporting his statement. However, as Mu Zhi'an had predicted, humans were curious creatures. Many remained skeptical, wanting to hear from the individuals involved. But even if Mu Zhi'an and Bai Ruashi spoke up, it wouldn't matter. Once the accusations were made, the damage was done. What are they doing in there? The examiner and the family leaders have all left. Why aren't they coming out? Someone asked. Perhaps they're erasing evidence, hiding the truth? That's ridiculous. If we can't trust the families, can't we trust the examiner? No matter how powerful the Mu family is, they can't bribe her. Well, you never know. The speaker quickly fell silent. Questioning a disciple of the two polarities sect in public, it was a dangerous thing to do. Yi Lingxian frowned, listening to their whispers. They're so annoying. They already confirmed that Sister Ruashi isn't a demonic cultivator, yet they're still gossiping. Yi Qian murmured, her voice filled with indignation. The accusations have been made. There's nothing we can do about it, Yi Lingxian replied softly. But don't worry. It's just idle chatter. The entrance exams are in 2 days. Everyone will forget about this soon. Mu Zhi'an had seemingly won, but considering by Ruashi's situation, it wasn't a complete victory. And Yi hadn't lost either. This outcome, it was probably what he had intended. He hadn't proven by Ruashi was a demonic cultivator, but the rumors would persist. For the next few days, the main topic of conversation in Tianxian City would be by Ruashi's supposed demonic cultivation. She had been praised and admired, but now, even a hint of negativity, it would be amplified, her reputation tarnished. It was a common phenomenon, regardless of the era. Young Master Mu is coming out. The next morning, Mu Zhi'an awoke early. Or rather, he hadn't slept at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to rest, but it was the day before the entrance exams. For by Ruashi's sake, he had decided to sacrifice some sleep. He glanced at the sleeping beauty beside him. The morning light illuminated her face, highlighting her delicate features, the blanket slipping down to reveal her smooth, white shoulders. He could imagine what lay beneath. He quietly got out of bed and pulled the blanket up, trying to shield her from his gaze to avoid seeing what he shouldn't see. But she stirred, opening her eyes, her gaze meeting his. "Are you leaving already?" she asked, her voice soft and alluring. "It's not early anymore. The sun's already high in the sky," he replied, pulling the blanket away, revealing the scenery beneath. He had intended to let her sleep, but since she was awake, there was no need to be discreet. He patted her bottom playfully. "Get dressed. We should leave soon. Knowing senior sister, she's probably already waiting for us." She swatted his hand away, her voice gentle. "You two go ahead. I need to change and freshen up. It might take a while." She sat up, pulling the blanket around her, preventing him from staring. Even though they had been intimate, being looked at so openly, it was still embarrassing. He nodded, not arguing. He knew how long a woman's freshening up could take. He left the room and saw Wei Mingru in the courtyard, seemingly lost in thought. She was dressed more simply than usual, her figure concealed by a plain robe, her long hair obscuring her face. While her attire was modest, he knew what lay beneath. He had glimpsed her ample bosom on multiple occasions, and those long legs. He had been tempted, but her strength kept his bolder impulses in check. "You're awake early, Mingru," he said, approaching her. Core formation cultivators didn't need sleep, but they sometimes chose to rest, to rejuvenate their minds. She glanced at him, her voice laced with disdain. "You two were noisy last night." Miss Bai seemed unaware that I could hear her from next door. He chuckled, his expression unchanged. "Are you confident about the entrance exams, Mingru?" She knew what he was like, so he didn't bother pretending. "If I can't pass, no one can," she replied calmly. It was true. In terms of strength, she was the most powerful among the candidates. If not for her terrible luck, her cultivation would be even higher. Truly a case of heaven's jealousy, he thought to himself. Her talent was so great that heaven had cursed her with misfortune, though he had yet to witness any unfortunate events. "Do you want to head to the meeting point now, Mingru?" he asked. The entrance exams were being held outside the city, scheduled for the hour of the snake, around 9 in the morning. She hesitated, then nodded. She didn't want to be away from him for too long. Or rather, she couldn't be away from him for too long. They left the manor and arrived at the meeting point, where a few other candidates were gathered. He saw Gongsun Chung, his old friend, and Yi Yu, sitting alone on a boulder, trying to appear mysterious and aloof. There were also some candidates he didn't recognize, probably those who hadn't been selected by Lan Mulian, but had chosen to participate on their own. They all looked at him as he arrived, some with friendly smiles, others with barely concealed hostility. "I'm suddenly feeling nervous about the exams, Mingru," What if it's dangerous? He said, his voice trembling slightly. She scoffed, ignoring his dramatics. He didn't even need to participate. He had already secured a spot. He was just trying to tease her. She knows me too well. He sighed inwardly. One day, I'll make her hold up her skirt for me, her face filled with reluctant obedience. He set a new goal for himself. If it were Yi Qian or Bai Ruoxi, they would have comforted him. Yi Lingxian, however, would probably offer some tsundere advice, not outright comfort. Be careful. Some of them seem hostile towards you, Wei Mingru said suddenly, her voice low. He snapped out of his thoughts and glanced at the other candidates, noticing the coldness in Gong Suncheng's eyes. He shrugged, smiling dismissively. Gong Suncheng is just a small fry. There are a few others as well. Perhaps Gong Suncheng has recruited them, she said. She was sensitive to others' emotions, their intentions. She knew he often looked at her inappropriately, but she chose not to comment. He frowned. A group of small fry, they're still just small fry. She stared at him, speechless. While his words were insensitive, she couldn't deny that she felt the same way. He ignored Gong Suncheng's gaze, looking at the scenery, waiting for the others. He knew why Gong Suncheng hated him, but he should be grateful. He was clearly meant to be an early antagonist, destined to be defeated by the protagonist. But Mu Zhi'an had become the main target, attracting all of Yi Yu's hatred, sparing Gong Suncheng from humiliation. After a while, Bai Ruoxi arrived. They all stared at her, their gazes filled with admiration and desire. Even Yi Yu was captivated by her beauty, but he quickly looked away, his expression carefully controlled. After 2 days of cultivation, he had calmed down considerably. He wasn't in a hurry anymore. At the Two Polarities sect, during the entrance exams, he would defeat Mu Zhi'an, finally erasing this dark chapter from his life. And he would become an inner disciple, proving to Bai Ruoxi how foolish she had been to reject him. Mu Zhi'an didn't know, nor did he care, about Yi Yu's thoughts. After a while, he sensed a powerful aura approaching rapidly. He looked up to see Lan Muyan descending from the sky, her white dress billowing around her. Damn it, she has a holy light. I can't see anything. He couldn't get a glimpse of her legs, her figure concealed by some protective spell. Seeing your sister, he called out, bowing. She nodded, surveying the candidates. It seems everyone's here. Her gaze lingered on Bai Ruoxi and Wei Mingru for a moment. Those at core formation, follow me to the sect. The rest of you, I'll escort you to the foot of the mountain, where the entrance exams will be held. They all looked at the two women, envy in their eyes. Gong Suncheng smiled, glancing at Mu Zhi'an. He had contacted the other candidates 2 days ago, hadn't he? To exact his revenge. In Tianxian City, with the Mu family backing him, they wouldn't dare touch him. But at the Two Polarities sect, with core formation cultivators exempt from the exams, without Wei Mingru and Bai Ruoxi, it was a different story. He saw the flicker of fear in Mu Zhi'an's eyes and exchanged a knowing glance with the other candidates, their smiles widening. Yi Yu also looked at Mu Zhi'an, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. The young master's brow was furrowed, his expression a mask of anger and fear. His acting skills were impressive. Reputation mattered. Even if the Mu family's influence didn't reach the Two Polarities sect, Mu Zhi'an was still Mu Zhi'an. Many disliked him, but few dared to offend him openly. Gong Suncheng had surely offered something tempting to persuade the others to join his scheme. And Yi Yu, he was obsessed with revenge, consumed by his hatred. The moment the news about core formation cultivators being exempt from the exams had spread, the undercurrents of this entrance exam had shifted. Those who disliked Mu Zhi'an, but had been afraid to act, they might have bold ideas. They didn't realize that Mu Zhi'an didn't need to participate. He was only attending out of curiosity. He noticed their gazes, their intentions, and chuckled inwardly. Let the games begin. Led by Lan Muyan, the chosen candidates rode upon clouds imbued with immortal energy, heading towards their destination, the Two Polarities sect. Mu Zhi'an glanced down at the fluffy white cloud beneath his feet. Standing before him was Lan Muyan. She wore a beautiful white dress embroidered with clouds, her long, flowing hair held back by a simple white ribbon, accentuating her delicate features. Though her attire was modest, the ample curves beneath her dress hinted at a woman of considerable substance. She seemed to sense his gaze, turning to look at him, a faint smile on her lips. Is something the matter? Core formation cultivators, they're so perceptive. He quickly averted his gaze, trying to appear nonchalant. Senior sister, is this cloud something you can summon because you're at core formation, or is it a special technique? Core formation allows you to fly with a sword, but not to ride on a cloud. There's no technique that can do that. She paused, then added, it's my magic treasure, as expected of a wealthy cultivator. He continued, are those clouds behind us also your magic treasures? Behind them, there were nearly 10 similar clouds, each carrying 3 or 4 candidates. They're all part of the same magic treasure, she explained patiently. He nodded, impressed. Have you told anyone else about your inborn celestial vessel? She asked suddenly. He shook his head. Only you, senior sister. I don't trust anyone else. She nodded, pleased. Your constitution is dangerous. Even after joining the sect, keep it a secret. It could attract unwanted attention. She's saying that if I reveal my ability, I might be targeted by the female cultivators, even the elders. Wait, isn't that a good thing? If they know about my ability, wouldn't I be living a life of luxury, surrounded by beautiful women, supported by wealthy cultivators? Those thoughts were tempting, but he wasn't a fool. He nodded, his voice sincere. Thank you for the warning, senior sister. His constitution was unique. Being targeted by 1 or 2 women was fine, but too many would be overwhelming. He wanted an easy life, to be pampered and supported. But he didn't want to spend his days recovering from exhaustion. Senior sister is so kind. Even though she knows about my ability, she's still treating me the same way. She's different from those greedy people. They all desire me, but she's different. She truly cares about me. Well, if she's interested in my ability, I wouldn't mind sacrificing myself. She turned to Bairuashi. Junior sister Bai, you can report to the sect with me later. Bairuashi nodded, then looked at Lan Mulian, a hint of uncertainty in her eyes. Senior sister, may I participate in the entrance exams? I'd like to participate as well, Wei Mingru added. She wasn't comfortable leaving Mu Zhi'an alone. She had been by his side for years, and she had assumed she would accompany him to the exams, but core formation cultivators were exempt. It would be pointless for core formation cultivators to participate, and it would be unfair to the others, Lan Mulian replied, her rejection gentle but firm. You should both report to the sect with me. Mu Zhi'an smiled. Don't worry, I just want to experience the exams. If it's too difficult, I'll withdraw. Wei Mingru frowned, studying him intently. She didn't understand why he insisted on participating. He could simply skip the exams and report directly to the sect. What was his purpose? Was he just trying to toy with Yi Yu and Gong Sun Sheng? Unlikely. He was a pragmatist. He wouldn't waste his time and effort on such trivial matters. Bairuashi also hesitated, wanting to speak, but she ultimately chose to respect his decision. One more question, senior sister. There will be observers during the exams, right? Mu Zhi'an asked. She nodded. Each area will be monitored by elders. Then I'm relieved, he said, smiling. She looked at him, her gaze curious. What are you planning? I have many enemies. I'm worried they might try to kill me during the exams. That's why I wanted to confirm that there would be observers, he replied, his voice a mental whisper. Will you be observing my area, senior sister? Could you help me if I'm in danger? She rolled her eyes. If you withdraw from the exams, someone will escort you out. She paused, then continued, her voice taking on a lecturing tone. The Mu family might be invincible in Tianxian City, but here, their influence won't protect you. Don't make too many enemies. The sect master won't intervene in minor disputes between disciples. Making friends, it will benefit you in the long run. That's easy for you to say. You're a lone wolf yourself. He nodded obediently. Thank you for the advice, senior sister. I'll keep it in mind. Are you truly participating just to experience the exams? She asked, her voice laced with doubt. He thought for a moment, then replied vaguely, something like that. He's definitely planning something. She wanted to press him further, but she held back, her pride preventing her from appearing too curious. The answer would be revealed soon enough. Two polarities sect. Boundless sea peak. Enormous shadows soared overhead, blotting out the sun, their wings beating the air. Lan Mulian dropped Mu Zhi'an off, tossing him from the cloud into the trial forest at the foot of Boundless Sea Peak. She did that on purpose. He rubbed his sore back, sighing. It couldn't be helped. He had been uncooperative recently, and he had deliberately teased her by refusing to reveal his reasons for participating. She was naturally seeking revenge. She might appear cold and aloof, but she still had a playful side. He looked at the lush forest surrounding him. According to Lan Mulian, the Two Polarities sect had 9 main peaks, or 10, technically, but the 10th peak was the sect master's residence, rarely visited by disciples. He looked up at the sky. Candidates were descending from the clouds, scattered across the vast forest, a breathtaking sight. It was like a cultivation version of a battle royale. But instead of a desolate wasteland, the setting was a mystical, cloud-wreathed paradise. All 9 peaks were testing grounds. Passing the trial on any one of them was enough to qualify. Each peak had a trial forest at its foot, filled with candidates. The objective was simple: reach the summit. It sounded easy, but foundation establishment cultivators couldn't fly with swords. Reaching the summit with only their spiritual energy, it was nearly impossible for ordinary individuals. Of course, those with exceptional talent, they might have a chance. This simple requirement, it eliminated a large number of candidates. There will be more candidates arriving soon. I should leave this area. He watched the others descending from the sky, then turned and headed deeper into the forest. He could simply withdraw, but he wasn't ready to give up yet. He still had to help Yi Qian and Yi Lingxian. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dancing shadows on the ground. The path ahead was shrouded in mist, the scenery hazy and indistinct. He walked along the path, his senses alert. Being chosen by the examiner had its advantages. They had entered the forest earlier, giving them more time to familiarize themselves with the terrain. It was unfair, but life was rarely fair. And those chosen by the examiner were undoubtedly talented, deserving of special treatment. Core formation cultivators have it easy. Flying with swords saves so much time. He had been walking for nearly half an hour, but he still hadn't found an exit. The scenery seemed unchanging. If the forest at the foot of Boundless Sea Peak was this vast, how large was the entire sect? He continued walking, lost in thought. Wait, is that a formation? After another half hour, he noticed something in the distance. A thick mist hung in the air, and beyond it, he could see a towering tree, and beneath it a faint, shimmering formation, emanating an aura of ancient power. Senior Sister mentioned that each of the 10 main peaks has a formation, a deadly array to protect the sect. Could this be the outermost layer of the trial forest formation? He approached the formation cautiously, drawn to its power. The formation glowed with a faint purple light, barely visible through the mist. According to the books he had read, this was the formation core. He studied it for a moment, then murmured, "This is strange. It's not repelling me." Normally, approaching a formation core was impossible, but he had not only found it easily, but he was also able to approach it without resistance. He took a step forward, testing the formation. Nothing happened. Instead, as he entered the formation, a wave of information flooded his mind. He could see the formation's structure, its intricate workings, its secrets. And within the formation, he sensed a familiar aura, cold and menacing. It was like being watched by a giant serpent. The Demon Realm Empress? He gasped, his breath catching in his throat. She had appeared after he had defeated the black-robed man, offering him a deal, then departing without explanation. He had wondered if she wasn't worried about him, betraying her. It seemed she had placed a mark on him long ago. In the aura within this formation, it was similar to the mark's aura. But even so, it didn't explain why he could enter the formation so easily. Unless this formation was created by a traitor within the Two Polarities sect. He had planned to investigate the traitor after joining the sect, but it seemed he had stumbled upon them unexpectedly. He shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside. It didn't matter now. What mattered was he had found the formation core, and he could enter it. If he could control this formation, would the trial on Boundless Sea Peak even be a challenge? Lingxian, if you join us, we can easily pass this trial. Trust me, I'm strong enough to protect you and Qianer. Yi Lingxian walked along the forest path, holding Yi Qian's hand, smiling politely as she listened to the young man beside her, her patience wearing thin. Behind them, there were 6 or 7 cultivators, led by a handsome young man in a golden robe, his features refined, his posture impeccable, but the dark circles under his eyes hinting at a busy schedule. He was the 3rd prince of the great Qian dynasty. He had encountered the Yi sisters shortly after entering the trial forest, and he had been captivated by their beauty. One was elegant and graceful in her purple dress, her skin flawless, while the other was cute and innocent in her green dress. He had never seen such beautiful sisters before, and he had been unable to resist approaching them. His status and good looks had won over many women in the past. But these sisters were cautious, their responses polite but distant. A skilled hunter was patient, but the 3rd prince, he wasn't a skilled hunter. His status had made him impatient. He had been pursuing them relentlessly for nearly half an hour, his patience wearing thin. I'm sincere, Lingxian. I truly want to help you pass the exams. Why do you keep rejecting me? He asked, his voice taking on a threatening tone. Such words might intimidate naive girls, but they had no effect on Yi Lingxian. Qianer and I want to pass the exams on our own, she replied, her rejection polite but firm. He narrowed his eyes. The more she resisted, the more desirable she became. He was about to speak again when a voice rang out, interrupting him. Qianer, Lingxian, there you are. Come with me. I'll help you pass the exams. They turned to look at the speaker. It was a young man in black robes, his features plain, a gentle smile on his lips, his figure slender. He wasn't handsome, but there was a certain charm about him. That's Yi Yu, one of the candidates chosen by the examiner, a voice whispered. It was one of the 3rd prince's attendants, also a chosen candidate, selected to protect the prince during the exams. Yi Yu, he has the same surname. Could he be related to them? The 3rd prince narrowed his eyes, studying Yi Yu. Who are you? Yi Yu. He looked at the 3rd prince, his voice calm. I apologize, Your Highness, but I've already made plans with Qianer and Lingxian. Perhaps you should find someone else. The 3rd prince's eyes hardened. Are you blocking my path, young Master Yi? Yi Yu shrugged, smiling faintly. If you leave now, and let me take them, I won't be blocking your path. The tension between them escalated. In the past, this would have been the moment Yi Yu defeated the 3rd prince, rescuing the damsels in distress. But now, Yi Lingxian stared at them, her brow furrowed, her thoughts racing. What were they doing? She wasn't interested in either of them. And when had she made plans with Yi Yu? I need to get rid of them. She glanced around, searching for an escape. Her gaze landed on something in the distance, and her eyes widened with surprise. Huh, what is it, sister? Yi Qian asked. I think there's someone over there, she replied, her brow furrowed, her gaze fixed on a spot in the distance. She had a unique constitution, a sensitivity to plants and herbs. And through the nearby plants, she had sensed a familiar aura. It was someone she knew. Come with me. She took Yi Qian's hand and ran towards the aura. The 3rd prince and Yi Yu, startled by her sudden movement, exchanged a glance, then followed her. They were here because of the sisters. If they lost them, it would be a waste of their efforts. Yi Yu, following closely behind, glared at the 3rd prince, his anger simmering. This had been a perfect opportunity to repair his relationship with his cousins, but it had been ruined. What had they discovered? Why were they running in that direction? As he pondered, Yi Lingxian stopped, her gaze fixed on a young man sitting beneath a towering tree. It's him. Yi followed her gaze, and his eyes narrowed. Mu Zhi'an. Mu Zhi'an sat beneath the towering tree, his eyes closed, immersed in the intricacies of the formation, the mist swirling around him. I've never experienced such pleasure, not even with a woman. The formation was incredibly complex, its patterns intricate and profound, but whether it was due to the demon realm empress's mark or something else, He could decipher it, unraveling its secrets, understanding its workings. It was exhilarating, like solving a difficult math problem, the satisfaction of understanding, the urge to share his discovery with the world. He had been meditating within the formation core for nearly half an hour, lost in its depths, memorizing its patterns, oblivious to the passage of time. And he sensed a presence nearby. He opened his eyes and saw the Yi sisters standing outside the formation, Yi Lingxian in her purple dress, her beauty captivating, and Yi Qian, her innocence and ample bosom, endearing. And behind them, there were several cultivators staring at him intently, led by a handsome young man in a golden robe. "Who's that? He's quite handsome, but still not as handsome as me." He noticed a gaze filled with hostility and met Yi Yu's eyes, his black robes a stark contrast to the vibrant forest. "Holy shit, how did you attract all the enemies?" He saw the sisters' troubled expressions and understood. He stood up, stretching, and approached them, his gaze lingering on the handsome young man, who was slightly less handsome than him. "And you are? How dare you? You don't even recognize the third prince of the great Qian dynasty?" One of the attendants shouted. Mu Zhi'an feigned surprise, his eyes widening. "You're the third prince?" Those dark circles, he must have indulged in pleasures even more than me. The third prince looked down at him, his expression aloof. He grunted in acknowledgement, but the hostility in his eyes had lessened. He was pleased by Mu Zhi'an's respectful demeanor. "Who are you?" he asked, glancing at the sisters. They had clearly rushed over because they had sensed this young man's presence. And now they were witnessing his humility. Perhaps they should reconsider who could truly help them pass the exams. Mu Zhi'an bowed. "I'm the third young master of the Gongsun family from Tianjin City. You might not have heard of me, but my family, we have some influence." The Gongsun family from Tianjin City. The third prince frowned. "The patriarch has 6 sons, if I'm not mistaken. What's your name?" "Gongsun Cheng," Mu Zhi'an replied with a smile. Yi Yu's mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to speak, but he held back. He hated Mu Zhi'an, but exposing him now, he wasn't sure if he could protect the sisters alone. "Gongsun Cheng." The third prince searched his memories. Then his expression softened in recognition. He had heard of Gongsun Cheng. The Gongsun family was well known, not just in Tianjin City, but throughout the great Qian dynasty. And Gongsun Cheng was their most talented son. This was problematic. Mortal emperors had limited control over cultivation families. It wasn't that the families feared them. The great Qian dynasty had many powerful individuals, and the current emperor, having cultivated for a century, was quite strong. And the imperial advisor was a formidable figure. But generally, even government officials avoided offending powerful families like the Gongsun family. The third prince might be obsessed with women, but he wasn't a fool. He had some logic. He studied Mu Zhi'an, his expression shifting, then he smiled. "So you're the Gongsun family's third young master. I didn't expect to see you here." "Neither did I, Your Highness. I suppose we're similar. We want to experience the exams." Mu Zhi'an replied with a smile. "Indeed, I haven't had many opportunities to test myself. This is a rare chance to temper my spirit," the third prince said, nodding. Mu Zhi'an nodded enthusiastically. "You're right, Your Highness. You're truly wise. Your words are profound." Yi watched as their relationship improved. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't find an opportunity. After exchanging pleasantries, the third prince changed the subject. "Young Master Gongsun, what is your relationship with these young ladies from the Yi family?" Yi Lingxian and Yi Qian looked at Mu Zhi'an, their gazes questioning. "That idiot. He's revealing our connection. How am I supposed to manipulate them now?" Mu Zhi'an smiled. "Are you interested in one of them, Your Highness?" It was the art of answering a question with another question. A direct answer would only disappoint the sisters. With both of them present, he couldn't claim they were his conquests or his sisters. The third prince was silent for a moment. Then he chuckled. "If you withdraw, young Master Gongsun, I'll remember your generosity, and I'll reward you handsomely." Mu Zhi'an pondered for a moment. "My family, we're not lacking in rewards." "So you're refusing?" The third prince's gaze hardened. The atmosphere shifted, the earlier warmth replaced by a chilling tension, the attendants behind him glaring at Mu Zhi'an. Footsteps approached from the forest, and Mu Zhi'an glanced over. It was Gong Sun Chung. The real one has arrived. Is he attracted by Yi Yu's constitution, or by me? He sent a mental message to the sisters. Follow me. He grabbed their hands and ran. One of the attendants reacted swiftly, reaching out to grab them. But he suddenly froze, his body immobilized. Yi Lingxian raised her hand, a green light emanating from her palm. She clenched her fist, and the attendant's body stiffened, his movements restricted. Don't let them escape, the third prince shouted. But then he saw Mu Zhi'an looking at Gong Sun Chung, his expression filled with relief. Second brother, help me. Stop them. Gong Sun Chung looked up, confused, to see Mu Zhi'an running towards him, pulling the two girls along. Before he could understand the situation, the third prince, his voice cold and sharp, said, Stop them. I'll deal with Gong Sun Chung. Gong Sun Chung. The attendants charged towards him without hesitation. The third prince also ran towards Mu Zhi'an, his pursuit relentless. The imperial court avoided offending cultivation families, but this was the two polarities sect. Status and influence didn't matter here. Stop, Mu Zhi'an! Yi Yu shouted, his anger flaring as he chased after them. Mu Zhi'an, his movements swift and sure, pulled the sisters into a clearing, activating the formation beneath their feet. The third prince, catching up to them, saw them vanish as they entered the clearing. Gong Sun Chung, having been ambushed by the prince's attendants, glared at him, his voice filled with fury. You were tricked. I have nothing to do with him. Mu Zhi'an sat in a cave, staring at his hand, sighing inwardly. I'm still not proficient with this formation. If I had mastered it, I could have sent them directly to the summit. He sensed a sweet fragrance and looked up to see Yi Lingxian kneeling before him, her purple dress pooling around her, her beauty breathtaking, her eyes filled with concern. Are you all right? Yi Qian asked, approaching him, offering him a handkerchief, her worry evident. He shook his head, smiling. I'm fine. He had planned to recruit some of the candidates to deal with Gong Sun Chung. After all, he could do what Gong Sun Chung could do. He could even do it better. But now, it was no longer necessary. The friend of the antagonist's effect, it wasn't entirely negative. If not for the Demon Realm Empress, he might not have discovered the secrets of the Trial Forest formation. He looked outside, noticing the fading light. It's getting late. Let's rest here for tonight. He had memorized the formation's patterns. He could study them further while sleeping with the sisters. He would surely master it soon, but he wasn't in a hurry. The entrance exams were an adventure. Sharing this hardship with the sisters would only strengthen their bond. As for the exams, once he mastered the formation, he would decide who passed and who failed. The third prince, Ning Long, was born to the esteemed consort Shun of the Great Qian dynasty. A cultivator at the 5th level of foundation establishment, he had, like Mu Zhi'an in the past, been obsessed with beautiful women. The palace maids would scatter at his approach. However, blessed with a handsome face and his royal status, he had enjoyed numerous intimate relationships over the years. There were even rumors within the palace that he had special connections with some of the emperor's consorts. He had once aspired to become the crown prince, but he had lost to his more talented second brother. This left him in an awkward position. Above him was the crown prince, an insurmountable obstacle, while below him were his younger brothers, all mediocre in talent and achievements. He was stuck, unable to ascend or descend. After years of self-pity, he had left the capital, seeking to enhance his reputation to compensate for his past indulgences. But upon entering the trial forest, he had encountered these captivating sisters, and his heart had been stirred. Gong Sun Chung, having learned the truth from the attendants, glared at the third prince, his voice filled with anger. Your Highness, that was Mu Zhi'an from the Mu family. I'm the real Gong Sun Chung. He hadn't expected to encounter such a situation before even getting a chance to confront Mu Zhi'an. The prince, fearing that Mu Zhi'an would escape with the sisters, had acted decisively, preventing him from explaining. He was furious, but he suppressed his anger, respecting the prince's status. The third prince's expression darkened. That Mu family brat dared to deceive me. He's a tyrant in Tianjin City. He stole Yiyu's fiancée, took his sisters, and does whatever he pleases, Gong Suncheng said, his voice filled with resentment. He's even schemed against my family twice. I'm here to seek revenge. Mu Zhi'an. The prince's voice rose in anger. He turned to his attendants. They can't be far. 2 of you, guard the exit. The rest, come with me. We'll find them. He looked at Gong Suncheng. Since you're here for revenge, join me. Once we catch him, you could do whatever you want with him. While the elders and peak lords wouldn't allow murder during the entrance exams, some suffering was acceptable. He despised Mu Zhi'an, but his true goal was the sisters. He wants me as a subordinate? Gong Suncheng bowed. I'll have to decline, Your Highness. My friends and I are free spirits. We don't like taking orders. Cultivation families weren't afraid of the imperial court. And here, at the Two Polarities sect, even the emperor himself would simply be a disciple. He wasn't a fool. He wouldn't become someone's subordinate. The third prince glared at him, then nodded. Very well. We'll search separately. Meanwhile, Yiyu, having slipped away during the chaos, was also searching for Mu Zhi'an. A fire raged within him. He had cultivated tirelessly for this moment, to prove himself, and Mu Zhi'an had taken his cousins right in front of him, like a cunning fox, refusing to face him directly. He was strong enough now to fight even a cultivator at the 5th level of Foundation establishment. He had to find them before the exams ended. He looked at the other candidates, his determination hardening. While the third prince and Yiyu searched in a cold, dark cave, a fire crackled, illuminating the night. To keep the sisters warm, Mu Zhi'an sat between them, his cloak draped over them, sharing his warmth. He glanced at Yi Qian, her youthful beauty captivating. She sat huddled against the wall, her white legs exposed, her hair framing her delicate face, her lips slightly parted, her eyes reflecting the firelight. A slight adjustment of his gaze would reveal more mature scenery. Indeed, large and white, surpassing her sisters. She shifted closer to him, her eyelashes fluttering. Whether from cold or fear, he couldn't tell. A warm hand reached out, taking hers, and her shoulder trembled. She blushed as he looked at her, glancing at her sister, who seemed lost in thought, oblivious to their interaction. She quickly looked away, pretending indifference. He then looked at Yi Lingxian, her elegance and grace captivating. Her profile was exquisite, her lips delicate and pink, her nose straight, her features possessing a foreign beauty that was alluring. She seemed to sense his gaze, and her eyes flickered as she met his. Is something the matter, young Master Mu? Why does she keep switching between young Master Mu and Brother Mu? Can't she just call me brother? He held Yi Qian's hand, smiling. Are you still cold? Yi Lingxian smiled. No, they were Foundation establishment cultivators. They could circulate their spiritual energy to ward off the cold. The outside environment had little effect on them. She opened her mouth to speak, then hesitated, noticing his gaze upon her, a blush rising on her cheeks. She looked away. After a moment, as if giving up on pretending, she looked at him, her voice soft. What technique did you use to bring us here? Yi Qian also looked at him, her curiosity evident. She had read many books at the Yi Manor. She knew some techniques could allow cultivators to teleport, but taking 2 people along, she had never heard of such a thing. No technique can do that, but there's another way, he replied, deliberately keeping them in suspense. Yi Lingxian sat up straighter, her posture attentive. I entered the trial forest earlier than the others, riding on a cloud with senior sister, and I soon discovered a formation. He explained his encounter with the formation core. Yi Lingxian stared at him, her eyes widening with surprise, but she quickly masked her emotions. Yi Qian's eyes sparkled with admiration and awe. So you can control the trial forest formation, Brother Mu? I can, but not completely, he replied. There were multiple formations within the forest. He had only encountered the outermost layer. And even that one, it would take months to fully comprehend. He could only mimic its patterns for now, using it in a limited way. and each activation consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. With his current cultivation, he could only teleport them to nearby hiding places, sending them directly to the summit. Even with their combined spiritual energy, it would be impossible. This trial, it's not very fair, he said suddenly. Why would they allow candidates to enter the forest in groups, then leave them unsupervised? If everyone followed Gongsun Chung and the third prince's example, recruiting allies, wouldn't those who were alone be bullied? I heard from Elder Wei that Boundless Sea Peak's Peak Lord is the most mysterious of the 9, Yiling Xian said softly. Most disciples have never seen him. And the trial, it's always been like this. So this peak's trial is the most difficult? Mu Zhi'an asked. She shook her head. I'm not sure, but Boundless Sea Peak has fewer disciples than the other peaks. It's truly difficult. To climb from the foot of the mountain to the summit, can Foundation establishment cultivators even do that? Yi Qian asked, her voice filled with worry. The trial was already difficult, and now they had to deal with the third prince, Gongsun Chung, and Yi Yu. She shuddered, her anxiety growing. Mu Zhi'an placed a hand on her shoulder, smiling reassuringly. Get some sleep. I'll send you to the summit tomorrow. They both looked up at him. How? Yiling Xian asked, her eyes filled with doubt. She didn't need to participate. She had chosen to join the exams because she was worried about her sister. Even if you can control the formation, it's impossible to send all 3 of us to the summit, she continued. Let's make a bet, he said, his smile widening. What kind of bet? She asked, her curiosity piqued. If I send you to the summit tomorrow, you'll play a game of truth or dare with me. She blinked. What's truth or dare? He chuckled. It's just a game. She hesitated, then nodded. All right, but how are you going to do it? She asked, unable to contain her curiosity. I can send myself to the summit. And if you two share the burden of the formation's energy consumption, we can all reach the summit together, he explained. But the third prince and Gongsun Chung are still searching for us. Activating the formation will alert them, she said, her brow furrowing. And they would surely try to stop them. Have you heard this saying? He asked, looking at her. What saying? Unity is strength, he replied, grinning. Sunlight streamed through the vibrant autumn leaves, a gentle breeze rustling the branches. Lan Mulian, led by Ruoshi and Wei Min, grew to a grand, ancient palace, a massive platform before it, flanked by pink peach blossoms in full bloom, their beauty defying the approaching winter. Please wait here for a while. The trials on the 9 peaks should be over in about half a day, Lan Mulian said. What about him? Wei Min asked casually. Young Master Mu's cultivation is average, but he's quite clever. He should be fine, Lan Mulian replied with a faint smile. Even if he fails, he can simply withdraw. An elder will escort him back. After all, he had already secured a spot in the sect. Bai Ruoshi nodded, then frowned, her voice laced with worry. I'm still concerned. Why would he want to participate in the exams? He's close to the Yi sisters and Miss Huang from the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps he's worried about them, she added, her tone thoughtful. Lan Mulian raised an eyebrow. If you're so worried, junior sister Bai, I'll go to Boundless Sea Peak and check on him. She was also curious about his progress. That evening, Mu Zhi'an, having explained the situation to the other candidates at Boundless Sea Peak, had gained their support. The trials on the 9 peaks were unpredictable, and many had despaired upon learning about Boundless Sea Peak's challenge. After all, reaching the summit with only their foundation establishment cultivation, it was nearly impossible. But this Mu family young master claimed he could take them all to the summit if they lent him their spiritual energy. Many were skeptical. To pass the exams simply by offering their spiritual energy, it seemed too good to be true. Those who had come this far weren't fools. They didn't believe he was truly altruistic. Are you serious, young Master Mu? A voice called out from the crowd, sweet and alluring. It was Huang Manting, the temptress from the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. You've deciphered a small part of the forest formation, and you believe you can take us all with you? He smiled calmly. What would I gain by lying to you all? They fell silent, considering his words. Whether he was lying or not. If it was a lie, wouldn't he fear their wrath? He wouldn't make such a claim without confidence. Huang Manting stared at him, then smiled. Very well. I'll trust you, young Master Mu. After all, I have nothing to lose. Others quickly agreed, afraid of missing out if he truly succeeded. As Huang Manting had said, they were only contributing their spiritual energy. There was no risk. He smiled at the 30 or so candidates gathered before him. Follow me. After leading them through the forest for nearly half an hour, he arrived at the formation core where he had meditated the previous day. He turned to them, bowing. The preparations will take 1 or 2 hours. Please be patient and protect me. If you can truly help us pass the exams, young Master Mu, we'll repay your kindness, someone said. Don't worry. No one will disturb you. This is important, another said, his voice laced with a chilling intensity. If someone interfered and disrupted the formation, ruining their chance to join the sect, they would face the wrath of these desperate candidates. Thank you, Mu Zhi'an replied with a smile. He sat beneath the tree, closing his eyes, pretending to prepare, but in reality, he was simply taking a nap. Yi Lingxian sat beside him, her legs tucked beneath her, her sister beside her. They were captivating, but for the other candidates, passing the exams was paramount. And seeing their connection to Mu Zhi'an, they wisely suppressed any unwanted thoughts. How long will the preparations take? Yi Lingxian asked, her voice a mental whisper. She was close enough to see that he was sleeping. He opened his eyes, glancing at the candidates sitting on the ground, then chuckled. We can leave any time. Then why are we waiting? Are you deceiving them? She asked, her voice laced with suspicion. I'm not deceiving them. I don't lie, he replied, shaking his head. She smiled, her voice teasing. You're quite the charmer, young Master Mu. Only you know if you're lying or not. He looked at her, her beauty captivating, her slender figure accentuated by her purple dress, her delicate features and rosy lips alluring. Do you believe my affection for you is a lie? He asked, his voice a low murmur in her mind. Flustered by his boldness, she fell silent. Then, noticing the amusement in his eyes, she frowned. I saw you leaving traces of your spiritual energy along the way. What are you planning? She asked, her voice a whisper. She looked at the other candidates, her eyes widening as a realization dawned on her. Are you going to attack the third prince and Gong Sun Chung? Despite her youth, she was quite intelligent. If he married her, she would surely be a valuable asset. He smiled at her, admiring her sharp mind. I prefer to serve my revenge fresh, he replied, his voice a soft murmur. But it's already been a night, she pointed out. He stared at her, speechless. He hadn't realized she had a sarcastic side. Well, it didn't matter. Once they joined the sect, he would discipline her properly. Meanwhile, Yu, dressed in black robes, walked through the forest, his gaze alert, scanning his surroundings. He was puzzled. He had encountered other candidates earlier, but now there was no one in sight. They couldn't have all left the forest and started climbing the peak, could they? It was unlikely. They had been among the first to arrive. Those chosen by the examiner should be the first to leave. He wondered how Qianer and Lingxian were doing. Mu Zhi'an had taken them away last night, alone for an entire night, and it was Mu Zhi'an. He imagined unpleasant scenarios, and his expression darkened. Knowing Mu Zhi'an, having acted so quickly with by Ruoshi, he might have taken advantage of his cousins. His anxiety grew, and he called out to the old man in his mind. Master, can you possess me and locate Mu Zhi'an? You're too impatient. He won't harm them here, the old man replied, his voice weary. It's Mu Zhi'an. He might do anything, even during the entrance exams. Yi Yu retorted. He had been focused on his cultivation, ignoring his cousin's affection, and now that Mu Zhi'an had stolen them, he realized his mistake, his hatred for Mu Zhi'an intensifying. If hatred could be converted into damage, Mu Zhi'an would be dead. You? The old man sighed, then extended his spiritual sense, searching the forest. After a moment, he spoke. He's at the tree where he was meditating yesterday. You'll have to backtrack. You went back there? Yi didn't hesitate. He turned and retraced his steps. The third prince, having rested for the night, was also searching for Mu Zhi'an. Your Highness, we've found him, an attendant said, rushing towards him, his voice filled with excitement. The prince looked up, his eyes brightening. We discovered traces of his spiritual energy and followed them. He's at the tree where he was meditating yesterday. He hasn't moved. The prince chuckled. He thinks the most dangerous place is the safest? Does he truly believe we wouldn't think of that? Inform Gong Sun Chung, he ordered. He watched the attendant depart, then smiled, opening his fan. This time, he wouldn't escape. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. Mu Zhi'an sat beneath a large tree in the northwest corner of the trial forest, his eyes closed, meditating. Yi Lingxian sat beside him, her posture elegant and graceful, her white skin peeking through the folds of her purple dress. Yi Qian sat beside her sister, her demeanor shy and demure. Despite the presence of over 30 other candidates in the clearing, a heavy silence hung in the air. They were all maintaining their distance, their movements quiet and discreet, careful not to disturb Mu Zhi'an's preparations. Yi Lingxian glanced at him, her gaze lingering on his handsome face. Sunlight illuminated his features, highlighting his high cheekbones and sharp jawline, the wind ruffling his hair. He looked youthful and carefree, just like his usual demeanor. She wasn't particularly concerned with appearances. Most women weren't. But when talent and charm were combined with good looks and a knack for saying the right things, it became a powerful advantage. Mu Zhi'an clearly possessed all of those qualities. Even though she knew his feelings for her were more than just brotherly, she couldn't help but feel drawn to him. Perhaps accepting that Snow Lotus had been the first step towards falling for him. He seemed to sense her gaze, opening his eyes and looking at her, his voice a soft murmur in her mind. "Why are you staring at me?" She quickly looked away, flustered. But she quickly composed herself, meeting his gaze, her voice a mental whisper. "I have a question, young Master Mu." "Who's young Master Mu?" "I only know Brother Mu," he replied teasingly. She bit her lip, then, as if giving up on pretending, she looked at him, her voice soft. "Brother Mu, the Mu family has a guaranteed spot. Why are you here?" He met her gaze, his voice a soft murmur in her mind. "What do you think?" His gentle gaze, she already knew the answer. A wave of shyness washed over her, but it was accompanied by a strange sweetness. "Is it because of Chinner?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. He looked at her, his voice soft. "You know who I'm talking about." He wasn't sure about her relationship with her sister. A direct confession might upset her, but saying it was because of Yi Qian would also upset her. She was both disappointed and relieved that he hadn't given her the answer she wanted. She wasn't ready. He was so close to Bairuashi. Accepting him would mean accepting her as well. And Chinner was so fond of him. To compete with her sister for a man, would she still be the respected elder sister that Chinner had always looked up to? Chinner seems to like snow lotuses. Perhaps you could give her one. "She'll take better care of it than I would," she said, her voice a mental whisper. He nodded, then glanced at Yi Qian, who was leaning against her sister's shoulder, her eyes closed, seemingly asleep. "Are you jealous?" he asked, his voice teasing. She rolled her eyes, scoffing. "I'm not that petty. And besides, you're not anyone special to me." The air between them grew heavy. After a long silence, he sighed. She looked at him, noticing his downcast eyes, his disappointment. She felt a pang of sympathy and quickly looked away. The silence stretched, and she finally turned to face him, about to speak, when a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. "Your Highness, we've found him," a voice called out. The peaceful atmosphere shattered. The candidates, who had been guarding Mu Zhi'an, looked towards the source of the noise. The third prince emerged from the bushes, kicking them aside. Boom! His spiritual energy erupted, clearing a path. Yi Qian, startled awake, looked up to see the prince approaching, his 4 attendants flanking him. And from another direction, Gong Sun Chung arrived, accompanied by several cultivators. Yi Yu, hidden in the shadows, glared at Mu Zhi'an, who was sitting so close to Yi Lingxian, his jealousy burning. "I have to stay calm. Now's not the time. I'll wait for them to attack. Then I'll rescue Chinner and Lingxian. That will impress them." He clenched his fists, forcing himself to suppress his impulses. He was the mantis stalking the cicada, and the oriole was behind him. He would wait for Mu Zhi'an to be attacked, for his cousins to be in danger. Then he would swoop in, a hero saving the day. His anger subsided, replaced by a cold, calculating anticipation. The third prince approached them, his gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an and the sisters, a mocking smile on his lips. Being chased, yet you return to the same spot, bringing the girls along, flirting with them, relaxing. You truly are carefree, young Master Mu. Mu Zhi'an's expression shifted, feigning surprise. Your Highness, he looked at Gong Sun Chung. You're here too. Gong Sun Chung simply glared at him, his silence cold and menacing. Having been outsmarted twice, he had learned his lesson. He wouldn't fall for Mu Zhi'an's tricks again. He would wait for the prince to attack, then he would strike. The third prince looked at the sisters, his gaze lingering on their beauty. Then he turned to Mu Zhi'an, his voice cold. Leave this place in 10 breaths, and I'll spare you. Mu Zhi'an's voice trembled. Your Highness, young Master Gongsun, I don't want to fight you. Can't we just forget about this? It's too late for apologies. The prince chuckled inwardly, then waved his hand, and his 4 attendants charged towards Mu Zhi'an. One of the candidates suddenly stepped forward, blocking their path. The prince glanced at him, his voice indifferent. It seems we have a hero among the audience. He could sense the presence of other candidates nearby, drawn by the commotion. But to interfere during the entrance exams, wasn't that foolish? To risk failing the exams because of this? Don't hold back. Eliminate them all, he ordered. Mu Zhi'an stood up, bowing to the candidates. Thank you for your assistance. The formation will be ready soon. Over 30 candidates activated their spiritual energy simultaneously, a wave of power surging through the clearing, stopping the prince's attendants in their tracks. They stared at the candidates, their expressions filled with shock and confusion. Something's wrong. They weren't just spectators, they were Mu Zhi'an's allies. The third prince and Gong Sun Chung exchanged a panicked glance. Yi Yu, who had been ready to intervene, also froze, staring at the candidates, their unity unnerving. The atmosphere had shifted dramatically. How did he manage to win over so many people in just one night? The third prince glared at Mu Zhi'an, who was sitting beneath the tree, his expression darkening. Your Highness, should we retreat? One of the attendants whispered, his voice a mental message. They were all elite cultivators, carefully selected, but if all 30 of these candidates were truly on Mu Zhi'an's side, even they wouldn't be able to withstand such a unified assault. Gong Sun Chung also realized the situation was dire, his gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an, his mind reeling. How did he do it? He had assumed they were simply spectators. Who would have thought that Mu Zhi'an could sway so many people in just one night? Most of the candidates came from wealthy and influential backgrounds. Only a few were from humble origins. They were proud and arrogant, many of them wielding power comparable to the Gongsun family in Tianjin City. That was why they had clashed upon entering the forest. And yet, in just one night, they had become Mu Zhi'an's allies. He looked around, seeing candidates in the trees, in the clearing, surrounding them from all sides. At least 2/3 of the candidates were here. The third prince, suppressing his anger, forced a smile, bowing to the crowd. Greetings, everyone. I'm the third prince of the great Qian dynasty. He revealed his identity, hoping to intimidate them. There was a misunderstanding between me and this Mu family young master yesterday. I'm here to resolve it. If you all withdraw, I'll reward you handsomely after you join the sect. His words were polite, offering them a way out. Normally, the title third prince might have swayed them, but they simply stared at him, their silence unnerving. The title, the promised rewards, they paled in comparison to the allure of joining the sect. Even if it was the crown prince himself standing before them, it wouldn't matter. The third prince frowned, then smiled again, his voice strained. Since you're all unwilling to withdraw, I'll let this go for now. This matter between me and young Master Mu, we'll settle it after joining the sect. Mu Zhi'an sighed dramatically. His Highness is still threatening me. It's making me nervous. It might affect my preparations. A wave of killing intent swept through the clearing, the air growing heavy, the birds and animals fleeing in terror. Young Master Mu is helping us pass the exams. If anyone interferes and ruins our chances, even if it's the third prince, don't worry, young Master Mu. We'll protect you. No one will disturb you. They glared at the prince and his attendants, their hostility evident. The prince's expression shifted, and he instinctively took a step back. He could sense it, the killing intent. It was directed at him. One of the candidates finally lost his patience, charging towards the prince. His action was like a spark, igniting the powder keg. More candidates joined the fray, attacking the prince and Gong Sun Chung. Stop them! The prince's scalp tingled, and he turned to flee. But two sixth-level Foundation establishment cultivators blocked his path. They were driven by mob mentality. He might be the third prince, but this was the two polarities sect. Status and influence meant nothing here. And with so many attackers, it would be impossible to identify them all. And besides, joining the sect was worth any price. As chaos erupted, Yiling Xian stood up, ready to fight, but Mu Zhi'an grabbed her shoulder, stopping her. Stay here. They're enough, he said. She frowned, her voice soft but firm. I'm not as weak as you think. I know, but there are too many people. It's not safe, he replied, smiling. I'd be worried about you. Sunlight glinted in her eyes, her gaze meeting his. She didn't speak. I'm definitely into older women, but younger girls, they're not bad either. He looked at her, admiring her beauty. He wanted to test the waters, to see if she would allow him to hold her hand, but he held back. They were in the trial forest, in broad daylight. He couldn't be too forward. The elders and peak lords were surely watching. Perhaps even senior sister. Are you sure you can take them out of the forest? She asked, her voice a mental whisper. Of course. I always keep my promises, he replied with a smile. She still seemed worried. But this might anger the examiners. Taking so many candidates to the summit, it was understandable that she was concerned. He chuckled. I doubt it. If the trial has always been this difficult, I doubt anyone would have passed in previous years. I'm simply helping them lower their standards, recruit more disciples. He smiled at the third prince and his companions, who were being overwhelmed, and besides, everything I'm doing is within the rules. Yihao, the peak lord of Boundless Sea Peak, watched the scene unfolding in the bronze mirror. The third prince and his companions were retreating, their attempts to escape thwarted, their situation dire. Yihuayun, the master of the medicinal cuisine pavilion, chuckled. That Mu family young master is quite clever, using others to fight his battles. But I'm curious to see how he'll handle the aftermath. Mu Zhi'an was smart, recruiting these candidates as free labor to deal with his enemies. But if he couldn't deliver what he had promised, he would be the next target. Lan Muyan, standing nearby, her figure concealed by a white veil, her eyes shining, watched the scene unfold in the mirror. He's not reckless. He always has a plan, she said calmly. Oh, Yihao looked at her, his interest piqued. It seems you know this Mu family young master quite well, junior sister. For their aloof and reserved junior sister to offer such praise, it was unusual. I can't imagine how he'll resolve this, Yihuayun said, his voice laced with doubt. They couldn't hear the conversations taking place in the forest, but the images were clear enough. Most of these candidates came from powerful backgrounds. They wouldn't be swayed by mere pills or treasures. Mu Zhi'an must have offered them something irresistible. The third prince's situation was resolved, but now it was time for Mu Zhi'an to fulfill his promise. Wait! As the prince and his companions fled, Yihao's gaze focused on Mu Zhi'an, a realization dawning on him. He stared at the mirror, his eyes widening. Is he controlling the trial forest formation? Lan Muyan looked at the mirror, seeing Mu Zhi'an sitting beneath the tree, the 30 candidates surrounding him, their hands forming seals, channeling their spiritual energy. Yin Ryu, the master of the two polarities sex library, narrowed her eyes, her arms crossed, her ample bosom accentuated by her loose robes. She stared at Mu Zhi'an, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. Is he trying to send all the candidates to the summit? The trial forest formation did indeed possess such a teleportation ability, but only those who understood its structure could activate it. Could this Mu Zhi'an be a formation prodigy? Yi Huayan frowned. That wouldn't be fair. Yi Hao stared at Mu Zhi'an, then chuckled, a hint of admiration in his eyes. It doesn't matter. The trial on Boundless Sea Peak has always been unfair. If he can comprehend a part of the formation and use it to take others to the summit, it's within the rules. It's a shame he's only at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, Yen Ryu said, her voice laced with regret. If he were at the 9th level, he would be the most promising candidate. It had been a long time since the Two Polarities sect had seen a true formation prodigy. To comprehend the trial forest formation in just one day was rare, even among their disciples. There were many alchemists in the sect, but those skilled in formations, they were few and far between. Lan Mulian glanced at the 3 peak lords, then looked away. She knew Mu Zhi'an's true secret, but she wouldn't reveal it. His true value wasn't his strength, nor his talent for formations, but the other vessel within him. For male cultivators, an inborn celestial vessel was useless. But for female cultivators, she glanced at Yen Ryu, her mature beauty captivating, a knowing smile on her lips. You're at the 3rd level of nascent soul now, senior sister Yen. The nascent soul realm was different from the others. After the 3rd level, there was a bottleneck. Each advancement became increasingly difficult. Some spent decades, even centuries, trying to break through. Yen Ryu nodded, smiling. My talent pales in comparison to yours, junior sister. I've been stuck at the 3rd level for 6 years. Why do you ask? She added, her gaze curious. Lan Mulian stared at Mu Zhi'an, her lips curving into a subtle smile beneath her veil. Just curious. She changed the subject. Master E, the formation should be activated in about 2 hours. I'll take them to the Pilgrimage Palace afterwards. You can leave if you have other matters to attend to. Yi Hao looked at her, surprised by her offer of assistance. He nodded. Very well, junior sister. I'll leave them in your capable hands. I need to meditate and prepare for my tribulation. Have you decided on the inner disciple spots, brother? Yen Ryu asked, her voice laced with amusement. During the entrance exams, the 9 peak lords would each select one inner disciple. The other candidates would start as outer disciples, and after 3 years, the top 3 performers in the sect's grand competition would be promoted to inner disciples. Yi Hao chuckled. There's no rush. The inner disciple spots will be announced at the Pilgrimage Palace in a week. After the exams, the sect would arrange accommodations for the successful candidates. And a week later, the 9 peak lords would gather at the Pilgrimage Palace and select the 9 inner disciples. Becoming an inner disciple, it was a significant advantage. Of course, there were exceptions. If 2 candidates were equally talented, a peak lord might break the rules and accept both. The 3 peak lords departed, and Lan Mulian looked towards the summit of Boundless Sea Peak, where over 30 candidates had already gathered, her gaze landing on Mu Zhi'an, who stood at the front. She flew towards them. The candidates were overjoyed, their excitement evident, even those who were usually calm and composed. They surrounded Mu Zhi'an, thanking him profusely. He smiled, chatting with them, until they suddenly fell silent, their gazes shifting to something behind him. He turned to see Lan Mulian approaching, her figure graceful and ethereal as she rode upon a cloud. Senior sister, he said, bowing respectfully. She glanced at the candidates, nodding politely, then smiled. Follow me. I'll take you to the Pilgrimage Palace, and then someone will show you to your accommodations. They all sighed in relief. Her words confirmed that the unconventional method of passing the exams was acceptable. She summoned several clouds, and they soared through the air, past the towering peaks, the mist swirling around them, heading towards their destination. The Pilgrimage Palace. Peach blossoms bloomed on either side of the path leading to a grand, ancient palace, its aura imposing. Many other successful candidates had already gathered in the square, their excitement palpable as they were led by senior disciples to their new homes. It was like a university orientation, bustling with activity. As Lan Mulian arrived, the other disciples looked at her, their gazes drawn to her beauty and aloofness, some also studying the female candidates who had passed Boundless Sea Peak's trial, comparing their assets. Bairuashi also looked towards the newcomers, and her brow furrowed as she saw the two sisters beside Mu Zhi'an. She walked towards him, her embroidered shoes clicking against the stone, a smile on her lips. "You pass so quickly." Lan Mulian glanced at her, her expression indifferent, then turned to the candidates, her voice clear and cold. "Follow me. I'll show you to your accommodations." After arranging their housing, she turned to Mu Zhi'an and the others. "Come with me." "Thank you, senior sister," Mu Zhi'an said politely. She grunted in acknowledgement. As Bairuashi stepped onto the cloud, she looked at the surrounding scenery, the mist-wreathed peaks, the blooming peach blossoms, and sighed. "This sect is truly blessed. Such abundant spiritual energy. Your cultivation will progress much faster here," Lan Mulian replied with a smile. But Bairuashi had other concerns. "I wonder if flowers would wither easily here, even without luminous soil." The mention of luminous soil shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Mu Zhi'an's heart skipped a beat. As soon as luminous soil was mentioned, everyone's gaze, intentionally or not, shifted towards Mu Zhi'an. Bairuashi, the epitome of delicate beauty, smiled sweetly at him, her eyes filled with affection. Yi Lingshuan's gaze also landed on him, a realization dawning on her. Luminous soil was used to preserve rare herbs and flowers, and Senior Sister Lan had visited the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce on the same day they had received a shipment of luminous soil. What a coincidence! She narrowed her eyes, suspicion flickering in their depths. She looked at Lan Mulian. "You visited the Chamber of Commerce that day as well, Senior Sister. Were you buying something?" Mu Zhi'an smiled calmly, but inwardly he was panicking. That Bairuashi, she's more cunning than she appears. She had deliberately mentioned luminous soil, and her reason was obvious. She was intelligent. Despite her love-struck nature, she wasn't naive. Had Mu Zhi'an truly participated in the exams just for the experience? Unlikely. She had suspected something ever since the Yi sisters had joined him. "Were you buying luminous soil as well, Senior Sister?" she asked, her voice laced with curiosity. "I wasn't there to buy anything. I was simply meeting someone," Lan Mulian replied with a faint smile. She had attended the auction to observe her sister, but she wouldn't be seeing Fei Ying at auctions anymore. Fei Ying had joined the sect, having already met with the Peak Lord of Silver Moon Peak. Mu Zhi'an remained silent, listening to their conversation, his anxiety growing. Only after hearing Lan Mulian's answer did he relax slightly. Lan Mulian glanced at him, then continued, her voice laced with amusement. "But to answer your question, Junior Sister Yi, I was indeed planning to buy something, but someone gave it to me." Yi Qian's eyes widened with curiosity. "What were you going to buy, Senior Sister?" She was the sect master's personal disciple. What could she possibly lack that required a visit to the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce? "Luminous soil," Lan Mulian replied calmly. "What did you need it for, Senior Sister?" Yi Lingshuan asked, her voice laced with confusion. Lan Mulian smiled. "To preserve some special flowers." The word flowers triggered their memories, and Bairuashi and Yi Lingshuan looked at her, their gazes questioning. "What kind of flowers?" Wei Mengru asked suddenly, glancing at Mu Zhi'an, her tone a subtle provocation. He smiled, but he felt a wave of pressure, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He tried to change the subject. "Let's go to our accommodations, Senior Sister." Lan Mulian's lips curved into a knowing smile, and she looked at him, her eyes twinkling. "You're right. Let's go. Why do I feel like she knows everything?" He stared at her, his anxiety returning. She led them through the air, soaring past towering peaks, the mist swirling around them. They saw disciples sparring in the squares, their movements swift and graceful. She landed on a peak, a grand palace before them, a path paved with golden talismans leading towards it, a sheer cliff behind them, the clouds swirling below. An ordinary person would be terrified. She turned to them, smiling. "This is your new home. We can't fly here. Follow me." They followed her along the narrow path, the drop on either side precipitous. She seemed to sense his thoughts. Foundation establishment cultivators can't fly, but if you fall, you won't die. Ling Long's formation will teleport you to safety. Ling Long. They all looked at her, their curiosity piqued. Yi Lingxian raised an eyebrow. I've heard rumors of a spirit dragon living beneath the cliffs, a creature that's been here since the sect's founding. Are they true? Lan Mulian nodded. Ling Long rarely leaves the cliffs, but if a disciple encounters it, it's said they'll receive its blessing. They reached the palace, and two female disciples in black robes approached them, bowing respectfully. Senior Sister Lan. Their gazes, however, lingered on her, admiration flickering in their eyes. It seems Senior Sister is not only respected, but also popular with both genders. He noticed the disciples' admiration and understood. She was the sect master's personal disciple, and her personality, while aloof, was also kind. It was no wonder she was so admired. He also admired her, but he was shy. He wouldn't dare to hold her hand until their relationship had progressed. She turned to Mu Zhi'an. They'll show you to your rooms. You're free for the next week. You can explore the sect. Most areas are accessible to disciples. Are you leaving, Senior Sister? He asked. She nodded. I have to report to Master. The sect master, the Empress, a Tao integration cultivator, on par with the Demon Realm Empress. He remembered his encounter with the Empress and straightened his posture, bowing respectfully. Safe travels, Senior Sister. Bai Ruashi and the others also bowed. Finally, she's gone. He watched her depart, his anxiety fading. He had felt the pressure. Bai Ruashi was clearly jealous. That was why she had brought up the snow lotus. He had to separate them quickly. Please follow us, the two disciples said, smiling. One of them glanced past Mu Zhi'an, her gaze landing on someone behind them. Are you a new disciple as well? I can show you to your accommodations, she said, smiling. Mu Zhi'an turned to see a young man standing behind them, his features plain, his breathing ragged, his spiritual energy unstable. Did you actually climb the peak himself? He stared at him, surprised, then sighed inwardly, as expected of the chosen one. To overcome such a difficult trial, he had assumed Yi would give up, declaring, This two-polarities sect is beneath me. Then he would leave, train for 3 years, and return for revenge. But 3 years, by then, Bai Ruashi would be completely his. And perhaps even Yi Lingxian and Yi Qian would be sharing his bed. Go ahead. I'll catch up later, he said to Bai Ruashi and the others. Bai Ruashi ignored Yi, her gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an, her voice a worried whisper. It's our first day here. Don't cause any trouble. He's the one causing trouble. I'll be careful. Wait for me in your room, he replied, his voice a mental message. Yi watched their interaction, his gaze lingering on the sisters, his anger simmering, but he maintained a calm facade, chuckling coldly. You're quite the schemer, young Master Mu. Be careful. You might be expelled for your lack of strength. Mu Zhi'an frowned. Are you saying I cheated? What else would you call it? Reaching the summit with tricks, isn't that cheating? So Ling Xian and Qian cheated as well? Mu Zhi'an asked. Yi fell silent, unable to respond. Are you saying all 30 of us cheated? Mu Zhi'an pressed. After a moment of silence, Yi scoffed. You might be able to control everything in Tianxian City, but here it's different. Of course it's different, Mu Zhi'an replied casually. You passed the exams with your own strength, young Master Yi. That's admirable. Yi chuckled, then ignored him. He had passed the exams. He was free now. The two polarities sect wasn't Tianxian City. The Mu family's influence didn't reach here. He would have plenty of opportunities to deal with Mu Zhi'an later. Mu Zhi'an looked away, his gaze following Bai Ruashi and the two disciples, then landing on Yi Lingxian, who was walking at the back, glancing at him occasionally. Despite the autumn chill, she wore a thin purple dress, her fair skin peeking through the opening at her collar, her back slender and alluring. He walked towards her, taking her hand. Yi, about to enter the palace, stopped, staring at them, his anger surging. Mu Zhi'an glanced at him, then looked away, his gaze seeming to say, It's admirable that you passed the exams with your own strength, but your cousins are even more admirable. For a moment, Yi Yu's spiritual energy threatened to erupt, his blood boiling. But he suppressed it. Stay calm. If he attacked here, he would be the one punished. Don't fall for his tricks. He forced himself to relax, then entered the palace. Yi Lingxian, startled by the sudden contact, her hand held by a man for the first time, bit her lip, her voice a mental whisper. Please behave yourself, young Master Mu. If Qianer sees this, she'll misunderstand. But she didn't pull her hand away. He looked at her, admiring her beauty, her delicate lips, her flushed cheeks. I apologize. I'll be more careful next time, he said, smiling. He was about to release her hand, knowing she was shy and reserved, needing time to adjust. But then he felt a chill behind him, and he turned, his smile fading, his body stiffening. Standing in the air behind him, riding upon a cloud, her figure veiled, her eyes cold, a knowing smile on her lips, was Lan Mulian. She's back. His heart pounded. He was still holding Yi Lingxuan's hand. He couldn't release it, but he couldn't keep holding it either. The disadvantages of being weaker were clear. He hadn't even sensed her approach. She was at the peak of core formation. If she wanted to conceal her aura, it was child's play. Yi Lingxian, noticing Lan Mulian's gaze, her usual calm demeanor gone, her cheeks flushed, quickly pulled her hand away. Bai Ruoxi also seemed to sense something, stopping and turning to look at them. Senior sister, why are you back? Is something the matter? Yi Qian also stopped, looking at Lan Mulian, her expression curious. Lan Mulian landed gracefully, her gaze sweeping over them, a smile on her lips. I forgot to mention that new disciples can choose 1 or 2 cultivation techniques from the library. And regarding junior brother Mu's pink destiny, I'll ask Master, but you can also check the library's archives. Perhaps you'll find some answers there. Despite his panic, Mu Zhi'an maintained his composure, smiling. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. She nodded, her eyes twinkling. She paused, then added casually, that snow lotus you gave me, it has a lovely fragrance. I'm quite interested. Come visit me at 2 Polarities Peaks Back Mountain when you have time. And perhaps you could teach me how to cultivate multiple snow lotuses at once. That simple statement landed like a thunderbolt, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Yi Lingxian blinked, staring at Lan Mulian in disbelief. She remembered Lan Mulian's strange expression when she had mentioned the snow lotus at the Rising Phoenix Inn. Now she understood. Lan Mulian had realized that Mu Zhi'an had given the same snow lotus to others, hence her complex reaction. As senior sister, received a snow lotus from Brother Mu. Yi Qian's eyes widened, her gaze flitting between Lan Mulian and Mu Zhi'an, a mixture of surprise, disappointment, and sadness in her eyes. She was surprised that the aloof and unattainable Lan Mulian would accept a gift from him, but she was also disappointed and saddened that both her sister and Lan Mulian had received snow lotuses, while she had not. Are you joking, senior sister? Bai Ruoxi asked, forcing a smile, her voice laced with disbelief. Lan Mulian chuckled. Why would I joke about such a thing? Her words silenced any doubts. She was too proud to lie about something like this. So, he really did give her a snow lotus. Yi Lingxian and Bai Ruoxi looked at Mu Zhi'an, their gazes accusing. Yi Yu, who had been about to leave, stopped, staring at them, unsure whether to stay or go. He had witnessed a similar scene at the auction, but it hadn't affected their relationships. But this time it was different. He had given the same snow lotus to 3 women. Such behavior would surely disgust them. He felt a surge of excitement, a mixture of schadenfreude and opportunity. After this, Lingxian and Qianer would surely be disillusioned with Mu Zhi'an, and then perhaps it would be his chance. He watched them, his heart pounding with anticipation. Bai Ruoxi looked at Mu Zhi'an, her voice soft but accusatory. He told me the snow lotus represents loyalty and purity in love, and that I reminded him of it. That's why he gave it to me. Silence descended upon them, the air heavy with tension. Yi Lingxuan's eyes darkened, and she spoke, her voice low and trembling. He said similar things to me. Their gazes converged on Mu Zhi'an, his scalp tingling. Lan Mulian chuckled, her eyes twinkling. The snow lotus represents loyalty and purity in love? Why does that sound so familiar? If I'm not mistaken, you said similar things to me in our letters. Junior Brother Mu? Mingru helped me. He looked at Wei Mingru, but she had vanished, her arms crossed, pretending ignorance. He felt a pressure he had never experienced, not even from the black-robed man. How does she know about the snow lotus? Was it just a coincidence? No, it was too much of a coincidence. She must have heard it from someone. He looked at her, but she was already staring at him, a knowing smile on her lips, her eyes twinkling with amusement despite the veil concealing her face. Which one of us does the snow lotus truly resemble? Mulang? Bairuashi asked, her voice soft and sweet, but her words were explosive. Their gazes were fixed on him, the tension palpable. Even Wei Mingru, despite her indifference, glanced at him. What do you think, Junior Brother Mu? Who does the snow lotus resemble more? Lan Mulian asked, her voice softening slightly. When a cold and aloof beauty softened her voice, it was either because she was speaking to a lover or because she was about to unleash her wrath. Lan Mulian clearly belonged to the latter category. Yi Lingxian remained silent, watching him, a smile playing on her lips. She disliked conflict, but she was curious about his answer. Say something, Mulang, Bairuashi urged, her voice gentle. If I say something, I'm finished. He wanted to jump off the cliff and start over. He had assumed they wouldn't brag about the snow lotus. Who told senior sister? Or did she guess? No, it didn't matter now. They wanted an answer. It wasn't that they were all madly in love with him. They were simply proud, wanting to know who he considered worthy of being compared to the snow lotus. I have to answer before they start fighting, or I could redirect their anger towards EU. But how? He appeared calm, but inwardly, he was panicking, his mind racing. His gaze landed on someone approaching along the golden path, a young man in luxurious robes, his expression thunderous. Relief washed over him. He looked at the newcomer as if he were savior. Gong Sun Chung. A plan formed in his mind. Gong Sun Chung also noticed him, his expression darkening, his gaze filled with hatred. He had been beaten by those candidates from Boundless Sea Peak, and he had barely managed to reach the summit, his spiritual energy depleted, even with the help of pills. If not for Mu Zhi'an, he wouldn't have wasted so much energy in the forest, nearly failing the exams. He was furious, and he approached them, bowing to Lan Mulian. Senior sister. Blinded by rage, he didn't notice the tense atmosphere. Lan Mulian nodded, and he continued, his voice cold. If I discover someone cheating during the exams, senior sister, will they be disqualified? Mu Zhi'an had used his tricks to bring a group of candidates to the summit. It was clearly cheating. Gong Sun Chung is a lifesaver, but I need to add fuel to the fire. Mu Zhi'an frowned, his voice grave. How can you prove I cheated, young Master Gong Sun? He appeared reluctant, but inwardly, he was hoping Gong Sun Chung would cause more trouble. But before Gong Sun Chung could respond, Lan Mulian interrupted, her voice calm but cold. The Peak Lord of Boundless Sea Peak is aware of this matter. You can leave now. Her words were polite, but her tone was dismissive. Gong Sun Chung stared at her, his mouth opening and closing, about to speak. But then he felt a chill behind him, and he looked up to see Bairuashi staring at him, her gaze icy. He suddenly remembered the bronze sword behind her, and a wave of fear washed over him. He instinctively took a step back. He finally realized that the atmosphere was dangerous. It wasn't just Bairuashi. The Yi sisters, even senior sister Lan, their gazes were filled with a menacing glint. And then he saw Wei Mingru, her arms crossed, watching him with a cold, detached expression. His heart skipped a beat, and he bowed, his voice trembling slightly. I apologize, senior sister. I'll take my leave. He hurried towards the palace, his steps quick and uneven. You're useless. Mu Zhi'an glared at him, his frustration growing. He noticed Lan Mulian's gaze, her eyes flitting between him, Bairuashi, and Yi Lingxian, and his heart sank. How am I supposed to choose? After a moment of silence, he sighed. The snow lotus grows on snowy peaks, so it also represents aloofness, inaccessibility. In reality, every woman, no, every person, before you get to know them, they seem distant. I believe the snow lotus represents all cultivators. At first glance, they seem unattainable, but if you truly pursue them, you can hold them in your hands. He looked at them, his gaze finally settling on Bairuashi. But if I had to choose, I would say Miss Bai resembles the snow lotus the most. Despite his elaborate explanation, he had ultimately chosen Bairuashi. Yi Lingxian bit her lip, remembering how he had entered the trial forest for her heart filled with a strange mix of emotions. She turned and walked toward the palace, her steps quick and determined. Yi Qian's eyes glistened with tears, and she bowed to Lan Mulian, then hurried after her sister. Lan Mulian looked at Mu Zhi'an, her voice cold. I have matters to attend to, young Master Mu. Please excuse me. She turned and departed, riding upon a cloud. Mu Zhi'an, pretending indifference, turned to Bairuashi. Let's go see our accommodations. She smiled, her joy evident, and he smiled back, chatting with her as they entered the palace, Wei Mingru following behind. After finding their rooms, he chatted with Bairuashi for a while. Then he suddenly clapped his hand to his forehead. I almost forgot. We have to collect our sect tokens. I'll ask someone where to go. Let's go together later. Bairuashi, her mood clearly improved, nodded, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. He smiled, then left the room, closing the door behind him. He hurried towards Wei Mingru, who was leaning against a pillar, her arms crossed. He glanced at her ample bosom. Did you see where Lingxian went, Mingru? She smiled, her voice teasing. You're finally realizing that women aren't so easy to understand. He sighed. Did you predict this? Giving 3 women the same snow lotus. Did you truly believe that understanding their surface personalities would be enough? She asked, her voice laced with amusement. She studied him, her brow furrowing. You don't seem panicked. Have you given up on them? He shook his head, smiling. I can never do that. I hate seeing women sad. So what are you going to do? Comfort them? Both Lingxian and Qin'er probably don't want to see you right now, she said. They'll see me, he replied confidently. Come to think of it, this wasn't entirely a bad thing. Not a good thing either, but he noticed her doubtful expression and glanced at the other candidates entering the palace. When a woman is upset, you have to coax her. It was the same for all women. Mu Zhi'an left the elegant courtyard, following Wei Mingru's directions. He saw other candidates entering the palace, some of them from Boundless Sea Peak, and they greeted him with smiles and nods. He returned their greetings, but he didn't stop, his steps quick and determined. He finally saw Yi Lingxian standing outside her courtyard, her purple dress a splash of color against the muted tones of the palace. She noticed him, but after a brief glance, she turned away, heading towards her room. Lingxian, wait. He hurried after her, but she ignored him, her pace quickening. A figure suddenly appeared before her, blocking her path. She looked up to see Yi Yu, his black robes a stark contrast to her vibrant attire, a gentle smile on his lips. What's wrong, Lingxian? You seem upset. She frowned slightly, then nodded politely. I'm just tired. I want to rest. Could you please excuse me, Brother Yi Yu? He noticed her weary expression and nodded, smiling. Of course. I won't disturb you. Pressing her further would only annoy her. He stepped aside. As she walked past him, he turned to Mu Zhi'an, who was approaching, and released a surge of spiritual energy, blocking his path. Didn't you hear her, Mu Zhi'an? She's tired and wants to rest. Leave her alone. Mu Zhi'an, unfazed by the sudden burst of energy, smiled. Is this your house? I'm just taking a walk. I don't need your permission. He ignored Yi Yu and followed Yi Lingxian. She won't talk to you, even if you go after her. Yi Yu chuckled inwardly, but a flicker of unease crossed his mind as he watched Mu Zhi'an pursue his cousin. He hesitated, then followed them. Mu Zhi'an followed Yi Lingxian to a secluded courtyard. He was amazed by the palace's architecture. Each path seemed to lead to a hidden world. The courtyard was filled with blooming peach blossoms, their fragrance sweet and intoxicating. Lingxian, wait, he called out. He hurried after her, blocking her path again. I'm tired, young Master Mu. I want to rest. Please leave, she said, her voice cold and distant. She entered her room, closing the door, ignoring him completely. Yiyu, watching from behind, sighed in relief. He deserves it, trying to have both. He watched as Mu Zhi'an knocked on the door repeatedly, but there was no response. Staying here would only annoy her further. It seemed Mu Zhi'an was truly panicked. He didn't even understand this simple logic. He turned and left quietly. Mu Zhi'an knocked again, then sighed. Lingxian, are you avoiding me? Do you hate me? I don't hate you, young Master Mu. I'm simply tired and want to rest, she replied, her voice cold and distant. Elder Wei, please escort him out. An elderly man in black robes appeared before Mu Zhi'an, smiling. Please leave, young Master Mu. My mistress is tired and doesn't wish to see anyone. Mu Zhi'an was escorted out of the courtyard. He turned to the old man. You're Ling Xuan's attendant, aren't you? But aren't non-sect members forbidden from entering the sect? I was worried about my mistress, so I followed her. I'll be leaving in a few days, Elder Wei replied calmly. His presence in the sect was tolerated by the peak lords and elders. But even he couldn't stay for long. They had shown him courtesy, and he had to reciprocate. Please take care of my mistress, young Master Mu. Mu Zhi'an smiled sadly. After what happened, I doubt she'll even talk to me. Elder Wei narrowed his eyes, his voice sharp. I've traveled this world for decades, young Master Mu. I've seen more than you can imagine. Do you truly believe I'm a naive girl, easily swayed by sweet words? Are you calling your mistress naive? Mu Zhi'an bowed. I'll take care of her, Elder. But please allow me to stay here for a while. Elder Wei waved his hand dismissively. Mu Zhi'an hurried back into the courtyard and knocked on Yi Lingxuan's door. Lingxian, can I come in? Why are you back? I told you I'm tired and want to rest, she replied, her voice cold. He sighed. Lingxian, I know you're upset, but please hear me out. Silence. After a moment, she opened the window, glancing at him, her voice indifferent. I'm truly tired, young Master Mu. Please leave. She closed the window, ignoring him. An ordinary person would have given up and left, feeling dejected. But Mu Zhi'an wasn't discouraged. He looked at the open window, a smile spreading across his lips. She had closed the door, but she had opened the window. Only a fool wouldn't understand her intentions. You might believe her excuse about being tired and wanting to rest, but when a woman was upset, her defenses were also weakened. By opening the window, she had subconsciously agreed to listen to his explanation. He didn't hesitate. He climbed through the window and saw her sitting on the bed, her posture elegant, but a flicker of anger still lingering on her face. And on the floor beside her lay a snow lotus, discarded, its purity now tarnished. It was a sight he had never seen before, a testament to her anger. But her anger, it made her seem more human, less like an unattainable goddess. She didn't order him to leave, so he knew there was still hope. He approached her, his gaze meeting hers. Are you angry, Lingxian? She turned to face him, her voice cold. Say what you have to say, young Master Mu. I'm going to rest afterwards. She had known all along that he had ulterior motives, that he was trying to have his cake and eat it too. But those thoughts had been subconscious. She had chosen to ignore them. But the snow lotus incident had brought them to the forefront. She could no longer pretend. She met his gaze, then quickly looked away, unable to bear his scrutiny, her profile exquisite. I've always thought the snow lotus suits you. Lingxian, he said, sighing, taking a seat beside her. Save those words for naive girls, young Master Mu. Have you forgotten what you said earlier? She replied, her voice laced with sarcasm. He had just declared that the snow lotus was more suited to Bairuashi. Only a fool would believe him now. Perhaps you believe I'm a two-timing womanizer, he sighed. The truth is right there. I have nothing to say. He bent down and picked up the discarded snow lotus. But I truly believe this snow lotus suits you. Take it. I might not be able to give you any more gifts after this. I might be branded a traitor soon, he added, his voice filled with a carefully crafted despair. She had been ignoring him, but his words startled her, and she looked at him, her eyes widening. What do you mean? He didn't answer, simply brushing the dust off the snow lotus. The snow lotus resembles you, Ling Xian. But Ruashi, she also resembles it. You must have heard from Elder Wei about my battle with your brother Yiyu in the Dragonhead Forest. She nodded, her eyes flickering. She had investigated him. She knew about the incident, but she didn't understand what he was trying to say. Ruashi and I were nearly killed by a demonic cultivator in that forest. If not for her, I might be... He looked at the snow lotus, his voice soft. Before he died, the black-robed man placed a demonic mark on me. It could activate at any time, and then I might be mistaken for a demonic cultivator. Is Yu Pink destiny related to that mark? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. He looked up at the ceiling, then down at the snow lotus, sighing. I'm not sure. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps it's a mark. If the sect discovers it, the best I can hope for is expulsion. Ruashi, she went through something similar. She was ashamed for a long time. If I hadn't chosen her today, she would have been even more devastated. Her expression softened, but she wasn't ready to forgive him. So you're saying you chose her out of pity? Her voice was still cold, but the iciness in her eyes had melted. He had considered everyone's feelings, choosing her to spare by Ruashi further pain. Why didn't you tell me about the mark before? She asked, her voice still laced with suspicion. He smiled sadly. You were so wary of me then, Ling Xian. What would have been the point? And besides, I didn't want to burden you. Her gaze softened, but a hint of annoyance remained. Are you saying you consider me a stranger? You treated me like a stranger at first. No, you treated me like a thief, he thought to himself. She paused, then scoffed. If you had told me, I could have helped. But it's not too late, she added. He looked at her, his eyes filled with gratitude. If the sect discovers the mark, would you plead for me? Ling Xian? But that would make you an enemy of the sect. I don't want that. The two polarities sect wouldn't become our enemy because of one insignificant cultivator, she replied calmly. It seemed the mysterious power behind her was truly formidable. Even the two polarities sect had to show them respect. Her voice softened. If that day comes, I'll protect you. He stared at her, his eyes filled with gratitude and affection. He took her hand, placing the snow lotus in her palm. I know you're still angry. If this snow lotus reminds you of unpleasant things, throw it away. What will you do if I throw it away? She asked, glancing at him. I'll find a flower that suits you even better, Ling Xian, he replied, his gaze meeting hers. There's a flower that blooms in the demon realm called the purple sunflower. If I ever find it, I'll bring it to you. Her expression shifted at the mention of the demon realm. She looked at him, her gaze softening, but her voice remained calm and composed. You're quite the smooth talker, young Master Mu. But the coldness was gone. It seems it's fine for now. He sighed inwardly, relieved. As he had predicted, choosing by Ruashi had been the right decision. She might appear delicate and innocent, but he had realized, through their interactions, that she was quite skilled in the art of manipulation. Choosing someone else would have resulted in unpleasant consequences from the heart-binding lock. Senior sister was proud and intelligent, but she had somehow learned about his multi-threading. Choosing her wouldn't have made her happy. She might even be disgusted by his behavior. He had to be more subtle with her. As for Yi Ling Xian, despite her calm demeanor and seemingly calculating nature, she was inexperienced when it came to romance. And she had been pampered and protected since childhood. So as long as he was sincere and charming, he could melt her icy exterior. Chinner went back to her room without saying a word. Don't go after her yet. She won't see you, Yi Ling Xian said suddenly. Yi Qian was a kind and innocent girl, easily hurt. But if he waited a while, then comforted her gently, she would open up to him. He nodded. Then, realizing it was getting late, he said, You haven't collected your sect token yet, have you? I'm going out. I'll bring yours back. She nodded. Thank you, young Master Mu. She's still being Sundara. Why won't she call me Brother Mu? He nodded, then chatted with her for a while longer, noticing that her anger had subsided. He left her room, feeling refreshed and victorious. He found a disciple and asked for directions to the sect token distribution point. Then he returned to his courtyard. Wei Mingru didn't even ask. She simply looked at him and scoffed. Scoundrel. I'm not a scoundrel. I'm a pawn master. I pursue the women I like. I flirt, but I never abandon them. It's different from being a scoundrel. He didn't mind her disdain. He even enjoyed her judgmental gaze. The sect tokens are distributed near the library. Do you want to come, Ingru? Or should I bring yours back? He asked. She hesitated, then nodded. I'll go as well. She was socially awkward, preferring to avoid crowds, but the library might have information about destiny. She wasn't hopeful, but it was worth a try. They walked along a translucent golden bridge, arriving at the library, a grand, ancient palace before them. I've read descriptions of the library, but it's even more magnificent in person, Bairuashi murmured, her gaze sweeping over the palace. Perched on a peak, its aura imposing. Mu Zhi'an nodded, glancing around. Many new disciples were entering the library, seeking suitable cultivation techniques. And near the entrance, there was a stone table, and behind it sat a beautiful woman, smiling as she handed out sect tokens. The disciples channeled their spiritual energy into the tokens, and their names appeared on the surface. The tokens are blank at first, but when you infuse them with spiritual energy, your name appears. Such a marvelous technique, he murmured, impressed. Bairuashi nodded, then frowned, her gaze landing on something near the cliff. What's happening over there? He followed her gaze and saw a group of disciples standing at the edge of the cliff, looking down at something. Let's go see. They approached the cliff and looked down, seeing a massive dragon swimming through the clouds, its form serpentine, with 4 legs, its size immense. Ling Long. He remembered what Lan Mulian had said about the spirit dragon. He noticed that the disciples were all emanating a faint glow, some even a red light. It's destiny. The dragon swam through the mist, seemingly searching for something. They say encountering Ling Long will grant you its blessing. Are they using their destiny as bait, hoping to attract its attention? He wondered. But judging by its lack of interest, it wasn't working. He turned away, intending to collect his sect token. Ling Long is reacting, someone shouted, their voice filled with excitement. He turned back to see the dragon emerging from the mist, its head rising above the clouds, its form both terrifying and beautiful, its massive golden eyes gazing at the disciples. Then its gaze fixed on a spot in the distance, and it began swimming towards the library. He froze, staring at the dragon. For a moment, he thought their eyes had met. No, it's not looking at me. It's looking at. He glanced at Bairuashi, his gaze sweeping over her beautiful face, her alluring figure, then settling on her delicate profile. Is it attracted to her? But he felt a nagging doubt. He had a feeling the dragon wasn't looking at Bairuashi,